Good morning, everyone. Well, Jaden Daniels is just the sixth rookie quarterback since the 1970 merger to start in a conference championship game. But Sunday in Philadelphia, he's looking to be the first to lead his team to the Super Bowl. Daniels on the opportunity that lies ahead.
It's a blessing to make it this far in the season. It's countless a lot of I know teams want to be in this position, so it's a blessing. Can't really take it for granted, but you also just got to be in the moment and take it one day at a time.
Now, yesterday, the first practice reports for Washington, Deron Payne and Bobby Wagner were out. For the Eagles, Dallas Goddard and Cam Jerkins did not practice. Now, Jalen Hurts and Kenyon Mitchell were limited. Listen here on the Fans Sunday all day with coverage starting at 9 a.m. and the Westwood One call of the game at 3 as Washington looks to head to Super Bowl 59. In local college hoops last night, Virginia Tech on the wrong end of a 71-64 final at Georgia Tech. GW loses at UMass 74-61, and American wins at the buzzer over Lehigh 68-67. And in the women's semifinals of the Australian Open, two-time defending champ Arina Sabalenka moving on to the final where she will play American Madison Keys, who upset number one Iga Swiatek in a thrilling third-set tiebreaker. For Keys, it will be her second career major final. From the Crum Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
It's a B-sub blind. You're in the car, keep buns.
Ladies act like gents.
You're in the Mario Drady on the Momo. This is crazy.
Bro, that is wild. What up, everybody? It's 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. So we're out in Ashburn. Obviously, everybody's getting geared up. NFC title game is on Sunday. The Commanders are in it. Whether you expected that or not, it doesn't matter. They're here. They are here. And driving out to Ashburn this morning, regular morning, everything's cool. Park. Of course, I start walking up. Then I realize I forget my phone, so I had to go back. And as I'm walking up, I'm like, what the hell is that? And I'm like,
You kind of sound like me. Same thing.
Right? Like,
but I was walking in with a guy that actually works in the back and does all that stuff. And he said they basically blew air on this so they can have that thing up, so they try to heat the field up.
So I just tweeted out a picture of it if you want to see what we're talking about. Commanders obviously are playing this weekend in Philadelphia, right? They're playing the Eagles. Lincoln Financial Field is an outdoor stadium for those uninformed. It is an outdoor stadium. The game on Sunday will be outdoors, hell or high water. The Commanders have a practice bubble that is located opposite of the main building from the parking lots. Okay. The bulk of their practice fields, they have 4 practice fields out the backside of the locker room. So the practice bubble is opposite where the practice fields are. There's a big old parking lot in the middle. Walking up here today, I'm looking out at the practice fields, and it looks like they're trying to build a bubble over the outdoor practice field. And I asked you, B, I was like, what is that? What are they doing? And what did the dude explain to you?
That they're blowing air under it so they can get heaters and stuff. They're heating the field up. A lot of these fields now have those coils under the field, the actual field, that keeps it warm at certain times. I don't guess that field did, and that's the field right by the one that they just took the turf off of. So they are trying to heat it up a little bit. I guess because you don't want the ground to be so hard to where the spikes won't go into it. Somebody could slip and mess up a groin or anything. So they wanted to be basically how it would be normally. And Philadelphia, I think when that stadium was built, there are coils under that one.
Sure. Now, I've got all these. So I tweeted out the picture if you want to see it at JP Finley NBCS. I've got all these experts telling me that that's the bubble. No, it's not.
It's not the bubble.
That's not the bubble, experts. Nor,
I just explained it.
I got another dude telling me they've been doing this for weeks. No, they haven't. Like, now they had
he
this.
must forget that we come out here every week.
I'm sure you know more than me about walking around here. They have been putting down this like black netting on top of it. This is something else entirely. And what makes it definitively not a bubble, it wouldn't be high enough for these dudes to practice in. Like,
Sure couldn't punt.
no, I don't even think you could really throw the ball.
You could probably throw some
like little dump balls.
lasers. Nah, but it's just to keep them so they can warm the field.
Yeah. It also, there's so many little things that show a commitment to winning from the top. And this is another one. Like, I don't know, Brian, I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth. I have no idea what that type of machinery costs, but it's, let's give them a quick feels like.
It's up today, Jay.
Yeah, it's coming up today. I don't know if it's up yet.
Well, when I was coming in, it was 15 degrees. It felt like it was 17.
Okay, that's still pretty damn cold, B.
Yesterday it was 4.
Right. I got it at 8. So it's 18 degrees. Feels like is
1920.
19.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's cold as hell. Freezing is 32. So we're still 12, 13 under. Here's my point. Whatever that black bubble tarp thing is, and whatever the machinery involved to heat a field when it's been sub-freezing temperatures for the better part of a week, that all costs money.
Yeah.
None of that stuff's free. They don't give that away if you buy a loaf of bread at the grocery store. There is a willingness to spend to be the best they can, and you see it over and over. We saw it when they took the week in Arizona, which is a moment you think really brought this team together.
Oh, yeah.
And seeing that thing this morning felt like something out of Star Wars, B. I was like, what the hell is that? It was, I don't know. Little things get me excited, I suppose.
Yep.
And it's going to be pretty damn interesting. How are you, Brian? What's going on?
Brother? What's happening with you?
Gearing up for the weekend, getting ready for just what's going to be nuts with this football team, man. They're 60 minutes away, and nobody knows what's going to happen. Philly has a really good team. Nobody's suggesting they don't. But damn, these dudes have a chance. There's a lot of ways you can talk yourself into.
I've talked to a lot of people from Philly. They believe that Washington has a chance too.
I think they're a little shook.
They know they have to come out and play their absolute best game as well. You're not going to sit up here and just think that you're going to walk over these dudes. It's too much going well for them, and they're ready to fight, believe me.
Yeah, I think if you listen to DQ yesterday, and then we got to hear from a number of players yesterday afternoon, I think they're all hitting the right tones. I thought McLaurin, shocker, Terry McLaurin was really well-spoken. I think Terry's like, we haven't accomplished anything yet. We have plenty more to do. And I think perhaps the hardest thing with an unexpected run like this is to keep everyone centered on the next game. I do, however, think they're checking those boxes where everybody is locked in on Sunday's game, despite all the other interesting stuff going on. And, they're heating up the field. They haven't had to heat the field up out here because they haven't played this late into the season.
You're right.
A little bit of breaking news. I don't think neither of these should be a surprise at all, frankly. Jaden Daniels is officially a finalist for the Offensive Rookie of the Year award, and Dan Quinn officially a finalist for the NFL Coach of the Year award.
Should be it. Should win it.
Yeah. Those awards are given out Thursday night of the Super Bowl, NFL Honors. I assume that's down in New Orleans, even if one of the press releases incorrectly said Vegas. What'll be fascinating, there's a lot of honors this team received that if they get to Sunday around 7 p.m. and they've won that football game, Nobody's doing any of it. Nope. You win this game, nobody's going to the Pro Bowl.
Mhm.
You win this game Thursday night in New Orleans, nobody's going to NFL honors. Like,
nah.
Everything shifts.
They don't have representatives.
Nah.
You may have somebody there to receive, more. Maybe somebody from the organization, but not the person.
Yeah, I mean,
hell, Jaden Mom can go accept something.
Yeah, I'm saying nobody's going to go to the Pro Bowl. I almost wonder.
No. None of the players are going to a Pro Bowl. If they're in the Super Bowl, no one's going to the Pro Bowl.
Right. I almost wonder, just getting this far in, if they might skip the Pro Bowl. Honestly, but whatever, they can figure that out.
Depending on how these people rate this, that an incentive thing in your contract.
You get.
If I get voted, I get paid.
The Pro Bowl ain't about the Pro Bowl incentives aren't about playing in it. It's about
it not be.
Yeah.
Some people put it in there.
No way. Not now. What, you got to go play dodgeball to get a contract incentive?
No. Some people will put it in there. You don't show up to the Pro Bowl, you don't get paid. That'd be smart.
For the Pro Bowl people.
Now, for people that's big to the Super Bowl, yes. They don't have to go because they have a real legitimate reason.
What's wild is when I was talking with Kerwin and Heather, like the NBC4 people, about what we need to be sure we cover at Super Bowl week, it was, Thursday night is NFL honors. Jaden's going to win Rookie of the Year. We got to be sure we cover that. That conversation sure is shifting these days about what we got to be sure we do.
You still can cover it and get all of that B-roll and all that stuff.
Yeah. I'm not saying we won't.
But he ain't going to be there.
Yeah, right.
If they're going to the game, he's not going to be there.
It's been a fascinating run how things just seem to be changing in warp speed, man. Warp speed. It's been pretty fun. I don't want to speak out of turn here because I never know if I'm correct. Is Jeff back in the office? Do we have Jeff back? Is the stomach finally
tamed? He'll be back today, so we don't know.
I am.
Whoa!
Right, there we go.
Jeff is back.
Sound bad, man. You been sitting on the toilet all this time?
Nah, that's my voice. I'm good, bruh. I'm back. I am back. I'm flying high.
All right, that a boy. Jeffrey, how you like? We haven't heard from you all week. You've been sick. I can only imagine where the Ashburn syndrome is.
Well, hell, it's not syndrome no more now, Jay.
I've been tossing and turning in my sleep all week, waiting for Sunday. Like I'm like I have jitters right now just thinking about the game. Like I know it's going to be a tough one, but like I don't think we're going to lose. I have the same feeling from last week, this week. And that's not Ashburn syndrome. That's just the faith I got in this team and what, man, they got the whole city behind them. Like they got the nation behind them. They got their team behind them. Like everyone has bought in. I know that is a thing that a lot of people have been repetitively saying, but it is the truth. You can feel it. Like you can feel the spirit of the old fans from around here. You can feel the spirit, of the younger fans embracing us. Dude, my little cousin went and bought a jersey. I didn't even know he was a fan of a football team. I didn't even know he watched football, but he got a Jaden Daniels jersey and talking about he about to go buy a Terry McLaurin one. Yo, it's a surreal feeling. That's all it is.
Hey, look, I'm gonna borrow some money. Damn.
Yeah, what's your cousin? I'm with you, man. It is at some point we got to get used to it because I think this is the bold new future we're all walking into. I don't know that the getting used to it year will be this year. But the opportunity that's there is just so massive and it is exciting. And I think, of all of us involved in this program, me, you, Landfill, Jeffrey, White Brian, you're the only one that's been here, right? Mm-hmm. That's been in a conference title game. And I thought it was very clear yesterday. DQ said fundamentals and execution is what got us here. It's not about rolling out new plays.
Yeah.
I asked Jaden about that. He said, yeah, might be some new wrinkles here or there, but they're going to have some too. But we know each other. Like everybody knows what's at stake in this game. And then Zach Ertz said the same stuff that helped us win games during the year is what we need to do to win games this year.
Totally.
How do they remain focused and just playing their game as the hype continues to build.
See, that's the thing about it. The hype has been building the whole year, and that team has remained the same. I think when you look at the guys on this team that are leading the way, all of those guys are the ones that don't let outside noise affect them. Bobby Wagner's not caring. Zach Ertz not caring. Hell, your starting quarterback who's young is not caring. He's worked harder every week to try to make sure he can keep going on the track he's been on. So I think they have great leadership in DQ and the rest of these coaches around here that don't allow that to happen. Now, there are a lot of times where you get a lot of when people always want the young. If you got no leadership on a team, you can see that happening. Have we seen anything that shows us that they care about what's happening outside?
No.
So I don't expect it to change.
It's really a group that appears to have kind of all the right pieces in place where you've got enough. The mix of vets and young players is remarkable. And then I think if you consider, like I did, who I talked to last night was Tim Murray on the Vison. And talking with Timmy, it was like, I think everybody nationally knows Jaden, obviously. And I think even Terry has kind of hit that mark. But of the guys that made big plays last week, and you got the whole country watching that game last week. Detroit at home, the whole country's rooting for Detroit. For young guys like Quan Martin and Mikey Samerstill to make big plays in that game, people are like, whoa, who are these guys? And I think fans here have known about them all year. But now it's like, okay, this is something really exciting. You've got a couple secondary guys, a second-year guy and a rookie that are making big plays. I think you combine that with Marshawn Lattimore. If you look at what this team was when they've played Philly twice versus what they are now, I feel comfortable saying they're a lot better now than they were.
They are.
I think, the game in Philly in November, they were in it till about 10 minutes, and then it just got away from them. When Saquon hit the first home run on him in that game, it seemed like the defense didn't kind of snap out of it, and then he was able to hit a second, and then all of a sudden it was game over, right? The game in Washington, they scored 22 points in the fourth quarter to come back and win after 5 turnovers.
Yeah.
Dude, they were down 27-14 in the third quarter, and then Jaden just got absolutely red hot, and they were able to come back. I don't know that that's the path either, is to get down 13 points and ideally you're not down 2 scores in the second half this week.
You don't want to see that. And I think if they just go out there and play the game that they've played of late, they have that great opportunity.
Yeah. The fascinating thing will be Hurts's mobility, I think, is a massive part of this. All right, so we got a packed show. With Hugh and Joe, are we doing the we're both live on both stations at the same time thing at 11? We've done that before where we kind of do this crosstalk with WIP in Philly, and it's been a blast. Ross Tucker's going to join us at noon. He is on the call this weekend for Westwood One. Matthew Berry from NBC Sports, talented Mr. Roto, is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Just an absolute huge Commanders fan. Sunday, if you're going to be in the car at all, we got you covered all damn day. Live coverage starts at 9 a.m. here on 106.7 The Fan in advance of Commanders Eagles at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. NFC title game. You can listen to the game here. Listen to DOC do the post game here. It's getting real, folks. It's getting very, very exciting. We'll hear from Joe Witt and Cliff Kingsbury today. A question for us all is, with this contest, last week going to Detroit, I think we knew the type of challenge presented to Joe Witt. This week, I'm very curious. Cliff Kingsbury calling the offense, Joe Witt calling the defense. Who's got the bigger challenge? Let's dive into that. We might have to open the phones up right now just to talk about kind of where the challenges are. What do you feel best about? What do you feel worst about? The rest of the show is going to get packed. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts limited in practice due to a knee injury suffered Sunday in the divisional round against the Rams. Listen to the NFC Championship game here as the Commanders and Eagles play for a trip to the Super Bowl. We have the Westwood One call at 3 p.m. here on The Fan. And American Madison Keys outlasts Iga Swiatek in a third-set tiebreak to go to her first major final in 7 years at the Australian Open. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crump Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Just talking with John Keim out here. Looking at this game, I think that Week 16 game is just so hard to draw too much from. You know what I mean? Because Washington turns it over 5 times, still wins. I mean, they're down 2 scores late in the third quarter. Gonzo was nails when he needed to be. Saquon had the 68-yarder in the first quarter. We've talked about how Saquon was outrageous, and then they slowed him way down. You did have Kenny Pickett in that game and not Jalen Hurts. But honestly, I don't know. Hurts as a runner is elite. I don't know what he is as a passer. And I think, kind of similar to what it was in Detroit, just get on the board, score, and then the pressure's going to start to switch.
Yeah.
If you can score and be opportunistic and try to create turnovers, man.
Yeah, I think it's a bit in this game, man. It's more about what do we do? Okay, what does Washington go out there and do? I think if they go out there and handle their job and their business like they've been doing of late, they don't have to worry about what they do. You'll pressure them. And I look at a stat yesterday. So we keep talking about Jalen Hurts passing the ball and things like that. Jalen Hurts has averaged 134 yards passing in their playoff games when he's around, and they win a lot still. So you got to be able to mess with something else instead of him, because his passing hasn't been very, very potent anyway. So you got to make sure if his running ability, where all of a sudden you think he got something, then boom, he'll break out and get a first down. That is a problem.
Totally.
Yeah.
I think with Hurts, dude, he's been bad. He had an absolutely fantastic season in 22, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that when they went to the Super Bowl and lost to the Chiefs? And he was great in that game, except for a first half fumble.
Mm-hmm.
Clean sheets are going to determine this thing, dude. Like, look at the Ravens game. The Ravens were fantastic. Everybody wants to make it about Mark Andrews. You had two first half turnovers.
Yeah, but you overcame that. You still put yourself in a position.
The team with the turnovers loses. Whoever it is. Every single game in the divisional round, it was the team with the turnovers that lost.
Yeah.
And the team with the clean sheets won. Period. And that has to be – that's how Jaden plays. He protects the hell out of the ball. That has to be like a paramount focus this weekend.
It has to be, but you can't have a turnover and win a game. So that's I'm saying. Like I always say, it's when the turnovers happen. Early one in the first half, you can overcome that. If it comes late, you can't. So if you're going to have one, it better be early where you can mount something back. If you can't wait late to do it, because that will destroy a team. You have momentum going, and you have one that kills you.
You saw that with the Rams last week.
Exactly.
Philly.
Exactly.
It's remarkable to think. I mean, Washington. It is so hard to draw a lot of estimation from that Week 16 win over the Eagles, because Brian, you just said you can't have late turnovers and win games, right?
Mm-hmm.
In that game where they came back to beat them, even though they were down 2 scores in the fourth quarter, Jaden threw a pick with 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah,
it's crazy, dude.
And then they got the ball right back.
They had 2 second half. They had 2 second half turnovers in that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention the 3 in the first half. I mean, that game was so nuts and really so fun. I think for a lot of fans to come back and beat Philly, and then they do it again to beat Atlanta the following week. You don't allow that to be your blueprint. A real question be, what do you feel best about for Washington going into this thing, and what makes you the most nervous?
I feel best about the fact that they are playing damn good football right now in multiple aspects of the game, not just offense. Defense has done some timely things. Special teams. Look at the game on Saturday night. Special teams was kicking the ball short of the goal line
On purpose.
and we're tackling them inside the 20, inside 25. So when you begin to look at that, we had 70 yards to go most times. They had 70 plus. They had 81 yards to go on one time. So you started looking at that, and that field position game begins to play into your on your side, give you a better chance. What I worry about is the running game of our Philly. I worry about that, but if our offense play like they're capable of playing and have them long drives and do things they've been doing, it puts pressure on them. We watched how well Gibbs was running. They had to come out of that. You know what I'm saying?
I wonder if they had to or if they stupidly did.
Well, they had to.
Either way.
When it's a natural thing. When you putting up touchdowns and you're down by 2 scores, you're not going to keep running the football. I don't care who you have back there. You're going to start throwing the ball.
He's averaging 8 yards a pop.
Yep. So they're going to throw it because they feel they want to try to get 20, 30 yards a pop. Like they always say, don't try to get everything back. They tell the quarterbacks, don't try to get everything back in one play. You know what offensive coordinators do all the time? Try to get everything back in one play.
Yeah. I mean, hell, a wide receiver double reverse throwback. That's not exactly, taking your time.
Exactly.
For me, if you're asking what do you feel best about, it is undoubtedly Jaden Daniels. What he is accomplishing, what he has become in this league, the conversation surrounding him. We don't need to get too far caught up in whatever our arbitrary rankings and all that kind of stuff, but he's an absolute star, unafraid of the moment, and playing at an elite level. To ask me, what do I feel best about? It's Jaden. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't other things. I think you have a +6 turnover margin in the playoffs after 2 games going into the NFC title game. You got to really like that. What gives me a little pause is Philly also has a +6 turnover margin going into the NFC title game. What am I most concerned about going into this game? It's the trenches, honestly. I think, we kind of joked about that graphic that the dude from WIP made where he thinks Philly has advantages at all these positions. The only spots I really agree with him are the O-line and the running back. Mm-hmm. And frankly, one spot where I disagree is he has the Eagles D-line just a hair ahead of Washington's. I think the Eagles D-line is fairly significantly ahead of Washington's, and what Jalen Carter is doing, and then you combine that with the fact that Cosme's out. I thought Trent Scott played pretty well last week, but the ask begins to be a lot. And Brian, we saw
been in the league a while. That ask is what they got to ask. They got to, and the thing about it, one guy, Cosme wasn't going to block Carter by himself.
No,
they're going to have to double him.
I agree, but my counter to my own concerns, I guess, is I think we've heard DQ talk about it. Maybe Cliff will talk about it again. Don't worry about the run game. If it's not there, don't concern yourself with the run game. Go to that short passing attack and let that be your run game. They did that early in Detroit because Detroit was playing that little soft zone, and they just carved them up. They were able to go up and down the field, and then Detroit countered, and then they were able to run the ball pretty well. I would not – I don't expect this, frankly, but I don't want Cliff to get into some we're going to prove our toughness thing and just try to establish a run early on.
I think Cliff hadn't worried about that all year.
I do too.
You know, I think we as fans, the problem, and that's why I get so pissed off about the analytics world, because fans are talking so much about what doesn't really matter. You're winning games the way you're doing it. But we talking about, well, they didn't run the ball. Who cares? As long as you win the football game. The main goal in all the sports is to win. And they are winning with short passing, and they're winning with Jaden running sometimes. But they still keep you thinking about the running game. And that's what you have to do. If you completely forget about it and just start doing other stuff, you are playing into the hands of a defense. But if you're not necessarily getting the 4 or 5 yards of carry, wow, you're still scoring touchdowns. You still have long drives. And I think that's what he's concerned about. How can we get from one point to the next? And if he keeps being like that, I want him to stay like that. Don't change. You got to prove nothing to nobody.
Only thing that matters is moving the football, getting first downs, chewing up the clock. How about this? This just came out, and seeing it officially, there are 5 finalists for the NFL MVP award.
Mm-hmm.
You want to tell me who they are, B?
They are Brock Bauer. No,
MVP.
MVP. You got Lamar. You got Saquon. You have Goff. You have what's my man? Allen. And one more. I saw this earlier. I forgot what other person. Henry, I guess.
Burrow.
It'd be hard as hell for me to vote for Burrow. His team didn't make playoffs.
Bro, I'm not saying he would win it. I'm pretty sure Lamar's going to win it. The regular season numbers are outrageous. Jaden deserves to be on there ahead of Goff.
Hell yeah.
Like, I'm not saying he would win it, but I think you can make the case for Jaden ahead of Goff pretty easily. And that
you got to look at what they're looking at, the passing. Just like you're saying, look at Burrow. Burrow team didn't win. I don't care how many yards he put up. The only person probably had more yards than Goff was Burrow. To be honest with you, Burrow threw a lot of damn touchdowns and a lot of yards.
Yeah,
and his team was basically the number 1 seed. So I would put him ahead of Burrow this year.
You don't think Jaden deserves? Would you put?
I think Jaden deserves to be on it, but if you're gonna put him ahead, listen, Burrow team was losing most games, and all they did was throw, and teams were playing a lot of prevent against them. So his stats are skewed to me. I know he's a damn good player, but if you are down by 20 and down by 15, and we're playing prevent, and you're throwing the ball all game, and you still lose, I don't care. That's not great to me.
I think Burrow was better than you do, but Washington won 4 games last year, and you insert there was a lot of changes for sure, but to then go 12-5, to me, Jaden deserves to be in the conversation. I just don't think they want to put a rookie in there. I think they use the MVP to kind of build up their stars, and I think
that's the star. They need to build up that. Well,
I think they'd rather let Jaden get Rookie of the Year, and then next year he's allowed to be an MVP candidate.
I think that's a stupid mindset.
I agree, dude. I agree with you, but don't you think that's what's going on? That he's not even in there? How does he not get in there then?
It's weirdness. I don't know. He should be.
Here's what's not weird. The good folks at Rude.
Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi capability, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something is not right. These guys are the best. They have installed new systems in my house, and I felt a difference instantly.
Here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, waking you up in the middle of the night. None of that. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions like this cold weather. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, don't forget about the savings. I know you got them. People can qualify for federal tax credits up to 2 G's on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
I saw this band at 930 Club in 07 or something. That was a hot ticket back then. That was a hot ticket. The Speed of Buzz. All right, B. There is so much going on for the team this weekend.
Yep.
Shout out to Tailgate Ted, dude. That guy legitimately is like working hard as hell to bring all this like information to fans. I'll start with Saturday night in Philadelphia. We're going to be live at Hard Rock Cafe, doing a live show from 7 to 8 p.m. We're going to do a live mailbag. You can get on TV if you want to ask a question. You got to be relatively sober and you can't curse. It's a pretty low bar, B. You think people can handle that?
No. You say at night?
So the event goes from 6 to 10. We are
What
live
time is your thing?
7 to 8. We're on the front end of this.
Okay, but they're gonna pregame before 6.
Yeah, but B, you know how this goes. They got a private room, so ideally there's no funny business. There's gonna be, this thing will probably be packed, right? 100, 200, however many people. I only need 3 or 4 people to be sober enough to answer, to ask a question.
Well, you pick
and
those
not
guys
curse.
out early.
Yeah, we're gonna have to lean on some people.
Hey man,
Like we love our boy Drew. I don't know that he's the guy for this job.
when I have to do stuff for people, I tell them, get me on the front end.
So
But I'm not gonna go to a party and not enjoy myself.
So shout out to Bram in London to join us, and I got them in the.
Well, those 2 guys will be good.
Well,
They'll be working.
I got them in the A block. I said you're out of here by 7:15. They're like, all right, cool.
Those guys can help you out.
I think they got a dinner to get to. The big man.
I can call in.
I
Wait, 7? I'll probably already be at that. Nah,
I think
you don't want to talk to me.
if we're all going to New Orleans for this team, there's gonna be a lot more asks. I don't want to start burning too many asks. I'm not. I appreciate that London and Bram are going to join us early in the show.
Bram's birthday today or something like that. Yeah?
I don't know.
Close to it.
Happy birthday!
I got him something. I got to bring it. He got to come get it. I've been telling him to give him this for all.
What you got for him?
Oh man!
Usually on Twitter it says if it's your birthday. I'll look it up. Today is his birthday is yesterday. Oh, what is that, dude? I haven't seen this.
He's been trying to get this for a year.
I put it on the stream. You get B Mitch whiskey. That is dope, dude. Oh, I remember you did this couple. Yeah,
Mash Tucky.
Yeah. That's dope.
Now, if you want to really have fun, we can go at it now.
He's got a lot. Oh, and Blanton's. Damn, B.
No, that's for us to take a sip.
Oh, all right.
For Brown's birthday.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know where he is, but
I get him right.
there's a lot of bourbon in here all of a sudden. So Saturday night in Philly, if you're looking for something to do, we'll be at Hard Rock. Tomorrow morning, B, where did all this information go? Listen to all this stuff. So the Today Show is obviously a really big deal. Like the amount of people that watch the Today Show is crazy. NBC4 is doing a pep rally from 5 to 9 a.m.
Guess who was actually trying to do that?
Are you going?
I'm gonna get the yay or nay today, but I would probably be there. At
I
5.
thought you were doing the one in the city.
No, I was supposed to do 5 to 7. That's the mayor doing something with you all at 4.
Okay, well,
NBC 4.
that's terrific. Whatever, that'd be awesome. The
I
location,
meant to ask you yesterday. Would you be at the event?
dog.
But they asked you to do a hit all these mornings.
Yeah, but I do them from home. So the location for this pep rally is Cooper Mill in Alexandria, Duke Street, Alexandria, 5 to 9 a.m. Show off your Commander's gear. You'll be on NBC4. Wake up, the morning show on 4, and then into the Today Show. I think that'll be a lot of fun. But Tailgate Ted's got. And listen, man, it's pretty clear that I work at NBC4, but I'm going to tell everybody about all the different opportunities because other stations are doing stuff too. Where all is it? Tailgate Ted has all the information. So NBC4's Today Show, 5 to 9 a.m., Cooper Mill. Apparently Fox 5 is driving around town in a bus. So if you see them, holler at them. I don't know where to tell you to look. They got a bus driving around. And then Channel 9 is doing stuff in the evening trying to show Commanders pride. So there's lots of opportunities. The one I can tell you specifically where it is Cooper Mill in Old Town, Alexandria. What is Cooper Mill? Is that a restaurant? You know, B?
Nope.
All right, let's find out. looks like a restaurant. So they're going to have to be open early. There's a lot more information. I'll tweet this out. Oh, Millette's going to be there. Millette is awesome. I'm sure you know Millette.
Millette Green?
Yeah, Millette Green's going to be hosting that.
Done a lot of events with Millette.
Yeah, she's awesome. So she'll be there. And, dude, it's been 30 years. And there's a lot of early risers. Get over there. Wear your Jaden jersey, your Terry
I think y'all
jersey.
need to have JP there, NBC4. He looks good in the morning.
That's
You should have him there at 5 right now.
That's early. Maybe we get Jeff over there. Now, if Jeff's going, he'll just go straight there from whatever he's doing Thursday night. There'll be no rest. But can't promise. Jeff Walker should make an appearance at the Commanders Pep Rally, 5 a.m. Cooper Mill, Alexandria, Virginia. Go hang with Millette. Will be fun. When we come back, live crosstalk with WIP in Philly, Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio.
Good morning, everyone. Well, let's take a look. Yeah, there was a lot of local college hoops last night. Virginia Tech finished on the short end of a 71-64 final at Georgia Tech. GW loses at UMass 74-61. JMU victorious, defeating Old Dominion 74-60. Navy a 62-47 victor over BU in Annapolis. And a thrilling finish from Bender Arena in D.C. for American.
On the
Lost
deck,
it out of bounds.
loses it, gets it back to Ball, puts it up, hits it at the buzzer. Lincoln Ball drains it, and the Eagles win 68-67.
The outstanding Dan Lang on the call as American beats Lehigh 68-67 at the Horn. Now, of course, all local eyes are directly focused on Sunday's NFC Championship game, as the Commanders will take on division rival Philadelphia with a trip to the Super Bowl on the line. It is the first NFC East matchup in the NFC Championship game since the Redskins faced the Giants in 1987. Now, yesterday, Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts was limited in practice due to a knee injury suffered in Philly's divisional round win over the Rams. And tonight, the Capitals look to keep it rolling as they hunt a sixth straight win in Seattle to take on the Kraken. Puck drop is at 10. Listen right here on The Fan. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
All right, you are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Any moment, we're going to be joined live by the boys from WIP in Philadelphia for a little bit of crosstalk. Where are we at here, Landini? Okay, great. We're just waiting to hear from Hugh Douglas.
What the hell, they late?
Seems like it. Maybe they didn't break on time like I'm so well known for.
Late. All right, well, hell, I was trying to make sure. Thought we was running the 40, Hugh, and I was already there 10 seconds ago.
All right, let's welcome these guys in. JP Finley and Brian Mitchell, as you hear.
What up, man?
1067 The Thing. What's up, guys?
Did you guys think you all were going to be talking to us again?
No.
Listen, I wanted to talk to y'all earlier. After y'all whooped our ass down there in D.C., I wanted to see y'all again. But here we are. Here we are, Mitch. What has it been like down there in D.C., man?
It has been exciting, but I have a question first.
What's that?
A friend of mine, friend of yours, Seth Joyner says not a snowball chance in hell that the
Listen,
Commanders will win that game.
listen.
What you all think?
You and Seth are the OGs. And, I always, when people tell me about but I'm telling you where I'm at. When I'm like, hey, man, Seth just being Seth. And that's where I'm leaving it at that. Because, Seth, y'all played in the era that I have a tremendous amount of respect for. So I'm never going to go against the OG. I'm never going to do that. But I will say this. You have to respect what you've done, because I've had a chance to talk to Doug Williams a few times, just, send a couple text messages. And I tell you what, man, talking to him, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, you said it too. When I talk about Jane Daniels, you guys don't talk about him as a football player. You talk about him as a man. And I think that's huge, because this is the analogy that I use, B. Mitch. Y'all had a coach down there in Eric Bieniemy who won a Super Bowl, and you had players down there that went and told on him when he was trying to get them right. And that was the kind of mentality that y'all had down there. But since Jane Daniels has gotten there, he's been a leader of men from day one. And that's what you need at that position. That team looks totally different.
The coaching staff was overhauled too. And these guys don't run what the previous administration and the previous ownership, it was all this Game of Thrones, self-preservation at all costs.
Not the Game of Thrones.
I'm telling you, that's how this joint was run. And it's completely different now. And you got to give, all the way to ownership. And I guess Harris ain't the most popular dude in Philly, but he is here. Harris to Adam Peters, the general manager, to Dan Quinn, the organizational alignment, and that has created this spot for Jaden to step in and excel as a person, like you're saying, and as a player. Like none of it's an accident, and it was all a coordinated effort that, frankly, is shocking here in Washington because we were so used to all the bad stuff.
Yeah, you asked us if we thought we talked to you guys again. No, absolutely not. Maybe the first round if it was 2-7, but not here. But so, guys, what's the mentality down there? I mean, like, do your listeners really think you guys are coming in here and winning 4th straight road game? Oh, come on. This is a nice story, but this ends Sunday here in Philadelphia.
It's a nice story.
You know what?
Your quarterback's got one leg and isn't an accurate passer.
Let's be real now. That's the same thing Detroit said. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Hugh has been in the same situation I've been in this situation. When you don't give anybody any credit, any level of respect, that's when they come whoop your ass. We thought Tampa hadn't won under 30 degrees until they came and whoop our ass in that stadium right there.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Because we were talking about we wanted home field. They got to come see us. Oh, they can't win in the cold. If you don't give any respect, that's when you get beat.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at with mine.
Yeah, people totally respect Philly. They understand how good Saquon is. They understand how good Jalen and their defense is. But also they understand if you don't play your best game and this team has happened to be around late, they have already proven in 6-7 straight games that they can win. And I understand Philly may be top to bottom better than most teams out there, but I don't think anyone wants to see Jaden Daniels with the ball last drive.
Real talk.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I'll acknowledge that. I don't want to see that.
Real talk.
Yeah, that's the truth. All right, guys. Let me ask you about something that has become a real theme for them, and I noticed a lot during the game last week, the week before. You guys, I'm sure, have seen it all season. You guys don't punt. The coach goes for it every time, and Daniels converts. Do you expect more of that even against a big Eagles defense this week? Because it's wild. I mean, you guys went for 9 times the first 2 playoff games. Do you think that they're going to approach the game this weekend the same way, where if it's 4th and 4 or less, you guys are going for it?
I think if they're in a situation where they have momentum, they're going to be aggressive like they've always been. You don't get to this point of the year to become somebody new and change up. You remember the great Jim Johnson would blitz the hell out of you. We got against Tampa. We didn't blitz, and they cooked us. We didn't start blitzing until the game was going away. You don't change up what you've done all year. If it's 4th and short, yes, I'm going to go with it because they have converted 86, 87% of them. Why wouldn't you?
They were best
They're
in the
better
NFL
in 4th down than people are in 3rd down.
I wouldn't expect that to change at all. Now, obviously, like where they are on the field matters, but there's 2 factors here. They want to be a ball control offense. They don't run the ball that well. So going for it on 4th down is part of that ball control. It's a lot of short passing. Plus, Jaden Daniels in short yardage situations is damn near a cheat code. You guys invented the tush push, and that's almost impossible to stop. Washington runs this QB counter to the right side. That really is almost – the only team that stopped it was Philly up there when they went for it on a 4th down late in the game, but when it was still a really tight game, that Thursday nighter. I would not expect that to change whatsoever. Washington hired a guy away from the NFL named Dave Gardy to join the staff here, who's been really, really instrumental in a lot of like clock situations, down and distance situations. This is what they've built, and I don't think they're changing it now.
Guys, what did you take away from the last time we played? So it was a weird game, right? Eagles are up early. Jalen goes out with a concussion. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson gets ejected. Eagles are in control. I mean, you guys turned the ball over, 5 times? But then the 4th quarter hit, and you have the big comeback. Like, what was your takeaway from that? Because we've been split on it. Some of us are like, hey, if Jalen doesn't go out, it's a rout.
We about to whoop y'all ass.
Yeah, you guys are about to
get
beat.
You know what? If my aunt had some balls, she might be my uncle.
He'd be your uncle. Yeah.
I didn't know B was going to say the whole thing right there.
The thing about it is, I don't like, look, injuries are a part of this game. And if somebody get hurt, you better have somebody behind them that can step up and hold and make sure you keep the boat afloat. If they hadn't had 5 turnovers, they probably would have been blowing you away anyway. Think about that. So you could. The ultimate thing is football is about football, bro.
I don't think
we about to whoop y'all ass though, dog. Y'all know that ass.
I like that feeling, bro.
So for me, I don't know if y'all agree with this, but looking at the rosters 1 to 53, Philly's undoubtedly better. 1 to 53, the Eagles are better. I think the Eagles are much better in the trenches. I think that could really impact this game. But if you're telling me who the best player on the field is, he's going to be wearing burgundy and gold. He's going to be wearing number 5.
I know Goliath was a badass.
Well, I can make an argument, Saquon, but when you're talking about a guy that's pulling the trigger, that the guy that's pulling the trigger, he's that dude. But y'all can't stop the run, so there's that. I remember one time
y'all can't pass at all. You got a quarterback.
But I remember one time
30 in 2 playoff games.
I remember one time, and B mentioned to you this. It was
AJ Brown got more books.
We were playing the we ain't got to talk about stay out of our personal business. That's what y'all need to do. Stay out of our personal business. But if you can't stop the run,
thing I'm gonna bring up before we get off.
Okay, fine. Bring it up real quick. What personal thing you about to bring?
Before we get off, I'm gonna let you say what you saying.
No, I'm saying if you can't stop the run, you're in trouble. Because I remember one time we playing a guy down there, and it was a running back. What was his name? Stephen Davis. Yeah, we was beating that ass, and then some little dude came out there. I think he was wearing number 30. That we couldn't stop him. Like
I say, you gotta have the backup that can come in and make it happen.
Hey, but y'all can't. Y'all can't stop the run to save y'all life though. So we gonna give y'all.
But in the second half,
we gonna give y'all a heavy dose of Saquon.
You gotta realize Saquon had 16 carries for 27 yards in that first game in the second half.
I don't care. This is for all the marbles. We're gonna give him the ball 50 times if we need to. Y'all can't stop it. 50.
All right,
this is it, baby. This
Run
is
defense has absolutely been a problem here. Jahmyr Gibbs carved them up last week in Detroit, and the genius Ben Johnson that's going to revive the entire city of Chicago. He'll basically be Al Capone. He decided to get away from Jahmyr Gibbs. I don't understand
That's a backhanded comment.
He did you guys a favor. Now, you're right about that. He did you a favor throwing the ball with receivers in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Which is ridiculous.
Gibbs is averaging 8 a carry, and he got 14 carries. I know that won't be the case this week. I know Saquon will get fed.
Well, that's for sure. All right, guys, one big injury that happened in your game last week that I think could play a big role this week. The right guard out for the season, Cosme. I mean, I don't think you guys could block Jalen Carter. You were saying the best player on the field might be Jaden Daniels. He might be. Saquon might be too. Third is probably Jalen Carter. This kid has been amazing, and he blew that game up. I'm sure you guys were watching Sunday thinking maybe you would take a trip to L.A. Stafford dropped back to pass in the snow. Higbee's wide open. And there goes Jalen Carter with a sack. You guys can't block him. He blew that play up on 4th down to win the first game here.
Jalen Carter is unbelievable one-on-one. When you double team him, he becomes a totally different player. And I think, listen, I was the type of guy when I played against you, when I played with you, I'm finding a way to put my helmet on your hip. I'm finding a way to put my shoulders in your ribs. He's gonna be welcomed by a lot of people. I don't know the game plan, but I'll tell you this: if you try to block him one-on-one, you're a damn fool. But if you start hitting him and hitting him in the side, have people come from different spots, he is going to slow down his pass rush. Nobody likes to be hitting the side. Nobody likes to be hitting the hip. I would if I was playing as a running back, I would make his hip my best friend.
He being nice in the way that he's saying
I'm
that.
sure he is. Yeah.
He being nice, but guys,
it's legal. I'm not
within the game.
But I'm going to chip block him. I will have double teams on him. I will make his game as hard as anybody else. Because if you try to block him one-on-one, you lose that. Naturally.
Yeah. But, Joe, to your point, not having Cosme is absolutely a blow to this team. But there is a flip side to that. In both games against Philly this year, the Commanders did not have John Allen. John Allen came back the week after the Philly game from a pec surgery. He played against Atlanta, kind of got his sea legs in the final 2 regular season games, and Allen has been very good in 2 playoff games. So there's kind of both sides are losing one, but you're getting one back.
So how excited, guys, that when you talk about this rivalry, this is something that we're probably going to be doing for the next 5 to 6 years. How exciting is it to have that part of it going into this game?
It's great.
Because we're going to see each other again for the next couple of years. We
haven't had the chance to talk any trash or say anything for years.
In a long time.
Let's be real. The mere fact that we have an opportunity to talk, this is great. But I think this is a difference. A lot of people feel like this team is happy and they're playing with house money. Mm-hmm. This team, basically, their mindset is, we're not done yet. Okay? We still got more. We're not satisfied. And I think that's where a lot of, people think that Washington is happy that they made it to this point. No. Washington think that, we could go farther. And that's going to be tough. When a team who you relatively believe are playing with house money still believe and still go, you better not slack up on it. You better not get complacent.
No, I agree with that.
Guys, what kind of game you think we're getting Sunday? So we were debating before you came on, if this game, from our perspective, more do we need the Eagles offense to finally wake up and score some points? Because you guys usually score a lot of points. Hugh thinks our defense has been amazing all year.
I said we can hold y'all to 17. We win this game.
I said we need more. Do you think we're getting a lower scoring game here, third time with division rivals, or is this going to be more towards, the upper 20s or above?
I think this game is going to be one of those tough games. I think a 2 to 3 point a win. And I'm looking at probably 24, 21, 23, something in that range.
I think Hugh's right. If the Eagles D can slow them down to the point where they're sub 20 points, I think that does play to Philly's favor, because that probably means Saquon is going and the Philly's completely controlling time of possession. Jaden can
day, Joe.
But he said it.
I'm saying, but that's the game plan. I try to tell you that.
That's wonderful. But how are we stopping them to 17 points?
I mean, you got to. It's a man whooping, like B-Man said. It's a man whooping, man. At this point, all hands on deck, baby.
You playing this weekend?
No, I wish I could though.
Can I ask the reverse of that?
What's that?
For you guys, for Washington to win this weekend, what does it look like?
Oh, if Washington win, that means he ran rush shot all over this defense. Because when I don't know how you guys look at it, but
Jaden,
the best unit,
Jaden.
If the best unit on the field, offensively and defensively, is our defense.
I think the second best unit is their offense.
Yeah. And you have to impose your will. You had success last week, and I want to see if B. Mitch see this the same way. You got Austin Eckler going against a shoddy. Let's just call it what it is. Detroit Lions defense.
Yeah.
And that allowed the passing game to be able to be what it was, with Zach Ertz doing what he was able to do, and Terry McLaurin and everybody else. But if you stop that running game, because that kind of opens up everything else, and you shut the young quarterback down, we got a shot. Yeah,
if.
I'm just saying. I know you did. I'm just saying that's a big if. But I'm on the right page. You know what I mean? I'm on the right page.
I'll tell you guys. I think the Eagles are going to win this game. But if we don't, it's because you guys get up and make our quarterback throw the football. I mean, you said it earlier, and we haven't thrown the football well, in spite of having an embarrassment of riches at receiver, tight end, offensive line. We're not throwing the ball well right now. I mean, I don't want to be in the game where I'm asking Jalen Hurts to throw the ball 30 times and to come back. That's not where I want to be, guys. I want to be up and hand the ball to Saquon and use that defensive pass rush, which has gotten better and better with Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter. That's the way I want to win. If I got to have Jalen Hurts throw us back, I'm worried.
The thing about Jalen Hurts, if you have to have him throwing the football, but is he going to be healthy enough to really play a game? Because listen, I was scared for him when he got bent up like he did.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Hugh, he was limited yesterday. He said after
you're gonna see Dr. Bombay, man. I told you you're gonna see Dr. Bombay.
Yeah, Hugh's saying he's gonna be fine. I'll see Dr. Bombay.
B-Mitch knows Dr. Bombay.
Yeah, I don't know what he's
I never saw
Sunday.
him, man. He never took one of those shots.
B-Mitch preferred Professor Hennessy.
I never took a Toradol. Like that.
You never took a shot?
No.
No, me neither.
Don't lie to everybody.
What are you talking about? I ain't never take a shot.
I never did.
You're saying with a needle. What about a shot with a cup?
Listen, stay out my personal business.
Guys,
right for the game.
Oh, I love it. Guys, before we say goodbye, what's is there any leftover juice? What happened from your guys' perspective at the end of the last game? Zach Ertz on the field. Sirianni said something.
Oh, yeah, we ain't talk about that, did we?
Yeah, that one. So that was right around Christmas time.
You know y'all coaches an ass. Let's just be truthful.
He's been
y'all
better.
Even said up there. Come on now.
Hey, he's been better.
I heard Cataldi yesterday call him a tool.
he's
been surprised.
He's been working on it. He's been working on his people skills.
It was only a month ago that he was on with Ertz.
It takes time. It takes 30 days to break a habit. So it's been 30 days ago. So
I don't buy it at all.
What's up with y'all, Mayor? Spelling Eagles.
Yeah. How's that going?
Hold on. Hugh did it the other day. We were poking fun at it, and he did the same thing.
First of all, while Joe was telling all family business, I did it as I was trying. It was a teaching moment.
Oh, stop!
ELGSES.
Sounds like B-Mitch's grandson.
Hey, it was a teaching moment, guys. It was a teaching moment. I'd like to hear one of y'all asses spell Commodores. Go spell it. Spell it right now.
Spell Commodores.
COMMANDERS. Commanders.
COMMO.
No,
maybe
I should run for mayor of Philly.
There you go. Commodores.
I like cheesesteaks and can spell. Vote for me.
I like how y'all double check while y'all
I
was
know. Listen,
No, I
You
spell
guys-
Commodores for you. You asked for Commodores, I gave you Commodores.
Hey, B. Mitch, I better not see you up here with that ugly ass Commodore's jacket on either when y'all come to town.
Now, you know, you
likes that varsity
you
jacket.
asked me for my jacket last time I was
No,
there.
I wanted to put an eagle on, but that's a nice concept.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, that is a nice concept.
Listen, guys, this was a ton of fun. We appreciate you doing it. And like I said earlier, cute story. I respect the team. I love Jaden
Cute
Daniels.
is
great
so
player.
disrespectful.
But
Yes, it
is so disrespectful.
This ends on Sunday. Listen, Josh Harris is not raising a trophy here. No, it's not happening. We're not letting it happen. Guys,
Why
this was
is
fun.
everybody so mad at him? That dude spends every dollar.
Have you seen what he did to our Sixers? Are you kidding me?
You got guys that won't play. What the hell does that have to do with Harris?
He
just
Tell
gave him
Embiid
a
to
contract.
play.
Hey, they weren't
Hey,
winning
and they
before
gave
him.
Stinks.
And
He
they gave him
stinks.
$190 million
Tell,
for the season.
tell Embiid to play.
How about you have that same vitriol for MB?
Yeah,
Oh, I
that's a
do.
joke.
Hey,
With
You
his
guys-
soft
Hey,
ass.
I do.
hey, B. Mitch, he got $190 million before the season started and hit a bad knee.
Harris stinks. He's not.
No, he
winning.
doesn't.
Well, you guys, yeah.
He
I
can
forgot-
run for
I-
mayor down here, and he can spell the team name.
You didn't have to end with that.
No,
See,
you did not.
you didn't have to do that.
The cute story ends Sunday. Guys, thanks so much. Have a good show, and we'll talk soon. Thank you, guys.
All right,
good,
fellas.
fellas.
Always
Y'all
enjoy
be
this.
good.
Thank
How
you.
you? Take care, man.
JP.
That's always fun, man.
Oh, Lord.
They had my hackles up early though today.
Did that cute story thing?
The cute thing
I hope
is so
that cute story
disrespectful.
thing come back and bust him right in his damn face.
That was fun, man. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. That is the WIP midday show in Philadelphia. WIP is an absolute freight train sports radio company up there in Philly. I mean, B, you worked there when you were playing there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that station between that one and then the one in Boston are just straight up freight trains.
They go
dude.
for it, bro.
We're going to hear from Joe Witt, Commanders defensive coordinator, coming up at 11:45. Ross Tucker at noon. Cliff Kingsbury at 12:30. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Well, in our first look at an injury report, Bobby Wagner and Teron Payne did not practice for the Commanders. Jalen Hurts and Kenyon Mitchell were limited in practice for the Eagles as the two teams ready to play in the NFC Championship game Sunday at 3. We have coverage all day on the Fan starting at 9 a.m. Sunday. Also listen to Ian Eagle and Kurt Warner on the Westwood One Call of the Game right here on the Fan. This month only, get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
You think you're so crazy. You're like a disease without any cure. All right, let's check in on the stream. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. That was a lot of fun, man. Hugh and Joe are good dudes. I feel like we dished it out as much as we kind of received as well there.
Well, I'm not going to take it too long. I know that.
I am astonished. And perhaps I shouldn't be. Perhaps this is naivete. I am astonished by the fact that those surrounding the Eagles are so confident in this game when they lost to this team a month ago. 6 weeks ago, whatever it was.
They have their ready-made excuses as to why. Okay? And that's why I'm like, listen, bro, I could throw ifs out there too. You know what I'm saying? I can tell you
the big one out there.
I can tell you all kind of stuff out there for you. But the main thing is, people that talk that outlandish, they're concerned. And they should be. Just like we should be concerned about them.
Dude.
We should be concerned about them. It happens.
I feel like where we land on this, and I don't want to speak for you, but for me, Philly's really good. Their D-line and O-line are really good. Carter is really good. Saquon is really good. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, good player. Like, Philly has a ton of talent, man. Quinyon, DeJean, CJ, GJ, stay in the game, hothead. But, like, Philly has a ton of talent. I'm not trying to
We're not trying to belittle that at all.
No,
but
but
know that.
Washington's good, too.
Hell yeah.
Like, I'm blown away. If they had swept them, I could kind of understand it more. I could rationalize the confidence up there.
Yep.
You got a hothead coach that is incredibly volatile. You got a kicker that has been up and down all year. I don't get the supreme confidence with which those associated with southeastern Pennsylvania seem to carry. Checking in on the stream. We haven't said what's up to the stream folks yet. I got Strizzy at 9:57 a.m.
9:57. It was about 10 hits before 10 o'clock. Maybe more than that.
Bing, bop, boom, 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 bop, bam. Jeff,
Whatever the hell that
I don't know what
means.
that means. The type of ish the Commander's on, you wouldn't understand. All right, I get that part. There's a lot of people in the stream, a lot of comments. I hope everybody's enjoying themselves. I hope they enjoyed that crosstalk with Joe and Hugh.
How many people were throwing stuff at the stream when y'all heard them talking?
Well, I mean, Jeff commented just in the text thread. White Brian, what'd you think of the crosstalk with the Philly boys?
I loved it. Absolutely.
It was fun,
perfect.
man. That they're a confident bunch. And B, I would say we are only confident that this is going to be a competitive game.
Yeah.
Like, can they win? Hell yes. Am I guaranteeing that or anything? No.
No guarantee.
But they're going up there to compete, man. And if you think differently, I think you're going to have a rude awakening, sir. Should be fun, though. Jeffrey, you seem to enjoy that segment. Jeffrey, did he leave again? Or Landfill just won't turn his mic on?
Nah, there we go. I love that segment. Actually, last time when we seen him at the Radio Row for the Army Navy game, I forgot who it was talking about told me to send some iced tea up to the studio when we lose, and we never lost. So that's why I text B in the group chat, yo, tell him send that iced tea down.
It's gonna be fascinating depending how this game shakes out. Like, if Philly loses, the level of meltdown up there is going to be significant. You know what I'm saying? And I can't wait to find out. It's I don't know. I can't wait on that. The game's gonna be so much fun. B, serious question for you. Coach of the year. You think DQ should win it?
Hell yeah.
Do you?
Did you see what he brought this team from?
Yeah.
So I think all of the extra stuff that was going on, and for them to get there this quick, hell yes.
Who are the nominees? So
he's in it.
I know he's in it, but all right, Coach of the Year is Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, Sean Payton, Dan Quinn, and Andy Reid. Is it worth pointing out that only 2 of those 5 are still coaching? The votes are already in.
Votes already in, but I think Quinn did the most this year.
I have a tough time with O'Connell. A lot of people will say it should be O'Connell, and I'm not saying that that's incorrect, but for a lot of people, it's like, oh man,
why would it be O'Connell? That's a question I want to know.
So my counter to a lot of people will be like, oh, nobody expected anything from them this year because they lost Kirk, and then
they didn't sign Kirk back, and then they got one of the best years ever out of Sam Darnold until the end.
They went 7-10 last year. They were 13-4 the year before. They were 14-3 this year. O'Connell's really good, man. I think what Dan Quinn overcame this year for a roster that went 4-13 last year. I mean, really just to get the kind of buy-in, considering about half of the roster was flipped over. It's one of those things where I don't know that he's going to win it, but absolutely it's a pretty easy case to be made that he should.
Dan?
Yeah.
I mean, he's done everything he needs to do to win it. He can't do anything else now. He's done everything that you need to do. You took a team that won 4 games last year. You added 35 people to your team. You have a rookie quarterback. And still you went out there and you won 12 games.
I mean,
you were 6th seed, and at this point you're still playing. But I know the vote's already in, but you're still playing.
And then to go one step further, the assistant coach of the year. I'm not trying to knock anything here, but you got Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn nominated, Brian Flores, Vic Fangio, and Joe Brady, all coaches on good teams that performed well, but nothing like you could say Witt or Kingsbury did, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Kingsbury had to remake an entire offense with a rookie quarterback and suit it to him. I'm not going to get too caught up in what should or shouldn't happen with the coach of the year stuff. I do think for whatever reason, Dan Quinn's accomplishments have been minimized and they shouldn't be. Maybe, I mean, dude, if you just think about the win totals, they were at 6 or 6.5 wins. They doubled that.
Yeah.
And now they've gone way past it.
Yes.
Rookie quarterback, a lot of moving pieces defensively.
What you don't add is this. Well, you had a new ownership group come in, new front office. Then Dan had to work with that, and then he had to bring all these new players in. And he went out there and he coached them up to a 12-5 season. He's done as much as anybody out there. I don't think any coach has done anything more to be able to automatically say that they should be able to beat him.
I mean, what would you say if Andy Reid wins it? That'd be a hard one to argue to me.
It'd be a hard one to argue, but still, you got Pat Mahomes.
Of the Chiefs, and I think
you've won the last 2 Super Bowls.
This gets lost with Kansas City. So to me, there's like, you're a Hall of Famer, which is about as high as it gets. Mm-hmm. But then even among Hall of Famers, there's like the Mount Rushmore type, like the all-time, like there are I'm trying to think of an example of this. Like LaDainian Tomlinson is in the Hall of Fame, deservedly.
Yeah.
But like Barry Sanders and Walter Payton occupy a different corner of the room.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And Tomlinson's an absolute great player. If you look at Kansas City's talent, I think, and I don't know if you'll agree with me on this, and maybe it's premature, but Kelsey and Mahomes are first ballot, undoubted Hall of Famers.
Mhm.
And I think both those guys might be their own corner of the room type guys too.
Yeah.
Not only Hall of Famers, but like beyond, like all time in the conversation for greatest ever at their positions. I think Andy Reid, when it's all said and done, is going to start entering some conversations. Yeah. And Chris Jones is a Hall of Famer. He might not be we might not talk about him like Reggie White or Aaron Donald, but he's on that next tier. He can play.
Yes,
man.
he can.
Bless you. I don't know. It's fascinating. Should Dan Quinn, he's nominated, so he's in the conversation. He absolutely belongs in that too, is what I would add. We still have a lot coming up. Joe Witt, Commanders defensive coordinator, speaking to the media next. Ross Tucker joins us at high noon. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt's got his hands full this weekend with Saquon Barkley, and Joe Witt is speaking to the media now.
Quarterback in hopes that the ball would come to life, and it did. And so the yards are the yards. I think the points were going to be at they were averaging 34 points a game, and so if the penalty doesn't happen on Dante, which he grabbed the shoulder, they probably get 24, and that's right in line where we were expecting. Okay, the yardage, I'm not really worried about the yardage. Once we turned the ball over, scored on defense, 2 points. On 2 minute stops. That's complimentary ball, and that's what we want to do. So, getting into Philly, just a really talented team across the board. You look at their offense. All right, the receivers. I really don't need to talk about them. They're really good. All right, the running back is outstanding. Quarterback is a winner. Offensive line, one of the best in the league. So once again, we just played Detroit, we played Tampa, another great offense. Okay, so it's going to be a great challenge. The men are focused, they're ready. The coaches have done an outstanding job, man, in this playoff run of getting these guys detailed and getting them ready. So it's going to be a fun game. So any questions?
Hey, Joe. How is your week different when you're preparing for a quarterback who can use his legs in the run game as opposed to a quarterback who stays in the pocket more?
Well, we've had a number of these guys that we've had to prepare for, and so the one thing is if he's going to run the ball, and if the coordinator makes a decision for him to run the ball, we're going to treat him like a running back, and we're going to hit him that way. So that's their decision if they want to get him hit the way that he gets hit. If they don't, they'll keep him in the pocket. So, but that's what we're going to do.
Joe, you guys against Saquon in those 2 games have had a lot of runs where you've done a good job against him, held them to 2 or less. A couple of runs where you get those home runs. What makes the difference for you when you're watching it? What makes the difference where you be able to hold him like that versus the big plays that he gets?
That's the whole thing. You watch the last, when they played the Rams, they bought him up some, and then he knocks one. He does it against everybody. And so, what we have to do is just make sure we're disciplined up front. All right, we're ready to flow at the second level. And then the thing that I think he does better than anybody in the league, nobody talks about his home run ability, but he breaks the middle field safety off, okay? If you don't take a confident angle, if you take a touchdown angle, he runs past you. Or if you take a overconfident angle, he cuts it back. So you have to be able to get to his inside hip in a confident way and get him down. If not, you're not going to make the tackle. So, we have to – it's 11-man football to stop this man. And if you don't do it, you're going to see those explosive runs, which you've seen against everybody else.
Not a defensive question per se, but you, Quinn, the whole staff, you guys have your mantras, anybody, anywhere, anytime, ball is life. How have you seen players embrace that, and how has the messaging kind of galvanized this group?
Well, it's from day one. We talked about the way that we live is different than everybody else. And I guess it's hard for you to see it because you're not necessarily in the building, and you haven't, and I've been on a number of different staffs and a number of different teams. But the way we live here is different. And I saw Terry talking about it in his interview the other day. If you're not committed to being a little bit thrown off and a little bit, because you have to be a little bit crazy to be here, all right? Because the way we do things is not the normal way, and we don't want it to be the normal way. It's a special place, and everybody that we've bought into, anybody, anywhere, anytime. It doesn't matter, all right? We compete at a high level in everything we do. All right, the coaches competing every time they come up here and present in front of the team. They are competing to see who does it the best. That's just the way we live. And so the men are bought into it, coaches are bought into it, the people in the building are bought into it. And if they haven't, it's not the right place for them.
How do you mentally approach the third time facing a coordinator, facing an offense?
The first thing I told the defense was, let's not say, all right, we know these guys. Let's dig deeper. Okay. All right. They've had success against us. Let's dig deeper. Even if the times that last time this happened, I was with the Packers and we went for the Bears in the NFC Championship game for the third time. Let's dig deeper. Okay. All right. We got 3 picks that game, 1 for a touchdown. BJ Raji picked 1 for a touchdown. So you just keep going. You just dig deep.
Hey, Coach. When you look at the aggressive play of this defense, they really stood up as a team last week. And could you talk a little bit about the defensive front and what you saw from them headed into this week's championship game?
I think last week they did a nice job of getting the quarterback off the spot. We wanted to, from a back end standpoint, we wanted to give him a cloudy picture and understanding that was going to make give the defensive line a chance to get to their second rush. You know what I'm saying? This week is more of, all right, we got to do whatever we have to do to keep Saquon from hitting those explosive runs. And so, like I said, it's 11-man football. The guys up front stay in the gap, knock people back, and consistently do it. You know, like you said, we bottom him up a little bit, but then he breaks the big one. We can't allow the big one to break.
Coach, if Marshawn's healthy, and it looks like he is now, and Mikey's playing at the level he's playing at, what does that allow you? What does that open up for you in terms of things that you can do defensively?
Yeah, you know, to be honest with you, it really hasn't changed because our inability with the run game right now. So I haven't protected those guys outside. They've been where they are. What I'm hoping you'll see what you got from Mikey last week is ball production. We have guys out there that can get the ball, and if you're going to throw the ball up there, and we have the ability to turn it over, now the ball doesn't go vertically as much, and it really hasn't gone vertically that much this year anyway.
Since coming back, what have you seen from John Allen? And considering he didn't play in the first two Eagles games, how do you think he can kind of help?
I think you know as many big bodies as we can get and rotate them and keep them fresh is needed. I thought the first game his pad level was a little high, and I think he's been just playing better, you know, as it's been coming along. And I think he's going to play his best ball here. And then also, just the other big guys, we have to play with great pad level, and because they're really good up front. They're really good.
With regarding the turnovers, you were pretty gloomy earlier in the year that you guys weren't getting the number that you wanted. 5 may be an anomaly, but when for you this year did you see, hey, things are starting to turn, we're starting to put ourselves in position to make more plays?
Well, you really, like I just told the defense today, you remember what you do in December, January, February football, and so we could have a performance similar to the one that we have when it's coming to getting the ball. That'll be 3 weeks in a row of producing the ball, and that's what it's about. We've had our hands on a number of interceptions, we just didn't catch them. All right, and we caught the ones that we had opportunities to this week, and so we got to the quarterback, caused a sack fumble, and so that's what we have to do. We have to make the splash plays. That's what playoff football is about, is making the splash plays, and forcing them to make mistakes. I'm tired of the narrative that if they wouldn't have done this, that, or the third, they would. Well, they did it. All right, they turned the ball over. We forced them to turn the ball over. So that's part of NFL football. So they can kill that narrative.
Coach, you came here a year ago. DQ called it a recalibration.
Yes.
Have you had a chance at all to realize how quick a turnaround this is for this organization? Have you taken stock in that?
One thing that we talked about, and I thought it was a little bit, it might be corny. I might be a little bit corny, but I told the man there's very few times in life that you have opportunity to be part of the change and reap the reward. Usually what happens is a team starts it, all right, and then 2 years later, they win it, all right. We have an opportunity to do something a little bit different, all right. We could be the team that started the turn, and then if we keep on staying focused and win this game, all right, we can reap the reward at the same time. And that rarely happens.
That rarely happens, man. Be the change and reap the reward, dude. What an opportunity for this football team. Someday, Brian and I are going to have the conversation about how much they accomplished this season. It ain't today, though. When we come back, Ross Tucker.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Well, between 1982 and 1991, the Washington Redskins played in 5 NFC Championship games, going to 4 Super Bowls, winning 3 of them. But it has now been 33 years since they have been back. And Sunday at 3, the Commanders will play the Philadelphia Eagles with a trip to Super Bowl 59 on the line. We have coverage starting at 9 a.m. Sunday, along with the Westwood One call. For the 3 o'clock kick, you can listen to it all right here on The Fan. Now tonight, Maryland is at 17th ranked Illinois, a 9 o'clock tip-off on the Team 980. The Capitals look for a 6th straight win, taking on Seattle at 10 here on The Fan. And the Wizards are in L.A. facing the Clippers, a 10:30 start on Bloomberg 99.1 FM. Power up your future. Enroll tuition free in the Sustainable Energy Program at PGCC. Start your career in renewable energy today. Visit www.pgcc.edu to get started. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is high noon in the District of Columbia. Tracking down Ross Tucker, expected to join us in a moment or two. Oh, we got Ross. Great. Of course, everybody knows Ross Tucker. He's going to be on the Westwood One call of Commanders Eagles this weekend, NFC title game. You can give him a follow at Ross Tucker NFL. He's got the Ross Tucker podcast. Ross, did you ever think you'd be coming on with us to talk about the Commanders in the NFC title game?
Not this year. I didn't. No. Definitely not. But I am very, very glad to be doing so. I mean, I saw you guys in November, and I thought it was a nice story. And I'm not surprised that they made the playoffs and all that. But no, I was not expecting this. I am absolutely thrilled for everybody listening right now because I know what it's been like over the last 20 years, and I know how long they've waited for this. It's awesome.
Ross, when you look at this team now and the stretch down the end and the 2 games in the playoffs, what is different about them now than you saw when they played against Philly up there on the Thursday night game?
Yeah, good question. I think they're better. I think they're better probably both sides of the ball. I think certainly, on offense, I think De'Ami Brown has really given them something. I think he's really given them something as that second receiver that they kind of were lacking earlier in the year, which is huge, right? To have that complement that they have in him. I think defensively, I'm probably more impressed. I know they still give up a decent amount of points or yards or whatever, but I don't know, man. It just feels to me like they got a lot of guys playing better than they ever have. I mean, Jeremy Chin and Frankie Louvu and Dorrance Armstrong and Fowler, and it's really a testament to Dan Quinn. They're still not a great defense, but they got a bunch of guys I feel like playing the best ball that they've ever played.
Agreed. On the line now is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Make sure to check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, the daily NFL podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Ross, looking at this game, obviously Philly's really good, right? They've got a loaded roster, big, strong, fast. But Jalen Hurts, man, doesn't seem right. Now he doesn't seem right, and he seems injured. Obviously, the Eagles are going to want to run Saquon and run him a lot. But what do you make of the Philly pass game right now?
Tough to watch. Really tough to watch. And it's kind of crazy that there's a chance that they make it to the Super Bowl without their quarterback ever throwing for 200 yards. I mean, they might win this game without him throwing for 150 yards. You know, I mean, and you know, the credit to him is that he does not turn the football over. And with the run game and with the defense, that's the most important thing. Now, as a former offensive lineman, some of the sacks he takes drive me absolutely nuts. And I can't believe I'm watching a quarterback take this many sacks after 3 seconds of having the ball. But you got to kind of take the good with the bad with him right now. You know, he's made some clutch throws when they've needed him to. He doesn't turn it over. He's been very effective at times as a runner. And that kind of offsets some of the things he's not seeing, some of the throws he's not making, and the sacks that he's taking. You know, with this offense and this defense, he's playing winning football. The question very early in the game will be how effective he can run after this knee injury, because if he can't run very effectively, that really changes the dynamic.
Do you think? So I know they're the better team, they're a favorite, but if Washington were to win, what has to happen on Washington's side?
Yeah, I mean, I thought about this a lot, obviously. I guess I feel like if they played 10 times, that Philly would win 7 or 8 probably. But certainly I would not be surprised if the Commanders, if this is one of the 2 or 3 where they win. I mean, not at all. I think if they can play offensively the way they did in week 16 with spreading out the Eagles, you know, maybe Quinyon Mitchell isn't playing his best because he's coming off the shoulder injury. So maybe he's not as effective. Maybe they really attack the middle of the field with Nakobe Dean out, and Eckler and Ertz can have big days in the middle of the field sustaining offense, because I do not think the Eagles are going to give up explosive plays. They just don't do that. The Commanders are going to have to go the length of the field, and it's going to have to be, I think, a lot of Ertz, a lot of Eckler, and a lot of Jaden Daniels' legs. That's the offensive part of it. Yeah, defensively, I think just not give up the 70-yarder to Saquon. You know, people do a pretty good job of keeping him in check, but it's like he gets these big ones, and it just feels like you can almost feel it coming, and it feels inevitable. If they can just make the Eagles have to go the length of the field and not let them break a long one, I think you got a good chance.
Agreed, man. And the problem against Washington twice now is he's broken long ones. In both games, they've largely kind of slowed him down outside of the long ones, but he does that to everybody. So it's hard to think, you know, that Washington can crack some code. Talking with our friend Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. You can follow him at Ross Tucker NFL. Saquon's obviously Philly's biggest threat, and I think their offensive line is really, really excellent. Dude, you played in these games, Skins, Eagles, and all over the NFC East. How much, if any, impact does it make that this is a third game? And it's, you know, it's been an even split. Turnovers have pretty much dictated the story in both games.
Well, I think the second meeting is a lot more relevant than the first meeting. But I also think it's more relevant for multiple reasons, one of which is that, you know, I think the Eagles are not real happy about losing that game down there in D.C., you know, in Maryland. I think that they're, you know, they don't really think that they should have lost. I think they probably think they only lost because Hurts got hurt, but they also don't like that they gave up that many points. I mean, that's the only team that really put up points like that on them since the bye. So I don't know if any of those guys have said it publicly or not, but I think they're kind of glad they're playing the Commanders. I think they're kind of glad that they get to show that that game was a fluke, that that's not who they are, and that they can kind of make up for it. I think that's a very, very real thing in this game, is to kind of get back at the Commanders for that game from a few weeks ago.
I understand that mindset, but the Commanders had 5 turnovers, and they were still in that game. And that, to me, says if they don't have 5 turnovers, how many points can they score it in? So I believe as much as the Eagles can feel like they shouldn't have scored that many, the Commanders should be thinking we can put more points on them.
Totally agree. And then the question is, what about if the Eagles had Hurts and they were moving the ball more and they were putting up touchdowns, you know, how that would have affected it. I got to tell you, it's one of the craziest things. I mean, we could go through it, but like, there are not very many Commanders that would start for the Eagles.
It's crazy.
There just aren't. There just aren't. However, the quarterback would. You know what I mean? Like the quarterback would. And I'm just telling you right now, if the Commanders win the game with like having 2 or 3 guys that could start for the Eagles, maybe 4, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5, but then I might quit the sport because the quarterback position is just too important then. I mean, it's just like, it's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable how important that position is, that a guy might be able to overcome that type of talent deficit and deficiency, which, by the way, would make me so excited for the Commanders in future years, because I got a lot of faith that Adam Peters is going to continue to stock the roster with guys the next couple of years, and then the talent level could be closer. I mean, like, if you look at the Commanders' O-line compared to the Eagles' offensive line, it's not even close. Not even close. I mean, it's super impressive. Super impressive. It's really a testament to Jaden Daniels and Dan Quinn that they are in this position that they're in, because it feels like it's a year early, but I wouldn't be surprised if they win it all. I mean, with the confidence and the belief they have, and, you know, here I am talking about the Eagles wanting to get the Commanders back. The flip side of that is the Commanders have no fear. Commanders just beat these guys a month ago. They know they can do it. They prove they can do it. I'm sure they believe they're going to do it again, and they might.
It's crazy. Ross, I know you got a boogeyman. I appreciate you making time for us. It's going to be a fun weekend to watch this game.
I can't wait. I'm going to be on the sideline. So for everybody watching, I usually go on the away team sideline because there's less people and because that's where the TV cameras are facing. So anybody runs out of bounds or anything, look for me to try to get gratuitous TV time. You got to follow me at Ross Tucker NFL to see what I'm wearing. But I literally text my wife and my mom every game I'm on sideline, because that's the only fun for them, is to watch to see if they can see me on the sideline. So I try to get as much TV time as I can.
All right, we'll be looking
Ross,
for you there,
brother.
man. We'll be watching for you. I'll see you up there.
All right, see you guys.
All right, bro. Take care.
That was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Make sure to check out
Everybody does that.
the Ross Tucker Football Podcast daily on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. And I think he's really being fair. Like, we can be unbiased about this and recognize how good Philly is.
Yes.
But Washington just has something working.
Something working.
It's not it's Jaden driving it, but there's a lot more to it. You know what I mean?
I've been told a long time ago, when people start talking, and I think that this happens to a lot of people that work in our profession. We look at talent and we always talk about how great a team is because of the talent. Talent only don't win games for you. If you got a guy that just have a little less talent, but he works a lot harder than that guy with more talent, he can beat that guy's ass. Okay? And what you have to understand, this is a well-coached team with a bunch of hungry people, and they're not resting on their laurels. So a lot of talented people, they rest on their laurels, and we'll see what happens.
I mean, I also think when we talk Sirianni versus DQ, to me, it's pretty apparent. Like, if Sirianni's the one with the loaded roster and the other team, what did Ross say? And I don't necessarily agree with this, but he said 3 or 4 players on Washington could start for Philly. Shouldn't the coach with the loaded ass roster be running through this thing?
Yeah.
That tells me a lot.
Yeah.
Frankly, I think you've got an elite executive in Howie Roseman and putting teams together, but that doesn't necessarily. I just don't know with Sirianni, and I dude, don't try to tell me his record because his record's really good, but I don't know. It's pretty fascinating. I think Philly's really good. Not trying to discount that. Dude, we haven't had a moment to circle back to this. The people in Philly being mad at Josh Harris makes 0 sense. And I frankly think
they're mad because he bought this football team
and
and
they're
made
good.
them better.
Yeah.
And let's be real. Philly, the Eagles run Philadelphia.
Right.
And they're like, well, damn, he coming here and bought this team to make them better and compete against us. That's what they're mad at.
I agree.
And you know what? Who gives a damn?
The NFL teams in every city run the city. Maybe, what would you say? Maybe the Lakers and maybe the Knicks or something. But in general, I think there was maybe the Yankees in New York and the Lakers in LA, but those are pretty unique examples. Yeah, I think you're totally right. If you look at how he's run the Sixers, that's a dream owner. They spend money like crazy. They're always trying to hire new coaches. He talked about the stuff on the edges, the margins. They spend money on all that stuff. Hyperbaric chambers, whatever these players claim they need, they get. It's
not his fault that he got some players on the team that don't like to play. Say it like that.
Dude, are you ready? It sure seems like the Cowboys are closing in on a new head coach. They could pick anybody on the planet. It's Dallas, Jerry Jones, oil money, baby. All glory hole. Who do you think they got?
That's what I'm asking you.
It's not a done deal, but it looks like they're going to land the big fish, B.
Who's the big fish, Dion?
No, the big fish. The biggest. Think big. Think broad.
The old quarterback?
Brian Schottenheimer.
Oh, if they control him.
Oh, good luck with that. All right, here's what I want to do. We're going to hear from Cliff Kingsbury. We're going to hear from Dan Quinn. Because the NFL is taking control of the media sessions now, you get a lot more availabilities. You get to hear from Cliff. You get to hear from DQ. Matthew Berry going to join the program at 1 o'clock. That should be a lot of fun. Peter Rosenberg joining us at 1:30. I think Peter now has a 1-week-old baby, maybe a 9-day-old baby. And we all know what her middle name is, Jaden. That's going to be a lot of fun to talk to him about the new world that he's brought a child into, where all they know, like friends of ours, Jay and Chuck, they each had another baby. Those babies are undefeated in their Redskins fandom.
All right.
It's a new world, man. Things change fast. When we come back, you'll hear from Cliff Kingsbury. Nobody go anywhere.
The Commanders getting ready for practice at 1:05 p.m. Linebacker Frankie Louvu. This team is cohesive.
It's crazy because I was like asking the guys, like, if we were to ask the question, like, would y'all think we would be here today or we might have a chance? A lot of guys said we have a chance, you know what I mean? But it just took time for us to build that brotherhood, build that bonding, anybody, anywhere, anytime, and we got that. So, man, we got a special group, and I'm going to go with my boys.
Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Lamar Jackson are finalists for the Associated Press NFL Most Valuable Player Award. Quarterback Jaden Daniels, a finalist for AP Rookie of the Year. Dan Quinn, finalist for Coach of the Year. The winners will be announced February 6th. Capitals against the Kraken tonight, 9:45 on the Fan. Terps against Illinois, 8:30 on Team 980. Wizards versus Clippers, 10:15 on Bloomberg, 99.1. Huge upset for American Madison Keys, taking down number 2 seed Iga Swiatek in 3 sets at the Australian Open. She'll face Arina Sabalenka in the women's final. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
What a good track that is. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. You missed any of our interview with Ross Tucker? Make sure you get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind, and figure that out. We got a lot going on this week. We got Dan Quinn addressing the media now only, 3 days in advance of the NFC title game.
Let's get it.
Ready to roll?
All right. I've been asked early and often as the team got together, what's your identity? And that took some time to answer, as it should. But while we have found our identity, what I hit with the team is that we still haven't found our ceiling. And that fires me up to say that at this time of year. And that's really what we chase, about what we can do to get better and find our space to go for it again this weekend. And we've consistently raised the floor, but we haven't found that ceiling that we're going for. And that's kind of what the whole weeks are about, digging into the skills, digging into things to work for. And that's no different this week, as we're going right back outside to practice. You guys bundle up and be ready to roll. But glad to open up with you guys and get rocking again today. Yes.
Coach, you told me earlier in the week that you took B-Rob aside last week to have a little film session. I talked to him about that, and he said it was kind of eye-opening as far as reminding me of who I am. Have you always done that? Is it something that you did your second go-around here? And basically, what's the genesis of that?
Yeah, I think for the player, I want them to know how much we care and how much belief we have in them. Sometimes if they realize how much belief we have in them, I think they'd be overwhelmed. And it was a matter of just showing and giving that positive example, like, this is exactly who you are. And so wanted to reinforce that and make sure that was there. So nothing different from here. I've done that with other players this season as well. And I just felt like he was the one last week that I wanted to make sure I connected with.
Dan, you talk about identity, and toughness has obviously been a part of that you've been looking for all year. We don't generally view wide receiver as that kind of category, but we see that play last week where Diami and Olamide blocked for Terry, and then
Yes.
he's able to go through. And the decision ultimately to sort of go for that type of player at receiver, how much do you think how much of an example of that is like a tone setter for you guys that maybe, we don't really think about?
It's a big deal. And we do talk about that as really the competing part and the finishing part. And it's ironic, as we got into this postseason beginning, we used to have our individual goals by player. This is what I want to work on over the next month or 6 weeks. And so as we got into the postseason, we did it as a position group. And so one for them was the, perimeter blocking and finishing on the screens. So it's funny how you get what you emphasize, but they were the ones that came up with that. And I thought, very good example of a number of things on that particular play. The blocking, Terry going like what we call running through the smoke, but also having an awareness for the ball through that, knowing that they were going to come punch it. That's such a big emphasis, Ben, as you know, of who we are and what we do. And so we make a big deal about the ball. And on this day, every week, Tavita is the first one to go, and we talk about ball security with the entire team. And Jason Simmons also presents to the team on this day about takeaways and creating those moments. And so teaching that part of the fundamentals is a big deal, but it starts with the competing and the finishing.
What have you seen out of John Allen since he's come back, and considering him playing the first 2 Eagles games? How do you think he can impact this game?
Yeah, one, it's just kind of shows like the commitment he did to come back. And when you have that injury, just, in my head, I was like, damn. And I just thinking he's out for the season. And then as it kind of the calendar turn, okay, there's a space, going to the doctor, you could outline it. And like anything, I thought the first couple games, him getting back under it to go. And his last game, I thought, was the most impactful. And so that doesn't surprise me, as we're going for him, to be on the rise as well. So it's definitely gave us, a shot in the arm that we needed.
Dan, I know that you and everybody here desperately wants to win Sunday, but I just wonder how you kind of reflect on what this season has been for you in terms of getting another opportunity to show what you've learned over the course of the last few years and seeing it come to fruition so quickly.
Those are good post-game hugs, Adam and I, as we're going through it. But as I get into the week, I'm not there yet, Dave. And there's just so much at hand for this week. And that's, what I wanted our team to feel like. And I felt like I need to stay in that space as well. This is the keys to winning in this game. And so I hit that with the guys on Wednesday and again today. And I'll do it, over the next 2 days, just so we're leveling up as we're going. And there's a prove it side to us all. And, I definitely have part of that, just like the players do. But as far as reflecting back, I'm not there yet.
Hi, Coach. This defense really stood up last week overall. But when you look at the defensive line, what did you see from them? Because they were really aggressive, getting at it in going into this game against the Eagles' offensive line.
Yeah, what I thought, Donna, that the thing that started the shift of the momentum, I two things. One, they decided to take the ball, from the kick. They won the toss. And so getting a stop early, I thought that was a good way to say, right back to where we're going to go. But I thought Dorrance Armstrong of getting the sack on the early possession and Luvu on the fumble recovery of that play, that kind of unlocked some things. This is how it has to go down today, and being about the ball. But I thought Dorrance's play was the one that maybe, was the igniter of that. And that's one that we needed for sure into that spot. But that was the play that got it going. And I thought then Quann's interception in the return, that was the one. Now the fire caught and now we could go. But those were the plays that I thought really set it off. But they've improved a lot. And so we still got a bunch to improve upon. But the ball was a big factor for us in the last 2 games. And so we make a big deal of that. And it's not just the defense, it's offense and the return guys have taken care of the ball. So that to us is something that we talk about a lot.
Jaden mentioned that playing basketball as a kid helped him with his court vision as a quarterback. I'm wondering if there are plays this season that his vision, his ability to see things has really shown up to you.
Yeah, we don't have enough time probably. Like I wrestled and threw the shot puts. I don't have a lot of good examples of court vision. There's so many, man. Like he has a knack, which is unusual. And maybe there was a play even this last game where I felt Branch was chasing him and he kind of kicked through. And I think that's also vision where somebody's coming to track you from behind and you can kick through the tackle to remain a passer. And his eyes remained downfield, but there he felt the player behind him. For sure, like looking off people to go, that's a big piece of it. But yeah, there's a lot of them. I can't think of one that stands out, but there is a lot.
What makes Saquon so hard to stop, especially with this offense?
Yeah. He's hard to stop, and then especially with this offense. That's a good point. Yeah, like 2 good questions, and they're both accurate. There's a start and stop factor, John. I mean, that's for sure legitimate. You may have this gap, and he can go, and if it's plugged, he'll stop, test the next one, boom, test the next one. And so that ability to work back and cut and then accelerate again, you've seen him outrun safeties who are coming from an angle, but as he gets to the next level, he can break the guys off just by the speed to get outside. He's also got rare change of direction. And so whether it's a spin or a jump cut, those would be the 2 things to be. But I think the vision behind the line where it's that B gaps filled, I'm coming back to the A, or I saw the safety over here, I'm working them back. So I think there's a combination of vision and then the ability to start and stop like super quickly. He has this quickness of a smaller back and the size of a big back. If that makes sense to say, like that's unusual combination, but it's not the size alone of this guy's so powerful. It's both.
When did you know Jaden was legit? Is there a moment, a game?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like which one would be that one to say, okay, that's the one. There were probably like glimpses, that equaled up to that. I would say in our regular season, the glimpse at the New York Giants in his first 2 minutes to go. There was a giant glimpse against Chicago. That was more of like an actual big glimpse. And then as it went, I'm trying to think of one to go. Certainly, like by the end when we got to Atlanta, there was, like talking to Raheem afterwards, like this guy's amazing. And I'm like, yeah. And there's plays that happen that he's able to, we didn't call that play coming in, but the next play took place. He got outside the pocket, he extended plays. So I knew early on the poise was really good. And then as it got into these moments where it became great, that's a big deal. I thought our team over the last maybe 6 weeks, we've gotten better on the field, but we've also gotten better in between our ears. Like we're more resilient, we have more belief, we're mentally tougher than we've ever been. And so all of that factors in. Like, yes, our improvement, as I was talking about, is good, but it's not just the on the field improvement, Nikki, that I'm talking about. It's also a mindset that I will go the distance, I will finish it longer. And so Jaden being right in the middle of that has definitely had an impact on that, because knowing that you're never really out of the fight, that's a big deal. And so why did we have those close games? Maybe that stretch, I thought, build some resolve, not just on the field, but mindset, attitude, connection, belief. And he's definitely a big part of that.
Dan, two things on Cliff. What intrigued you about him in the hiring process? Because it's such a big deal about who you're going to put with the rookie quarterback. And two, he's shown a propensity to take input from players and use it on the sidelines and implement it. How has that worked?
Yeah, so going into it, there was a certain play style that as a head coach that you want to have, and so Cliff competing against him provided some of the most difficult challenges, and that was similar to in Atlanta to hire Kyle. And this is challenging, this is aggressive, and that's really who I am. So I wanted to make sure that everything would match that. And so going against Cliff, I just felt like, man, this is a really tough group to prepare for and play against. And so as we kept, in touch through that process, knowing that we would have very likely a quarterback selected and his experience with that, I thought, what a perfect fit. What I'd found out was what the competitor is, what a great teammate he is. And so he's been like an absolute blast to work with. Like he is an absolute competitor, man. Like he, comes across quiet and that, like he is a real competitor and like a wolf in sheep's clothing kind of competitor. And I really appreciated that about him, but he's been excellent for us.
Similar to that, what were some of the reasons you wanted to bring, Brian Johnson here? Was it some of that quarterback background, knowing that you'd be in this spot, and those thoughts about why you brought him? How's that played out?
Yeah, so I got to know Brian a little bit from Florida and then followed him, going to Philadelphia. And so he was somebody, maybe a few years back, I had my eye on when he was the quarterback coach there before he was named the OC, thinking this is a player, this is a coach that you want to, stay connected to. I saw what he's done. And so putting the whole group together, we know we wanted some heavy hitters. And we wanted to surround the offense, the quarterback, with as many of those heavy hitters as we could. And I think, Adam had that vision. I explained that obviously to him, but him up to Josh as well. And so that was like an important part of there's a real process that we're going to go through to make sure we're going to support the hell out of this player that's not even here yet. Interior of the offensive line and tight end and others, and a system for offense and support. And so to be able to deliver on that is a good thing. And anytime you do what you say you're going to do, that's a big deal. And Cliff has done that, and Brian has done that, and so Tavita has done that. Like David Blau, those ones, they have all. This is what we have to get done, and they absolutely were down for that challenge.
Understanding you signed a handful of veterans during the offseason to help provide leadership among other things, but among the guys you quote unquote inherited in the locker room, who do you credit for helping instill culture in the place you want it to be now?
I didn't think of new guys that were here. I wasn't going to really go there. I didn't think that was the way to look at it. They're all our guys now. And so they're all on the same footing. And I didn't want to say, this is how the team did it and how would you think? And so I just knew, hey, who are the leaders we can help develop? And people like Terry, have been such an important figure of that. I knew he was a great professional, but now I've seen the leader, begin to emerge. And now that's, to me, is so much different. And so there's a number of guys, but I didn't ever want to go and whether it was staff or players, these guys were here or not, no, man, if you this is us together.
Dan, you've gotten contributions 1 through 50.
That is Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. And one thing I can say, having listened to a lot of coaches and a lot of podium sessions, that dude is sincere. And when he got here, everybody that, they went through their process, and everybody that stayed here, they weren't trying to divide people oh, you were with them, you're with us. It was, we're all here now. We're all pulling this rope to go the same way.
There you go.
And so far, so good. Big opportunity Sunday. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to talk to Matthew Berry at 1:00.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. There's nothing like the NFL playoffs. It's one big game after another. And you know what? Big games deserve bigger payouts. That's why FanDuel is giving all customers a same game parlay profit boost every game day during the NFL playoffs. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account, you'll score a bigger payout if your same game parlay hits. Listen, you can do a same game parlay like an anytime touchdown. Let's go with Jaden Daniels. How about Austin Eckler over yards on receiving? And I'm going to go with Terry McLaurin also with an anytime touchdown. So don't just watch from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/Brian to get a same game parlay profit boost every game day during the NFL playoffs. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of WJFK. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. You have to be 18 years old and present in D.C. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
Oh. You ever dance to this song at the club, B?
Nah.
Nah, why not? Jeff, you ever play this at the club? But the club gets crunk.
They would
Crunk's
look at
still a
me
word.
and say, "What is this?"
Listen, there are times I give you a hard time about not playing classics at the club. That is not one of them. So we're clear. I'm not expecting you to play that at the club. We've heard from DQ. We've heard from Joe Witt. Those are two dudes with significant resolve.
Mhm.
They are. Over the years out here, there's been like a running bit kind of in the media of if you had to pick one player to have on your side for a fist fight, who would it be?
Yeah.
And for a long time, it was kind of Niles Paul and Trent Williams. I'm not even getting into the locker room who I would want on my side in a fist fight.
Mhm.
I kind of think DQ and Joe Witt would be a pretty nasty team, dude. Don't they just strike you as?
Yeah, they're little. They are.
Joe Witt
serious.
said he's like, man, you gotta be crazy to be here, and I'm crazy. Like his level of preparation and intensity
Mhm.
is pretty damn impressive and has been all year. But
He's intense, man.
DQ said he's like, I mean, they're a lot better today than they were September 10th.
Totally.
And improvement like that over the course of the year speaks to coaching and development. Everything speaks to players, but that is real coaching and development.
Yeah. And listen, man, those guys come in, and a lot of times players view coaches. Okay, coaches come in. A lot of coaches talk that talk, but they don't back it up. They don't put the work in like they expect the players to do. But when they see they have coaches that really do it like that, they damn sure are going to follow that. And I think Joe and DQ, even Cliff, they've walked what they preached, and that their players follow that quickly. That's how you get your team to get where you want them to go rather quickly.
There's so much to like with this organization. It's funny. We were just talking with Bram, like the Philly. Do you sense any BS insecurity in the level of Philly bravado? I do.
They are naturally like that, but yes, I totally do.
Like, oh man, these guys can't play with us. Meanwhile, they're secretly like checking the Jalen Hurts injury report. You know what I mean? Like, I
notice they're not really discussing that a lot. They're avoiding that conversation.
They're definitely avoiding that he's averaging 130 pass yards per game in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's run through. This is yesterday's injury report. Practice set to begin here in about 10 minutes, and we'll get a little bit of an updated look. Kind of weird to me they don't just put Cosme on IR. Cosme didn't practice yesterday. No duh. Ertz got a rest day. Farrell got a rest day. Fowler got a rest day. Farrell had one of my favorite comments yesterday in the locker room. We were talking with him, and I said, because Farrell's been in big moments. Like, he's played in big playoff games. He understands kind of what all is included. Mm-hmm. And I asked him yesterday, I was like, is this one a little different because it is an NFC East game, because it's the third time you're seeing this team? Like, Farrell was in the Super Bowl last year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And his reply was so good. He's like, hell yeah, there's blood in this. and I get it. Like, when you play a team that often, it is going to feel a little different. The first one of these that I care, not to say I care about, but I think could be more than just rest. Deron Payne on the injury report, knee and finger DNP on a Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Level of concern.
None.
He's going to play.
Yeah.
The finger thing he played through after the Tampa game. Bobby Wagner got the rest day with that ankle.
Natural.
He's
gonna probably get a rest day anyway.
It's hurt. His ankle is hurt.
Yeah.
He's just playing through it.
Yeah, but Bobby is a veteran who understands how to get to where he needs to be.
Olamide Zaccheaus hip limited.
He'll play.
He'll play versus it could be a factor is different.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he'll play.
The whole
100%.
thing about it is once a guy steps on the football field, he's ready to go. It's not if they put him on the field, they're not worried about him not being able to play up to a level.
We got a bunch more guys on the list here. Bates, Biotish, Coleman, Luvu, McNichols, Sennett, all full participants. These guys are all beat to hell. Like, they're going to be on the injury list.
Yep.
Now I'm going to the Eagles side of things. Dallas Goedert and Cam Jurgens were DNPs and not rest. Goddard was an ankle. Jurgens was his back for a center.
Yep. I looked at a lot of stuff. I was following some Eagles stuff yesterday, and a lot of the Eagles talk was, oh, this is they're playing a little gamesmanship. And I'm like, you know what? I can see it happening. I've seen coaches do it a lot, like act like somebody's banged up when they're not. Because if you say somebody is hurt, the league ain't going to say nothing about it. They don't check to see if he wasn't hurt.
Right.
But the ultimate thing is
Wednesday's the easy one to
this time
play
of the
games
year,
with.
everybody's hurt. Shit. Let's be real. Everybody's hurt.
It's also a walkthrough. Like Philly had a walkthrough. So it's easy to say it's a DMP for your back.
Yeah.
Because you didn't just walk around. The rest of their list, rest day for A.J. Brown. Britton Covey, who's been on IR, they opened his window, wide receiver. Hurts with the knee was limited. Lane Johnson, rest day. Quinyon Mitchell with the shoulder. Josh Sweat got a rest day. Kenny Pickett, full participant.
Pickett.
Byron Young.
What is wrong with him?
Remember his ribs got blasted.
Pickett?
Yeah. Because remember they had the third stringer starting late in the year. What was my man's name? I will tell you his name. Why don't you tell me the name of the movie you'd like to see? The hell was this dude's name? Oh, I'm in playoffs. Hang on. Tanner McKee. You didn't have McKee fever, B? Tanner McKee went 1-0, played in 2 games, 30 of 45, 4 touchdowns, no picks for Tanner McKee. When we come back, Matthew Berry, NBC
Gotta worry
Sports.
about him.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Commanders and Eagles Sunday for a trip to Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. Practice starts in just a few moments. Linebacker Frankie Louvu not worried about who's favored.
You know, we always been counted out. We just let them handle that, and whatever we handle in the building and in our locker room, that's the only thing we can control. A lot of us, man, we all underdog mentality, and I kind of like that because nobody's a diva on the team. Everybody just come put their head down and work. You know, that's the type of team we have.
Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni, wide receiver blocking important.
We've had some very big-time blocks down the field by our receivers to create some of those huge runs. Receivers have a unique ability to change a run from when it gets through the line of scrimmage and everybody does their job on the line of scrimmage to turn a 10-yard gain into a 40-yard gain. And I think it's as simple as that, selflessness.
Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, a couple of the players in the NFL Most Valuable Player finalist list. Quarterback Jaden Daniels, a finalist for Rookie of the Year, and Dan Quinn, finalist for Coach of the Year. Capitals hockey against Seattle Kraken tonight at 9:45 on the Fan. Terps against Illinois 8:30 on Team 980. Wizards against the Clippers 10:15 on Bloomberg 99.1. Upset at the Australian Open. American Madison Keys defeats number 2 seed Iga Swiatek in 3 sets. You don't need a degree or years of experience to land a 6-figure job. Project management is in demand across all industries, retail, tech, healthcare, and more. Register now at pgcc.edu today to get started and boost your career. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Sunday night, we're partying all night long. Very excited to get to the Rude Guest Hotline right now and talk to Matthew Berry, fantasy football analyst for NBC Sports. You can check out all of his content at Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life. Matthew, what's up, dude? Thanks for making time for us.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure. Just real quickly, fantasylife.com has all sorts of great information, but my specific content is over at nbcsports.com and rotoworld.com. So, but I do own Fantasy Life and encourage everyone to go check it out.
I read Love Hate every week, and I won a fantasy title this year. So I feel good about all the advice I get from you, dude.
Let's go. Appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious for you, dude. You are obviously you cover the whole league. You're a part of Sunday Night Football, NBC Sports, the shows on Peacock. Like, you're all over the place. But I know what the burgundy and gold means to you. You've been a fan of this team a long time. How does it feel for you to be watching this team in an NFC Championship game?
I literally just did an episode of Happy Hour that'll be up on Peacock and the NFL and NBC YouTube channel later and wherever you get your podcast. And on that show, I said this game on Sunday is the most important game of my life. Bar none. Because, again, I've been a Commanders fan Washington fan, since I was 5 years old. And so and when I was a young man, I lived through the Gibbs era. And obviously, and I was in college when the last time the Commanders were in a Super Bowl. But, and while I was excited about it, I rooted for it, I wanted it to win, and everything like that. I think I probably took it for granted or didn't totally appreciate the moment at the time. I was just, because in the Gibbs era, it was just like, oh, we're always good. And, we won a bunch and, we played in 4 Super Bowls. And so then, Snyder taking over and just, over 2 decades of being in the desert with not only, the worst ownership in professional sports history, but, poor on the field results and just, never even competing, never even really having a chance. He had blips there, RG3's rookie year, but for the most part, it's just we've been in the desert. And so now, finally, coming out of the desert and having hope and being 1 game away from the Super Bowl, a year after we won 4 games, a year in which we had a 6.5 game preseason win total. Vegas thought we were going to win 6 games this year. And we're 1 game away from the Super Bowl. Just knowing how hard it is to get back there with more adult eyes, more, experienced eyes, JP. Mm-hmm. Sure. This is the most important game to me. I'm going to be a bundle of numbers because we got a shot. We got a shot to go to the big one.
We have a shot. And I think we talked to some people from Philly and a lot of people. They've been dismissive, and I believe when you're dismissive at this level, I can remember in 2002 being there. They were very dismissive of Tampa. They came in and beat us, and I believe Washington is on a roll right now where they can actually do the exact same thing because this team is not what they were before, and if they think that, Philly is going to be fooled.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll be honest with you. I wish we were playing the Rams. I don't love playing a team that's seen us that's going to see us for a third time. But momentum is a real thing, and you know, Mitch, you can talk about this better than anyone. But like momentum and team and belief in yourself in that locker room, it's a real thing, and it means something, right? You know, Bill Simmons always likes to joke about the no one believed in us, theme. And I truly believe that's with this Commanders. You know, we were almost double-digit underdogs to the Lions. We were underdogs to the Buccaneers. We're underdogs. We're almost a touchdown underdog to the Eagles this week. If we win, we will be an underdog to either the Chiefs or the Bills. You know, it is. No one believes in us, but those guys in that locker room, they believe in each other. And Philadelphia is an unbelievable team. Howie Roseman's put together a fantastic roster. But I think we got the better coach, and I think we got the better quarterback. And when you have the better ones of those two things, you got a chance.
I totally agree with you. Philly is loaded, but Jaden is the top of the list here. And I agree with you on DQ too. Dan Quinn just was at the podium a few minutes ago and explained that over the last 6 weeks, 2 months, his team has gotten a lot better, a lot more resilient, mentally tougher. And I don't know that they don't, but I don't know that Philly has the mental toughness and resilience that Washington has put together. And I just feel like that could end up mattering this week.
It absolutely can be, especially because, by the way, so they're playing at Philadelphia. And, you know, that's a fan base that if Washington can get out to an early start, and this is what happened in Detroit. They got out to an early start and they quieted the crowd. And so if they can get out to an early start where they're in the game or even their lead, we get a quick turnover, something like that, like the Eagles fans will start booing their own team. We've seen that before. We've seen that this year. Like that's a crowd that is not patient. And so I think that's going to be important. I think, you know, while the negative of facing this team for a third time, they've seen Jaden twice, they've seen the offense, they know how to sort of attack us. But the positives here is that I think this team from our side, from the Commander side, they've also seen the Eagles twice. You know, and they're not going to be intimidated. I don't think they'll be intimidated by anyone. But if you can go in Detroit and beat the Lions, beat the number one seed by 2 touchdowns, and honestly, it should have been a bigger victory because, you know, we missed the field goal at the end and they should never have scored on the drive where they got the phantom face masking call. Yeah. Should have been an even bigger victory.
Yeah.
Like, there's absolutely no reason we can't beat this team. And I do think that's going to be important is having either an early lead or, because there have been times this year where we've started slow and we've had to make the big comeback, including the last time we played Philly.
Yeah, it's been wild. Talking with Matthew Berry here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can check out all of his work over on NBC Sports, on the Peacock app. Watch him on Sunday Night Football. Give him a follow at Matthew Berry, TMR. Talented Mr. Roto. I remember those days, man. It's funny how long I've been following your content. What do you make of Jaden Daniels, the season he's put together, the young man we've gotten to know, just his level of poise, his composure, and what does it feel like to have that dude on the team you love?
I said this to Devin McCourty the other day. He was my colleague at NBC Sports and on Football Night in America. And I said, I feel like this must be what it felt like when you were playing with Tom Brady. That like, I'm in the sense that, like, Tom Brady's one of those guys. I think Mahomes is another one of those guys. And there's not many of them in the history of the NFL. You know, you think about Montana, right? There's guys where you're just like, if they get the ball back with 2 minutes, you'll say, all right, this is over. Mm-hmm. You know, the old phrase, have they left Mahomes too much time? Have they left Tom Brady too much time? And I think that's the way with Jaden Daniels. I've never felt this in my life before where I'm just like, all right, okay, good. We got the ball back. Good. We're winning this game. Mm-hmm. Faith in 5, man. Like, to have a quarterback like that where you just like, you're no longer worried. You're just like, this dude's going to get it done. I don't know how, but he's going to turn around much like Tom Brady does, much like Patrick Mahomes does, much like some of the elite quarterbacks in the history of this game have just sort of said, hey, I'm putting on my Superman cape. Everyone get on my shoulders. I'm leading us to victory. We're going to go down and do this. And he's done it time and time again. I think it's the greatest rookie season I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I think when you see it one time, two times, you go, okay, that's okay. But he's done this like multiple times, like 6 times. Basically in a row.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's been incredible. And I can't remember who we had on the program the other day, but somebody said basically this should be the worst team Jaden ever plays with, which is pretty crazy because it's like, it's year one of this rebuild. It's year one of Adam Peters finding free agents and running draft classes. And Brian and I have kind of come up with this rule that we don't want to talk about all they've accomplished this year because there's a game to focus on. Eventually, though, that conversation is going to be lengthy and probably a little bit emotional. To stay with that, though, looking at this game this weekend, obviously Saquon Barkley is the biggest threat. I know that just from you watching all the games and establishing who can do the most, how, if at all, can Washington slow down Saquon?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be important. I think the way it's gap control. It's being disciplined. And it's the old Dan Patrick phrase. I'm not sure we can stop him. I think, we can only hope to contain him. And I think that's what you're hoping for. I think, if we get out of the game and Saquon Barkley has 100 rushing yards instead of 200 rushing yards, I think we've got a pretty good shot of having the bigger score at the end of the game. Like, to me, I think Dan Quinn has forgotten more about football than I'll ever know. But him and Joe Witt, my sort of, surface level analysis would be is that you put Lattimore on Brown, you put Sanister on Devontae Smith, and you try to more or less load the box, and you take your chances with Jalen Hurts beating you, right? I don't know if that's what you guys think is going to happen and but I think you have to, you're sort of picking your poison here with the Eagles because they are so good. That offensive line is so amazing, and Barkley is, second to none. I think you have to try to slow him down because I will say we've struggled against the run. And I think that if the Lions had given Jahmyr Gibbs 30 to 35 touches instead of the low 20s that they did, I think the Lions might have won that game. He was just gashing us left and right. And luckily they took the ball out of Gibbs' hands and we were able to take the ball away. But that's going to be, I think the two keys to the game are, can we slow down Saquon Barkley, and can we protect Jaden? I'm nervous about Jalen Carter and his impact on this game, to be honest with you.
Understandably, dude. It's crazy because I have this theory, like, when it all boils down, you want the best O-line and D-line in the game. And I think they have the better of both of those. I think Philly's defense is probably the best single unit, but I do think Jaden's the best single player. And having that keeps everything else possible. Not to oversimplify it, but I think for Philly to win, they got to have a double-digit lead. And even saying that, they had a double-digit lead against Jaden in Week 16, and they still came back, even with all the turnovers.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key. I think that's the key. Look, anytime you've got, I thought the Texans, just taking out of this game for a second, just to that point, right? The Texans were the better team last week against the Chiefs. They were,
right?
But the Kansas City had 15. And, made the plays when he needed to make them. And so I just think it comes down to that. Ultimately, I think I'm with you on they have better lines on both sides of the ball. But I think, and this is a cliche, but I think it's going to come down to turnovers too. How did Philly beat the Rams? Because they easily could have lost the Rams. But, they get the fumble from Kyron, the Stafford loses the ball as well. They won the turnover battle against the Rams. And how did the Commanders win? They won the turnover battle against Detroit, and they won the turnover battle against Tampa Bay. That's what made the difference in both of those games is they were able to get the ball, get extra possessions from the Lions and the Buccaneers. Same with the Eagles. And so, because the Rams defense played well. I mean, whatever, Saquon broke one off late. But, overall, I thought that loss wasn't on the Rams defense.
Totally, man. And I think Carter kind of took over late in that game and just got Stafford on the ground. What do you think? And I know how wired in you are around the league. How healthy do you think Jalen Hurts is?
I don't think he's healthy at all. And so that's going to be one of the things. Like, I think you noticed in the second Philadelphia game that, I thought we overall did a pretty good job of containing Saquon. I know we broke the late one, but the second game, I'm sorry, he broke a late one in the first one. In the second game, with the comeback game, once Jalen Hurts went out and Kenny Pickett came in, we did a pretty good job of containing Saquon because that RPO wasn't nearly as effective. You didn't have the threat of Jalen Hurts keeping it and running 20, 30, 40 yards himself. And so I think if I was, DQ and Joe Witt or whatever, I might say, like, I'm going to make Jalen Hurts prove to me that he's healthy enough to keep it and run. And I'm going to pretend that he's not this threat. And I'm just going to focus on Saquon. And, if Jalen breaks off a long one and we're like, okay, he's healthy, and then we can adjust. But I don't think he is. I think he's going to be out there at less than 100%, which is obviously not only an advantage to the Commanders, but I think does hurt their run game because listen, their O-line is great, Barkley's great, but just the threat of Hurts and that RPO style of offense that they run is something that also springs Barkley for some of these big runs.
Totally.
Yeah.
How do you feel? So, Matthew, I don't know if you'll agree with this, but I know you are a serious lifelong Burgundy and Gold fan. I wanted them to get Tampa in the first round because I thought they could beat Tampa. Frankly, by the time we got down there and I saw the crowd and I could feel the vibe, I thought they would beat Tampa. Going to Detroit, I liked their chances because I just thought that Detroit defense wasn't good enough to slow down Jaden and an explosive offense. Going into Philly, I don't know what's going to happen. Did you feel some similar confidence in the first two, and how do you feel about this one?
I did. I felt very similar confidence that on Football Night in America, I made my best bet. I do parlays and bets, and my best bet against the Tampa Bay was Commanders money line. And as part of my parlay, one of my lines was Commanders +3. I was just like, I think they're winning this game. I think they're the better team. Tampa Bay's get the home game because it took them to the last week to win the worst division in football. Commanders won a couple more games. And then Detroit, same thing. I thought their defense was so beat up. And I said, I thought it was crazy that the line opened at 9.5. And Commanders haven't lost a game by more than 8 points all year long. The last game they lost by more than 8 points was week 1 against the Bucs.
That's crazy.
So the fact that this game on Sunday, I like the Commanders to cover. If you want to just talk, sports betting for a second.
Sure.
I know a lot of people like the Eagles getting the points, but giving the points. I'm sorry, but I disagree. I don't think they get blown out of this game. I don't think the Commanders do. I felt that way. And going into Detroit, I said, if they can turn it into a track meet, they've got a chance because their defense isn't great. We won 3 straight road games, but this will be our first road game outdoors in bad weather, in cold weather, right? Because the Tampa Bay game was nice weather and Detroit was indoors. So I'm nervous about that, and I'm nervous about the third time. I still just sort of, again, this might be me looking through through burgundy and rose-colored glasses, but I think we win, man. I don't feel super confident about it. I felt much more confident the previous 2 games, but I think we win. I think we are playing at a higher level. And when it comes down to those clutch moments, give me Jaden Daniel over Jalen Hurts. Give me DQ over Nick Sirianni. When it comes down to those, gotta have it moments. They're a fantastic team. Howie Roseman's done a great job. And I don't mean to denigrate them Jalen Hurts is still a top 12 quarterback in the NFL. He's just not 5.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I feel like you, Matthew, and I'm also they're hoping we get a little bit little love from the universe because that day is January 26th, and I remember that day very vividly. 1992.
I bet. As do I. Not as well as you, but I do, man. Believe me. I will say this. JP, you talk about me sort of on a national level, right? I will say this. I think the Commanders are being universally rooted for, right? I don't think anyone wants to see a Chiefs or Eagles rematch Super Bowl. I think everyone wants to see the Bills get there, and everyone wants to see the Commanders get there outside of the greater Philadelphia and Kansas City areas.
Agreed,
I think nationally, both the Bills and the Commanders have just extremely high approval ratings. It's such a great story with Jaden Daniels. I don't know if you saw this, but I think I forget who put it out. Somebody from Good Morning Football put this tweet out, which is of all the rookie quarterbacks. I apologize, but of all the rookie quarterbacks that have played in a championship game, an NFC or AFC championship game, he put out like what their defensive ranks were. And Sanchez, Brock Purdy, Roethlisberger, Sean King with the Buccaneers, all these guys, all of them had a top 3 defense that year. Jaden Daniels has got defense number 18.
Says a lot.
What he's done, and also again, because I think every one of the Commanders has played well, but give me Jaden Daniels behind the Lions offensive line. Give me Jaden Daniels behind the Eagles offensive line, and let me see what he could do.
Or with those weapons.
Yeah.
Right.
I totally agree. This season for the Burgundy and Gold feels like there is a level of momentum and just some intangible stuff that you can't necessarily quantify, but whatever that is, they've got it.
Yeah.
You could make an argument, JP. Again, I mean no disrespect, because I love all of our coaches, but you could make an argument. I've made this point on my show before, that Jaden Daniels, who last year at LSU played with Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr. as his 2 best wide receivers, is actually playing with a worse supporting cast this year in Washington than he did last year at college.
That's crazy.
Yeah. All 3 of them are up
think
for
about that.
Rookie of the Year, too.
That's great.
All 3 of them are on the top 5 Rookie of the Year list.
That's a great point. Matthew, man, thank you for making time
Appreciate
for
you,
us,
Matt.
dude. This was a lot of fun, and maybe we'll have to do it again in New Orleans.
I would absolutely love that. I'm going to be praying, guys, but appreciate the time. It's always a thrill to talk Commanders. And JP, I always thank you. Whenever I have a Commanders question, I just text JP privately. And so I appreciate you always answering my texts and
anytime
giving into my fandom as well. You've been a good friend for a long time. So appreciate you guys, and hail the Commanders, hail victory.
All right.
baby.
Thank you, man.
Take care, man.
Matthew Berry, NBC Sports, Sunday Night Football, talented Mr. Roto, fantasylife.com, all of it. That dude has built an empire and is really, really good at his job and a really, really nice human. Really glad we got to have Matthew on. I can only imagine how amped up he is going to be for that game on Sunday.
Yep.
We're all going to be amped up, and it's because the action is heating up this playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Obviously, Sunday, we know the deal. Commanders, Eagles, 3 o'clock. Commanders are getting 6. I love that. I think to get there, you're going to need Jaden to throw it. I like his over on his passing yards prop. I've been hitting that for weeks. No fading Jaden. You know the deal. The other game, Bills, Chiefs, it is hard to pick against those Kansas City Chiefs. I understand that. But it does, like somewhere in my soul, feel like we're getting this Washington-Buffalo rematch from that 1991 season. There's a ton more bets on the ESPN Bet Sportsbook you can check out in advance of conference championship weekend. They've got all the point spreads, all the player props, all the totals, whatever it is you're looking for. ESPN Bet has got it. And new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. And you can unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO to get started today. Odds are subject to change. You got to be in Maryland or Virginia to play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Commanders practicing for the Philadelphia Eagles Sunday at Philadelphia at 3 p.m. Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni says his team has to watch their emotions against the Commanders.
You know, we had a couple penalties there last time. We've addressed that, and I think, you know, we talked about that the week it happened, right? And you know, we've done a good job since then. You know, we're on that path of, you know, controlling ourselves and celebrating with each other, and yeah, we've been doing a good job of that since then.
Quarterback Jaden Daniels, a finalist for the AP Rookie of the Year. Dan Quinn, a finalist for Coach of the Year. Nationals non-roster invitees, including some of their top 10 prospects: Harlan Susanna, Brady House, Caleb Lomavita, Caden Wallace, and Dalen Lyle. Tonight, Capitals and Kraken at 9:45 on the Fan. Terps against Illinois at 8:30 on Team 980. And Wizards versus Clippers, 10:15 on Bloomberg 99.1. Upset at the Australian Open. American Madison Keys defeats number 2 seed Iga Swiatek in 3 sets. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067, the Fan. Lot to be excited about, man. If you're a fan of these Washington Commanders. And dude, I think it's worth pointing this out. For all the talk of Lance Newmark going to the Jets with Aaron Glenn, Newmark was at practice 20 minutes ago when the media was there. I mean, that's talking with Dan Quinn, talking with Adam Peters. Now, maybe even if you know you're going to take that job, you just don't do it till season's over or whatever. But typically, there are front office folks that would bounce. He could. Whatever's going to happen doesn't appear to have happened today. I can tell you that because I'm looking at Newmark here. Thank you, Brian. We haven't had much opportunity to check in with the boys in the aquarium, and I'd like to do it now. Landfill, you're a very measured fella. I would say you often, it takes a lot to have you very riled up. How you feeling about where this Commanders team, organization, where things are going right now, 2 days out from the NFC title game?
I mean, I feel great about where the team is. Like, they just really got in charge of things back in January, and we're already in the, January a year ago, and we're already in the championship game. Things are going great.
Yeah. Says a lot.
It really does, dude. And why, Brian, this might make me the happiest of all the questions I'm going to ask. As a Giants fan, how do you feel about what's going on in Washington?
It's slightly terrifying, but it's also nice that the Cowboys are kind of in limbo now. So I've been dealing with them and the Eagles being good. Now it's just Washington and the Eagles being good.
Yeah, dude, it's funny. For a very, very long time, Washington fans had to kind of just live in this world of, hey, it's great to see other teams suck.
Yeah.
That doesn't, I don't care as much about, I
don't care about the other team. I care about our team being good.
Right.
To hell with them.
Right. I totally agree. And the opportunity before them, I don't know what's up with Jalen Hurts, dude. I don't think anybody does. It's hard for me to think he won't be a little beat up, frankly. Yeah. I think if they have to rely on Hurts in the pocket to win, I like Washington's chances a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, I have a very specific piece of information for you. Ethan Cadeau reporting that while the media was at practice today, they played 4 songs during warmups. 2 by Meek Mill, 1 by Lil Uzi Vert, and 1 by Freeway. How do you feel about them playing all Philly beats on Philly Week, Jeffrey?
That's what they're going to play.
I mean,
that's what they gonna hear. You know,
I love it. I think that's
I
a FU.
I mean, they not even the way this team is. I don't need. They probably just playing their music because they know the stadium gonna be loud and they just using it as practice. I don't think they worried about anything Philly wise except for that Philly football team.
Bro, honestly, until these last two, but the best regular season, I'll say, locker room vibe. I don't know, the Hail Mary. This year kind of changed every previous ranking, right? But prior to this year, the most fun post-game locker room I had been in a long time was after the Skins beat the Eagles up there in that Monday night game when Philly was undefeated. And Jeremy Reeves, I'll never forget it. He had the giant, like, boombox looking speaker, and they were just cranking Dreams and Nightmares over and over and over. And there was absolutely a factor of.
They say they played Eminem when we played Detroit.
Right. Like,
during that week.
I like doing this.
Yeah.
Like, you know what you're getting into, and you know.
We played Eminem and they played Jello.
Right.
What the hell was that?
Jello was something else. Also, he's got to come up with a cooler name.
Yeah.
I guess Leangelo, is that how he comes up with it?
Yeah, but Jello, Gelo,
is bad.
It wasn't good. I mean, he didn't sound very good.
Jeff, what do you think of that dude?
He has an amazing father that really invests in all of his dreams. That's what I think.
Yo, but he's getting legit paid off of this.
He got
stuff,
15
right?
million up front, I hear,
JP,
Jeff.
when you have a vehicle like that supporting you, because all a song takes is the right promotion scheme. You know, they able to get it to like the players and get on that string. Oh man, smart marketed. Yo, he did it right. He did it the right way. And any rapper out here that's hating on Jello, you can't hate because he just did it the right way.
Yeah, he better keep doing it the right way though, Jeff, because he better follow up that song with a better one. And next time he perform, he better be better than what he was that time. Boy.
Yeah, because
he's not going on tour no time soon.
He did not strike me as a performer.
Bruh.
And it's crazy because Lonzo wrote the song.
The one that's actually playing?
Yeah. Lonzo Ball wrote the song.
The dad.
No.
That's the dad, right?
No,
the dad's Lamar.
Lamar, yeah. Lonzo is the
oldest
older
one.
brother, right?
Yeah. He wrote the song.
Damn. The song is a little catchy. The dude is a 0 out of 10 as far as a performer. Like, I don't know. I wasn't particularly impressed by Mr. Ball. Good old Jello.
Yeah, Tanner kept telling me that Jello was playing. He stopped. I said, "Who the hell is this?" And he just died laughing because he knew I wouldn't like the song.
I didn't think the song was that bad.
I think the song was bad.
It's
the way he performed it made it seem bad.
He was quite boring.
Yeah.
The chorus is good.
Yeah, it's a little catchy. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Gosh, I can't believe we're
Kind of like 1-800 calls for kids. Catchy too.
Yo, 1-877 calls for kids.
That's catchy too.
Yo, that is the catchiest. They've probably been playing it during the breaks, but for everybody on the stream or listening on the pod, I'm gonna get it stuck in your head right now. 1-877 cars for kids.
It gets stuck.
Donate your car today. It's the most stuck in your head commercial of
Whoever
all time.
wrote that one, that's a good dude. He knew what he was doing.
Costanza. All right, here's what we're going to do. We got to make some bets when we come back. We're going to see if we hear from Peter. If not, it's bet time. Nobody go anywhere. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I think they're in studio today. Tomorrow they're going to be at Caddies in Bethesda.
Caddies. I used to be there a lot when I was working over there at Comcast.
Yeah, we've both done some times at Caddies.
I've gone there
man.
in between, like before work and after.
They got good wings, dude.
Yeah.
Nikki just posted this. Nikki Javala, Washington Post, and it's perfect. A year ago, the Commanders had an AstroTurf field that they couldn't practice on. That was the closest field to the locker room. Now they are practicing on a grass field that they heated up in advance of the NFC title game. Like, for people that don't realize it, they all saw the old AstroTurf getting ripped up because it was terrible. That's the field they're practicing on today in advance of the NFC title game. There's something highly poetic about that.
Yeah.
Like, out with the old. I mean, it's just
out with the old, in with the new, baby.
It's very.
But they're doing the little things that matter. As I said earlier, people are wondering why they want to warm up a field. When you're not using it, it gets very hard, and those spikes do not go into it. You don't want guys out there slipping and hurting themselves.
Sure.
So you warm it up, and you know what? Guys get to get a real day of practice. But they got to go out there in the weather because we're talking about 40 degrees possibly on Sunday. That's during the day.
Right.
You know, as it starts to get closer to 3 o'clock and that wind starts coming off that little water, those little rivers that pop up in there, it gets a lot chillier.
Yeah, I think it's not going to be anything crazy like we've seen over the past years or whatever, or even the snow they played in last week. But I think at kickoff on Sunday, it'll be 38. And then by the time the game ends, it'll be 25. These guys will be fine, but you got to practice outdoors at least today. I won't be shocked if they're out there tomorrow too. But you gotta be out there a little bit to kind of get used to all of it, man. Gosh, I can't wait for this ball game. It's gonna be so much fun. Let's get some bets in though. It's time for Heard It Here First.
Heard it here first. Heard it here first. Gather around. But heard it here first.
Brian?
3-0.
Who's 3-0?
JP and
Me.
Landfill.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, man. South Carolina should have won that game last night, but they choked it away and lost by 1. But they were plus 11, B.
Who I take last night? I forgot.
You took the Thunder minus 16.
What did they do?
They won by 3 or 4.
Oh, man. Chumps.
Can I get real quick, can I do an early Ask B Mitch Anything question?
Yeah.
My boy Will Siegel just texted me. Did you ever do an Eastern Motors commercial?
No.
Okay. Well, there's your answer. Go ahead, Brian. What did
I'm friends with the dude, though.
Yeah, they're a super nice family.
Yeah.
Jeff is 0-3 for the week.
Yep.
God, Jeff, that's terrible, dog.
Terrible, Jeff.
That's terrible. I have an idea, B.
What you got?
Jeff can put in a 3-game parlay to try to win 3 tonight. You all right?
Yeah, he win all 3 of them.
You got to win all 3 of them.
That.
Jeff, you are approved for a 3-game parlay tonight, dude. What do you got?
And none of them could be money line.
All right.
That makes it a lot more difficult.
Okay.
I'd be willing to let him have money line. He still ain't picking 3.
Give me William and Mary over Hampton minus 6.5.
Why you got to go at Hampton, huh?
Hey, yo, I got to pull this off. Give me minus 12.5 Memphis over Wichita State. And I'm gonna take Louisiana with the plus 5.5 against Texas State.
There's no way you want him betting on your college.
Man, don't bet on my college, man.
Nah, I did that just for you.
Well,
I'm sure he's thrilled.
I'm about to call him right now and say, y'all losing tonight.
Caps play tonight, 10 o'clock in Seattle. Landfill, what do you like tonight?
I'm going with the parlay. I'm taking Illinois minus 7.5 and Texas State minus 5.5.
Yo, why is the Wizards game postponed? Bad weather in Utah?
They're playing in L.A.
Utah's playing in L.A.?
The Wizards are playing in L.A.
Now, they played the Lakers earlier.
The Clippers.
What?
The Wizards are playing the Clippers, fool.
Oh.
What are you talking about?
That is interesting. On my joint, you're right. It says Wizards Clippers, but it also says Wizards Jazz postponed.
It must be the next game.
That's weird. What do you got tonight, B?
Man, I don't have a clue. I'm gonna take the Milwaukee Bucks minus 7.5.
You know that your alma mater, Texas State, Louisiana Lafayette. You know that's a big game when it tips off at 4:00 on a Thursday.
No, they just they can get there because it's snowing in every place down there.
Oh,
They
that
don't
might
know
be
what's
true.
going on
Yeah,
down
yeah,
there.
yeah. That's a good point.
It's scurry right now.
Are you parlaying? Or are you in?
Oh, you know, I'm waiting till the end to do it.
I know you.
Luka is still hurt. Give me the Hawks minus 4.5.
God, Brian,
that.
Brian, this is an awful night of college hoops, huh?
Yeah, it's not great.
I mean, I legit haven't heard of like any of these schools.
They say JP is so confused.
Bro, I got nothing here. Oh, the Turtles play tonight? You didn't tell me that? Son of a
oh man.
I get a touchdown with the Terps on the road in Illinois. To hell with Illinois. Give me the Turtles plus 7.5. That's not a real bet, by the way. I'm 3-0 on the week in real bets. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio for joining us. Thank you to Ross Tucker for joining us.
One day we're going to have to fight them, JP. I'll take on Hugh. You take Joe.
All right. I don't know anything about it, but we'll see how it goes. Thank you to Matthew Berry for joining us. Awesome day. Tomorrow, we're going to make sure we make time for the phone lines. Got to talk to the people in advance of the NFC title game. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Those boys are fired up. It's championship week on the Fan.
Somebody say you need a nap, Jay.
I probably do. You made it this far. You know what I need? Give you a beer.
Commanders and Eagles Sunday for a trip to Super Bowl 59. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. not making any assumptions in their third matchup with the Eagles.
First thing I told the defense was, let's not say, all right, we know these guys. Let's dig deeper, okay? They've had success against us. Let's dig deeper. Even if the times that last time this happened, I was with the Packers and we went for the Bears in the NFC Championship game for the third time. Let's dig deeper, okay? All right, we got 3 picks that game, 1 for a touchdown. B.J. Raji picked 1 for a touchdown. So you just keep going. You just dig deep.
Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Lamar Jackson finalists for the AP 2024 NFL MVP Award. Jaden Daniels a finalist for Rookie of the Year, and Dan Quinn a finalist for Coach of the Year. Winners will be announced February 6th. Nationals spring training non-roster invitees include 5 top 10 prospects: Harlan Susanna, Brady House, Caleb Lomarita, Caden Wallace, and Dalen Lyle. A plethora of play-by-play for your choosing tonight. NHL, Capitals and Kraken, 9:45 on the Fan. Men's college basketball, Terps against Illinois, 8:30 p.m. on Team 980. NBA, Wizards and Clippers, 10:15, Bloomberg 99.1. A hat tip for American Madison Keys defeating the number 2 seed Iga Swiatek in 3 sets to advance to the finals of the Australian Open. Keys faces number 1 seed Aryna Sabalenka next. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Three more sleeps. That's all it is. 3 more sleeps. And then you get to watch NFC Championship football, the Commanders and the Eagles. Welcome in Grant and Danny on the Fan, January 23rd, 2025. As we get ready to turn the calendar over to February, the locals are still playing football.
You know, we talked about this yesterday for a minute. The has it sunk in yet thing. I'm aware of the information. Like, I get it. Everything you said's correct. There's no fact check going on here. But every once in a while, I'll have these kind of, it leaves my mind because I'm doing something else, making lunch for my kids, walking them to school, or, answering an email, or setting up an appointment, or doing this, that, and the other thing. And then it jumps right back in. Oh, that's right. There's a game Sunday that matters. Usually this part of the offseason is free and clear. Maybe talking about a coaching change, or talking about, the start of free agency coming up, and we're looking at draft boards. I've not looked at a single draft board as yet because I don't care about the draft at this time. There's a meaningful football game, the most meaningful game in decades, and we're in it. Washington is going to play their arch rival here for a chance to go to the Super Bowl.
We got a great show planned for you today. Ted Wynn, who watches film and writes about it for The Athletic nationally, going to preview the matchup with the Eagles for us. Former Redskins legend Charles Mann will be on the show at 5 o'clock. Remember, it was about 4 years ago we talked to him.
That's right.
And he was pretty disenfranchised with the organization. Was at odds, I believe, with ownership and the way that they treated former players. That's all changed. We'll talk to Charles Mann about that coming up at 5 today. And Bill Barnwell of ESPN, one of the great NFL writers in the country, will stop by to give us his thoughts on Jaden Daniels, Cliff Kingsbury, and what Washington's been able to do offensively this year. We do have Caps tickets. As always, we'll give those out at 4 o'clock. And just as a quick reminder, this is our final show of the week from our studios here on Half Street in the Navy Yard. Tomorrow, we're going to be in Bethesda. We will be out and about at Caddy's on Cordell for a pep rally ahead of the NFC Championship game. Broadcasting live with you guys from 2 to 6:30 tomorrow. Should be a ton of fun.
Iconic spot there in the heart of Bethesda. It's fitting that the show will be there before the biggest game in decades. I like that a lot.
So come on out and hang out with us starting at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Before we get to some of the storylines with the Commanders and the Eagles, Danny, I want you to know how seriously I am taking this NFC Championship game berth. After being unable to go to Detroit last week with the flu, after being down and out all weekend, watching the game as intently as I could, but battling an illness.
I mean, you were fighting it, dude.
Today, I went and got myself an IV at the St. James. I did one of these things where I had them add a bunch of stuff to it.
Yeah.
Like
this is your B12s and
exactly. It's like what you would get if you're on a bachelor party and you're hungover or something. But I went in, I got this treatment, and I basically said, whatever you can put in there to try to keep me from getting more sick in the short term future, pump it in there. And so I sat there for about 45 minutes. Now my cough didn't go away.
No, they couldn't do anything.
I didn't anticipate that. I wanted them to shoot some Robitussin in there too. They didn't really do that. But
let the tussin get up in there.
I do have a little bit more energy, I will say, as I sit here.
It's fantastic. I if I could do that all the time without puncturing my skin, I would do it. It's the puncturing I don't love, but it's so silly.
You almost need to be a nurse because I will say it was an expensive treatment.
Yeah. The best I felt in a long time before or since. So I'd broken my ribs, if you remember this, and I had a lung puncture, which was not awesome. That part didn't feel good. But once I'm in the hospital.
I remember that because you would struggled a little bit against the Eagles and the Steelers with your accuracy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But it was a rib, but was it broken? Was it cartilage? Do I need a warm-up jacket in between? But we're fine. I'm not on the injury report. I don't know. One of the dude's stories, I broke my ribs. And a pneumothorax. I'll never forget that word, which means your broken rib punctured your lung. Not fun.
There's
That
probably
sucked.
a P at the beginning of that.
Yeah. Pneumothorax.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there in the hospital, miserable. Everything hurts. And then painkiller stuff, whatever. But it was once they pumped you full of that, it's like the saline water and the the refresher stuff. And I'm sitting there going, I feel good. Like I haven't felt good since my 20s. And I felt good. You know what I mean? Not like a high, but it was like, I can do this. No task is too big for me. I'll get out of bed and you'll see. I'll take on the world. I felt good.
Yeah, it was just getting me to a number that feels reasonable. That was kind of my goal.
Yeah.
It was my wife's idea.
It's a great idea by your wife. I've noticed that wives have good ideas from time to time.
From time to time, they do.
Yep.
And I give credit where it's due.
Tip of the cap there.
It was a good thing, but I'm doing everything I can. I'm pulling the rope. I'm doing my part.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be in Philly.
That's all you can do.
With bells on, about as healthy as you can get.
That's all we ask is that everyone does everything they can.
Just pump yourself with IV liquids. That's kind of the suggestion.
Smart.
At this point. All right, but before we get to the NFC title game, the second of the two games, we have not talked about it at all on this show, which normally we'd have broken this thing down 100 different ways. But when the Commanders are playing, obviously that takes the cake for us. Bills Chiefs, man. This is the 1 versus the 2 in the AFC. This is the matchup, respectfully to the Ravens, that everybody wanted to see. If you remember, back in 2022, 3 years ago, after the 21 season, we had this exact AFC championship game, and it was unbelievable. That was the back and forth where the Bills had the lead. Looks like they had beaten the Chiefs, and then with 13 seconds left, they were just lapsed defensively. Kelsey made a couple of catches and runs in the middle of the field with Tyreek Hill as well, and then they got the field goal off and went to overtime. Mahomes got the ball in overtime. Allen never did. The Chiefs go down the field and win, and they've subsequently changed the playoff overtime rules as we saw in the Super Bowl last year, where both teams get the ball. We finally get the rematch of that. That was one of the best playoff games I've ever watched. I remember sitting in my basement in the house I own now. It was early on after buying our place when we first moved in. And I remember I'd actually bet a bunch on overs in that game. So I had like parlays where I needed Tyreek Hill to go off and Kelsey to go off.
Did the 78 points combined do it?
Exactly. And so the end of that game, I went from not one thing was going to hit, Danny, to in the span of like 40 real life seconds when they went down the field and then kicked the field goal and then they were going to overtime, everything was going to hit. And I was going to make several $100s. And I started running around my basement, screaming at the top of my lungs. I got so lightheaded that I was about to pass out. And I dropped down on all fours in my basement with like stars spinning. And my wife just looked at me with shame. Like, why did I marry this idiot?
What slovenly
like,
oath did I wed?
And I just was like, I'm going to pass out. And she's like, this is so embarrassing. Like, get it together, loser. True story. I have never been so excited in my adult life.
And that's as good as it got for you.
That game, Bills Chiefs.
Now, did that game, I could be conflating multiple memories here. did the results of that game, and then we came in and did the radio program either the next day or the day after, did that give us the no rant from you about quarterback?
So somebody suggested that. I can't confirm that.
Because
but
we're watching.
I think it was Gilo said this week that it was that Bills-Chiefs game that led to the give me my quarterback now screaming.
Because you're sitting there watching the game and quarterbacking at its absolute pinnacle, at the maximum level that it has ever been played. That 42-36 masterpiece. It's like two perfect orchestras being choreographed by two perfect maestros playing in unison. And it was glorious. It was visual perfection.
And it came on the heels of me having to listen to people every single week tell me why Taylor Heineke was the answer. And I had to sit there and watch Taylor Heineke, who looks like he's not even the same species as Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, play quarterback badly. And then on top of that, have people call in and waste my time to tell me that he could be
if
the
they
answer.
could build around him, they would still be bad.
And then I watched that game between the Bills and the Chiefs. I think it was the next day.
I think it's
that
I think
just
that's it.
screamed until I still haven't got my voice back, by the way.
Seriously.
From that day.
That was the day you completely have lost your voice ever since. This is the clip of you yelling now here.
No!
And it was clipped on 1/24/22. So that checks out, I think.
Yeah, January 23rd is the game.
3 years ago tomorrow.
Yeah. 3 years ago tomorrow.
There it is.
Right?
That's so funny. What a great By the way, the recall from Gilo to remember that and let us know that on Twitter is pretty amazing.
That baby Gilo, tip the cap. And that's the point here. Is it's part of the discussion. I know we're talking about this other game, but bringing it back to us for a second.
How funny 3 years later.
This is my
They
point.
have him.
Yeah.
They have Allen and Mahomes, maybe.
Turning point. Grant yells now. The wheels start to go in motion. Because 22 is the year you start to get breaks in the Snyder thing, and there are chinks in the armor, and then all of a sudden there's a couple places for invading armies to go in. I'm not saying you caused the whole thing. I'm also not saying it.
No, because what happened after that was that they traded for Carson Wentz. So I don't think you just get to give me the credit for.
That's how the dominoes begin to fall.
Okay.
Snyder doesn't own the team anymore.
They started to make an attempt.
They didn't. This original group was screwing up still, right? They're all so long gone, hoping to get back in, and they never will, and they never should.
Is there any chance that it was in that moment that Josh Harris calls Mitch Rails up and says, "Hey, I love this show, Grant and Danny, and this guy seems upset. What if we bought the team from Dan?"
I was in Philadelphia talking about getting a new stadium for the basketball team, and everyone's mad about. What if we just bought the team and got a good quarterback, like the radio guy said?
Speaking of which, I was thinking about this, Josh. Think about how loved he is in DC.
Pretty beloved.
And I would assume right now he is not that in Philly. The Sixers are an abomination, right?
They're disappointing.
Disappointing. Aren't they the worst team in the sport? I mean, they're other than the Wizards.
Yeah, I was going to say down the street
I
here.
should say.
Yeah.
I don't count them as an NBA
Right.
team. Sorry. They're purposefully trying to lose 80 games.
Yeah. Philly's disappointing in a big way. They're 12 under, I think. 13 under, 500, something like that.
They're really bad.
Yeah.
And Joel Embiid's dead.
He plays once a month.
Right. But now he's like dead. Like from a basketball standpoint.
Mhm.
They just said he has a knee thing and you're never
Another
gonna see
knee
him
thing
again.
and a foot thing.
Yeah.
And
And they was gonna have this was the Ted Leonsis thing. The arena and everyone's excited and we're clapping like seals, but it wasn't like they didn't get the arena because some lady memed about it and wanted toll relief 4 hours away. They just decided they're not going to build the arena there now. Basically, it was like if Leonsis kind of was like, I don't know all the details. I didn't follow this for 1 second.
Right.
But the gist was actually never mind. We got a deal. We're good here.
Nah.
So there is they don't love him as much as we love him. And what I'm trying to tell you is good will take him.
Yeah. He's our guy.
Well, and you think, by the way, he's going to be in Philly with all those fans wearing his Commanders gear this weekend. He's our sweet prince.
Yeah. Catching some booze.
Good.
Fine. Yeah, good.
I wonder what city he likes more. Probably ours. His home city that he cares more about, stupids. He cares more about DC. He cares more about the NFL. That's the moneymaker. He doesn't care about your basketball thing in Philly.
Yeah, he's doing nice with the Devils, and it's nice with Philly.
Oh,
and
the
stuff.
Devils. He probably doesn't even remember he owns them.
Oh,
You
that's right.
kidding
That's
me?
part of my portfolio, too.
In fact, I asked him at a press conference this year about owning all the different teams and how he makes it work. And do you use, your expertise in that sport, in this sport? And he basically was like, yeah, the Devils thing's just kind of, I'm paraphrasing, but he was like, in basketball, I'm hands-on. The NFL will be the most hands-on. Hockey, it's like you having a fantasy football team. Like if they win the league, they'll send me some money. No, I'm doing kind of a bit, but like
I set my lineup and forget it. Yeah,
exactly. He sets his lineup. Or
who's our third line winger? I don't know.
It's like when I went on a team with Phil and Alexandria in baseball. I give him $100 at the beginning of the year, and at the end, every now and then he'll text me and say, "Hey GP, who should we call up? Francisco Alvarez or Hunter Harvey?" And I'm like, "Oh, let's do this." And then if we win, send me my money.
Yeah,
that's Josh Harris for the Devils.
That's pretty good.
But you know who he cares about?
Washington,
the Commanders.
Yeah.
Just such an inferiority thing with the owner fight that we're having. I thought about that. I kind of love that.
I like that a lot.
Also, there's I feel like everyone in Philly's name is Joe for some reason.
Okay.
Does that check out to you? Like Joe in Philly?
Yeah, from Delco, Joe. You know Joe.
So I thought we could have you just be Joe in Philly for a second.
Okay, yeah. So Joe in Philly, what up?
Yeah, and just
Water, Flavor Ice.
I didn't know. How do you feel about the matchup? Are you nervous? You split two games with Washington.
Dude, they're trash. You talking
the Eagles passing game?
No, Washington, dude, they're trash. They're terrible, bro.
What about Jalen Hurts, dude? You can't possibly feel good about him.
Yeah, I feel fine about him. You're gonna knock him up with painkillers. He's gonna go out there. You're gonna kill it, dude. He's gonna run for 150, throw for 150. He's gonna kill him.
I'm pretty sure, actually, though, Danny
Barkley's gonna go ham.
That Joe in Philly is not that sized with him right now. Like on Eagles text chats, there's a lot of Jalen Hurts infighting right now. He's just not playing well,
dude. I don't even know who you're talking to, okay? But I'm supremely confident, okay? I would jump on a Schuylkill River butt naked, dude, if he's not nasty on Sunday. Nasty.
That's actually not that bad.
Delco Joe.
Right.
Delmarva Joe.
Don't you think there are like a disproportionate number of people named Joe, though?
Yes. I think as soon as you said it, it crystallized. I'm like, yeah, half the region.
For some reason, all my friends from Philly, like their buddy's name is Joe. And none of them are from there, but they just like moved there, lived there, whatever. And they're like, yeah, this guy, Joe. I don't think it's all the same guy. It's got to.
Or is it?
That would be amazing.
Did you ever think about that?
I think the guy that helped us at the bar was named Joe.
He was 100% named Joe, by the way. Very nice man.
But nice guy. That was a great bar.
What was it called again? I forget. We're like, what town is this? Like, where are we?
We're on Mantioch.
Yeah.
We're 45 minutes from the stadium.
Brandon Ayuk, Maniac, something like that.
It's like, all right, the game starts at 7:30. You guys get off air at 6:30. There's going to be at least an hour and a half of traffic. Good luck.
Yeah.
And then we keep telling everyone we're going to the game. They're like, not from here, you're not. No way.
There ain't no way you get down here from here.
Made it work. I think they're nervous a little bit in Philly. Only because...
Really?
I do. I think they expect to win, to be clear. Obama style. Let me be clear. I'm not dating Jennifer Aniston. Let me be clear. Did you hear about that rumor?
No. Wait, I'm sorry, what?
I just saw it on Instagram. I'm like, I don't think that's a real rumor.
I know it's a sports show. What?
Yeah, I don't know, man. You just weird rumors are out there.
That's an actual rumor that's out there?
Not by anyone that matters. It's just something that's on the internet, and like dumb people believe it.
That, just to be clear, what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That the former president of the United States is dating Jennifer Aniston?
Again, stupid rumor, stupid people. People believe anything. But the point of the dude's story is...
Oh, my God. Sorry. Go ahead, please.
No problem. If you don't mind, though.
No, go ahead. You go ahead. Yep.
Keep talking about the football
You go ahead,
thing.
please do it. Yeah.
Specific to the football thing, I think that they expect to win the game because they're the better team. But they correctly understand that all of the pressure, all of it, is on the Commanders. That if the Commanders lose, there is no press conference where anybody has to apologize.
You meant the other way. You said pressure's on Washington. You meant pressure's on Eagles.
Sorry, all the pressure's on the Eagles, right? That there's no pressure on the Commanders. If the Commanders lose, no one has to say whoops. No one has to say sorry. No one has to say why it happened. Literally, the press conference the next day is going to be taking bows and saying, see, we told you.
Yeah.
We got this thing fine. Whereas if the Eagles lose, they were supposed to have been in the Super Bowl. The only thing standing between you and the big game was a team that shouldn't have beaten you, and you lost 2 out of 3 times to Washington, who almost beat you in your building, would have been 3 for 3. It's a bad look.
Yeah, the pressure's on.
The Commanders are built to win maybe in like 27. The Eagles were built to win the last couple of years.
Yeah, the window's been open, yeah.
Slowly closing.
No, I think that's fair. I mean, but to me, the only thing I've seen now, what does that mean? What I've seen, just anecdotal fan comments here and there, people chirping Instagram posts or Twitter or whatever, just anybody broadcasting from Philly is a supreme confidence. Now, whether that's fake, I don't know. But it seems to me they're not taking this seriously enough. Now, you may have seen something else, but I did a hit on one of these Philly podcasts or something like that this morning. I'm doing a Philly radio show tonight, and I'll get a better sample. But it sounded like this was that was nice, kid. You're the fun upstart. And I'm kind of going, don't you guys remember? It wasn't the 4 straight with one of the greatest coaches ever to live when you went to the NFC title game 4 straight years. It wasn't 2 years ago when you had an MVP candidate and a great roster that did it. You won it with stupid Nick Foles, who's out of football, who's never been good and wasn't good, but you lived this charmed life for a while.
You went on the ride that Washington's on.
You don't remember that? That's the time you broke through. None of the other times where you bashed your head against the wall and got bupkis. You don't see any parallel? My point, it doesn't mean I'm predicting anything one way or the other, but it's the idea that you wouldn't take this seriously, that you wouldn't understand the threat. This is no longer a math equation. Normally it is when I look at matchups and look at a team. I go, well, that one's better than this one. Well, and that's who I'll pick. This is no longer about tangibles. Larry Michael to be avenged.
Yeah, this is intangibles.
This is intangibles all day.
So to me, it's even more simple than that. You should fear this game because of Daniels playing the way he is.
Mm-hmm.
He is playing right now like the best remaining player in the playoffs, period. He is the hottest quarterback. He's the hottest player. He's the best player in the league right now at this moment, the way he's been playing. And if you're going up against a team with that guy at quarterback, generally you're not favored to win. They happen to be, because there's this expectation that Washington and Daniels, to some extent, will crash back down to earth. But that's where the fear or the nerves or the anxieties should come from, in my opinion. And again, I think that they have those, understandably. You can tell me right now that the Eagles have a better roster than the Commanders, and I will agree with you. Top to bottom, I don't even think it's that close. Philly's roster, decidedly better than Washington's. But the Commanders have a distinct advantage at quarterback based on how the two guys are playing. And I don't think that's that close right now.
No.
Daniels is playing at an A-plus level. Hurts is playing the quarterback position right now, probably at a C-minus level. Now, if the two of them equal out this weekend, okay, now the Eagles win the football game. You need Jaden Daniels to be better. It's almost like a relay where 3 of the 4 swimmers, the first, second, and third legs were even, but the fourth leg, I'm better. Well, in this case, you're the Eagles, and the first 3 legs of your relay pummel my first 3 legs. But I got Michael Phelps going.
Yeah, I got the old torpedo back there.
Katie Ledecky's waiting, and you better have a 4-second head start when she jumps in the water.
That's a good comp.
And to me, that's what this whole thing is. Like, I go in knowing Katie Ledecky's lap's going to be 5 seconds better than your last person's lap. You better have that 6-second lead everywhere else on the field. If I'm an Eagles fan, that's what I'm thinking. The other game, though, in the AFC Championship game, I do wonder, is anybody rooting for the Chiefs in history in a three-peat? Because to me, it's just so easy to look at that matchup, to look at the Buffalo Bills, that great fan base, a team that has never won, to look at Josh Allen, feeling like it's his time now after getting by Lamar, getting by Baltimore, one more shot at the guy that doesn't lose, Mahomes. It's not David versus Goliath, it's Goliath versus Goliath, but it's the Goliath that always seems to win. I can't imagine anybody neutral rooting for Kansas City, but I also know there are people out there that just enjoy greatness. We've never had a three-peat. And Mahomes is very likable. Reed is very likable. I think Kelsey is a cool enough, like, have a beer with him, hang out factor kind of vibe guy. I don't dislike the Chiefs. Their fan base is starting to get more irritating because they won't acknowledge that the team gets a lot of beneficial calls, but I digress. I don't know. What do you think? What % of people outside of the two fan bases are rooting for history and a three-peat?
I think it's a small percentage. Like, I don't want to say single digits, but sub 20. I don't think the nation wants Kansas City. I could be wrong about that. Because sometimes a dynasty, people are into it. Like, I think of the Bulls dynasty, the multiple three-peats. I think of the Golden State Warriors, where people weren't bored with that. I think they're rooting for the Warriors over LeBron and the Cavaliers, for example.
They were, but that was a LeBron thing.
Yeah.
Would they have been rooting for the Warriors over a fun Western Conference team in the final?
Don't know.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, so
like a team that hadn't broken through, like Weber's
Kings, yeah.
People wanted them to beat the Lakers
1,000
instead
times
of
out of
another
1,000.
Lakers title.
Yeah. So this dynasty, to your point, is remarkable and excellent and amazing. What they're doing, what they've already done, is absurd. I don't have the animus that a lot of people do, but I'm also not rooting for them. You know what I mean? Like I'm not sitting there going, "Oh, I hope they do it," which is strange because I want Mahomes to be at the top of a lot more lists.
I would root for them over the Eagles. That's an NFC East thing, probably, if we're being honest.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the only game I could root for them in the rest of the way. Let's party like it's 91. I want Bills Commanders, obviously. Is anybody out there rooting for the Chiefs to three-peat if Washington's not involved in the Super Bowl? Like, in other words, do you want Kansas City to beat Buffalo and have a shot to go back? Or are you all in on the Bills trying to win their first if the Commanders aren't a factor here? 800-636-1067. Plus, let's take a dive into some of the storylines for Commanders-Eagles next.
Washington Commanders and Philadelphia Eagles, that's on Sunday for the NFC Championship game, trying to stop Jalen Hurts and the passing game for Philadelphia. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. on Mike Sainristil this week.
What I'm hoping you'll see what you got from Mikey last week is ball production. We have guys out there that can get the ball, and if you're going to throw the ball up there and we have the ability to turn it over, now the ball doesn't go vertically as much, and it really hasn't gone vertically that much this year anyway.
Quarterback Jaden Daniels is a finalist for Rookie of the Year, and Dan Quinn a finalist for Coach of the Year. National Spring Training non-roster invitees include top prospects Harlan Susanna, Brady House, Caleb Lomavita, Caden Wallace, and Dalen Lyle. Capitals and Kraken tonight at 9:45 on The Fan. Terps in Illinois, 8:30 on Team 980. Congratulations, American Madison Keys into the finals at the Australian Open. A 3-set thrilling match win over number 2 seed Iga Swiatek. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. We will be at Caddy's in Bethesda for a live show from 2 to 6:30 tomorrow ahead of the NFC Championship game. Got Ted Wynn of The Athletic, who's been breaking down the film on Philly's defense. We'll talk to him coming up in about a half hour. Looking forward to previewing the matchup with him. But let's go through some storylines that stand out. We can go back and forth here, things that we'll be tracking and monitoring in the NFC title game.
Sam Cosmi's replacement. How are they doing it? What are they doing? How do they handle Jalen Carter by extension, right? Are we just simply subbing in Trent Scott? I thought handled himself pretty well. Do you move Andrew Wilding inside, let Cornelius Lucas play? Is it a combo therein? What's going to happen to the right guard spot, which was very solid and now isn't?
Dan Quinn said yesterday they're going to play their 5 best linemen. To me, that means Cornelius Lucas at tackle and Wiley inside at guard, not Trent Scott.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess we'll see. I think they went with Scott in the situation because it's different what you're going to do in game with who's up and who isn't and what kind of practice week you had. But now that you've got time to prep, if the plan really is their best 5, then maybe they go with Lucas at tackle, who's played a lot of tackle this year. So that'll be curious to see. Will the kicking game become a factor? Now, Zane Gonzalez, to his credit, has mostly delivered when they've needed him to here down the stretch. It has not always been comforting. It certainly hasn't made me more confident moving forward. He did miss a kick against the Detroit Lions, so he was 1 for 2 from 40 to 49 in that game and 1 for 2 total. That was his only miss, though, dating all the way back to the blowout win of the Titans back in early December. I think that both teams go into this game with a bit of a kicking uncertainty, though, because Jake Elliott, as good as he was in the snow game, mostly on chip shots for the Eagles, has had a really down season. He missed 8 kicks this year. Remember when Washington was in Philly, he missed multiple field goals and completely changed the complexion of that game. He missed a kick from 40 to 49. He missed another kick from 50. In fact, at that time, he hadn't made a single kick all year from outside of 50 yards. He ended up being 1 for 7.
Did he miss an extra point in that game as well?
Yes,
Memory
he did.
serves? Yeah.
He did. And it's not like down the stretch he was perfect. He missed a chip shot against the Giants with a couple of weeks to go in the season. He has continually been a question mark as a guy who's been a Pro Bowler and won a Super Bowl in the past and been very reliable. So I don't think either team feels great. I was joking with someone via text the other day, and I said, has a team ever changed out kickers before the NFC Championship game? Because both teams are probably looking at the waiver wire going, how sure are we? At least Elliott's got the track record, kind of like a Justin Tucker, where you're able to wait through it a little bit. But he missed 3 kicks of around extra point distance this year from the mid-30s in yards. 3.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know how they possibly could feel comfortable. And then beyond that, he's 1 for 7, as I mentioned, from beyond 50. So whereas in the last few weeks, I felt like Washington was at a huge disadvantage in the kicking game, I don't think that's the case at all. I think both teams are
a little
probably
shaking, yeah.
going to be crossing their fingers when they're lining up for field goals.
So everybody's going to be focused on Saquon Barkley because he ran for 2,000 yards, and if you're an opponent, you're giving up 100 plus, pretty much. Unless you're the Rams, then it's 200 plus. But I digress. To me, the storyline I'm focusing on is A.J. Brown, Marshawn Lattimore. Is it a travel situation? Is it one side or the other? Because Devontae Smith opposite of him is a terrifying receiver in his own right in terms of big plays and route running and hands and the like. But A.J. Brown, fresh off an 8 for 97 and a touchdown, plus a few huge pass interferences drawn. A couple of them may or may not have been deserved. I don't care. Fact is, he was winning that matchup against Lattimore. This is the revenge game or the 2.0 version of that with hopefully an improved Lattimore since coming off the shelf. So that is a massive sort of underlying thing here in this game. If Lattimore can hold his own, it's a very different defensive effort against Philly.
That's a good one. Why is the Eagles' passing game so broken? And what is going on with Jalen Hurts? And that's not just a last 2 weeks point. That's a most of this season point. Threw for 108 yards in a win against the Panthers, 118 yards in a win against the Ravens, 114 yards in a win against the Giants this year when he completed 10 passes. I understand. They won a lot of these games because they ran the ball all over their opponent. They didn't need him to do a whole lot. That is true. And it is also true that he just has not been anywhere near the same player as a passer as he was when he was exceptional when they went to the Super Bowl a few years ago. And he outperformed Patrick Mahomes in that Super Bowl game. On the season, sub 3,000 passing yards and sub 20 touchdown passes. Now, again, you're going to have lower numbers when you have a running back go for 2K. I understand that. But there is a difference between that and 13 of 21 for a $131 against the Packers when he didn't play that well. You guys watched the Washington game in Philly like I did. He finished 18 of 28 for a little over 200 yards. I thought the first half of that game, he stunk. Like, what is going on? They have too many weapons. They have too good a line. Their receivers are too talented. And frankly, he's too good. So that's a storyline for me. Is he hurt? Is he just not right? Why can't they throw the football more effectively? I'm not saying you should be throwing for 303 every week, but when you throw it, you should be more efficient than they mostly have been.
Terry McLaurin against Philadelphia. Game number 2, it wasn't an unbelievable day, but 5 for 60, pretty pivotal stuff. The first game, frankly, was the start of the discussion, right or wrong, whatever you want to call it. I still think it was correct, and then adjustments were made, but I digress, of the Cliff. The frustration that was evident for so many years with Scott Turner and everybody therein was, if your offense stinks and you can't get the football to your best player, then you're doing it wrong. If you score 50, I don't care who has what. When you score 45 points, Terry McLaurin's totals are no longer relevant. But when you punt a bunch, when you can't get first downs, everyone's going to look and see, hey, your best option had one target in the second half and went 1 for 10 in a huge divisional game at Philadelphia. Second game, again, wasn't unbelievable, but how's Quinyon Mitchell's health? How is Slay's health? How do they match up therein? Are you moving Terry McLaurin around to make sure that your best players get touches? That's a nice little subplot.
How about Mikey Sandristil against Devontae Smith? You were just talking about the Lattimore-A.J. Brown matchup. That's your grab your popcorn, good on good, 1 against 1, high-paid corner, high-paid wide receiver, a couple guys that have early career Hall of Fame type credentials, right? I think maybe the more important matchup in this game, this time, for this one little 4-quarter ditty that we're going to have, is Sandristil and Devontae Smith, the number 2s on the other side of the field, perhaps. Because I might help out Lattimore. I probably have to after what I saw A.J. Brown do to him last time. Mikey's coming off 2 picks, best game of his career, doubling his season interception total in his rookie year. If he's playing a lot of man or he's out on an island with Smith, who's former first-round pick, top half of the first round in his own right, that becomes a really significant matchup that I can't afford to get toasted in. And by the way, Sanders still against the Lions, man. What a performance.
Was that pretty good?
When you draft national champions,
play all his games in Michigan, please,
who elevate their game on the big stages, I guess you can expect them to do it one more time in the league. What matchup are you guys keying in on? What storylines are you monitoring? That's the question. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. Charles Mann will be on the show today at 5 o'clock. With Danny, I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. The question at hand, what storyline are you locking in on for this Commanders-Eagles NFC Championship game?
Biggest thing to me where this game's going to be won or lost is what happens on, and this is so cliche. This feels very like 1980s football guy, but because of the injury to Sam Cosmi and because Jalen Carter is such a menace and that defensive front's so good for Philadelphia, my biggest thing is right guard / Jalen Carter. If Washington's offense is still a strength, they got a great shot to win this game. If he negates that, then you're not going toe-to-toe with Saquon Barkley and company, and the season's over.
Yeah,
that's where it is to me.
You mentioned Barkley. My number one is probably how do they go about trying to stop him. He ran for 146 the first time, 150 the second time, 2 touchdowns in each of the 2 games. I would also say that Hurts' health is just massive, and I'm obsessed with that storyline. Is he right? Isn't he? Will we find that out before kickoff? Is he going to look normal? How many shots of whatever are they going to be able to give him if that's what he wants to do to feel better than he did against the Rams in that game when he just wasn't very good or mobile, in my opinion, moving around after his early touchdown, and then he got hurt midway through that game. We've not talked at all about Daniels, and I just think that's you and I trying to avoid the obvious and not be lazy, but it goes without saying that the biggest story of this game is the rookie quarterback, the rookie sensation, and if he can do it one more time. As I like to say, can he put his cape on one last time and get them over the hump and into the Super Bowl? Can he fly around and come out of the phone booth? And the question, I guess, being for Jaden Daniels, is he going to be able to do what no rookie's ever done before, which is guide his team through the playoffs? And in this case, he'd have beaten a 3 seed, a 1 seed, and a 2 seed in succession. Let's go to Shane, who's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Shane?
What's up, Commander? What's up, Grant? How y'all doing today?
Pretty good, buddy.
Bro.
The storyline is the trenches, and that's what's just. I know it's cliche, but Bobby, you got to play gap control. It's the line. You got to stop the run and let Hurts beat you. You can't have Barkley go out there and rush for $150. You lose big time. And Lattimore's got to look. So far, this trade ain't looking out too damn good for us right now. I mean, I know it's the rust, but man, he got ate up against Tampa. I mean, he truly got anything they wanted, they got. So Lattimore's got to play like the old Lattimore, if you will. Defense has got to step up. Daniels is going to do his thing, and we got to run the football. It's going to be about field position. Wade's going to be a huge factor in this as the special teams punting. Field position wins this football game. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I do think the Commanders win 24-15 type of game. But I think we finally run the football.
Appreciate you, dude.
I'll be shocked if it's a low-scoring game.
Because I don't think Washington wins a low-scoring game. Again, divisional stuff, third time you're playing a team, it could be weird. But
I don't see a path to that. To me, and we'll talk about this later, the Eagles' defense, which is number 1 in the league, it's good, but it's a little overrated in my opinion. And we'll debate this in the show, I'm sure. But they gave up 40 to Washington the last time these two teams played, basically. It was 36-33, combined 69 points scored. I just don't see these two teams locking horns and playing a 20-14 game. But to your point, if that happens, I don't think it bodes well for Washington.
No, you listen, if you can now Washington has kind of thread this needle or walk the tightrope, whatever phrase you want to use, where they've possessed the football without being able to run it very effectively. They've kept their offense on the field by converting. So maybe that's kind of the path to it, but I think that's tough to do against this team.
That's fair. Both teams are going to try to take the air out of the football, if you want to say that. Like, neither team wants the other one to have the ball. In Washington's case, just to protect its own defense. In the Eagles' case, just to keep Jaden Daniels on the sideline. Let's go to Bird, who's in the city. What's up?
Hey, man. I want to tell you guys, I'm not really I think the storyline is Joe Witt. We need to see if Joe Witt is going to be a Dan Quinn, if he's going to be a Bill Belichick, if he's going to be able to coach. Because it's easy to name all of these Lattimore against Brown and Steve and all this kind of. It's not about that. It's about out coaching the other team. And people keep talking about Lattimore matched up against Brown. That shouldn't be what it is. It should be Lattimore on the number 2. We should be double teaming Brown. That's what Belichick did for years, even when they had Revis in them.
That's a good point.
Right? This is going to come down to coaching, not mano a mano. This is not boxing.
But I wonder, Bird, to your point on the coaching element, should he be trying to take away Barkley and not Brown? Like maybe you don't
So
double
here's the
because
thing.
you're stacking up the box.
Check it out. Now here's the thing. You guys might laugh at me. If Barkley runs for 150 yards, doesn't have any big runs, that means we've made them go little by little, inch by inch down the field with the clock running, which leads to a low-scoring game and an opportunity where we have the ball at the last minute. If they want to run for 3 yards, 2 yards, 7 yards, 6 yards without any big chunks and let the clock run and risk the game being close with us getting the ball back, that's a problem.
So I actually love that take.
Yeah, it's smart.
I just don't think you get to a $150 without big runs. That's not how Barkley's done it all year. I went through it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
When he's run for a $150 or more,
There's always an explosive
60,
in there.
70, 60, 58, 52. Against Washington, he had a 40-some yard touchdown run when he wore them down in the fourth quarter, and then he had a 70-yard touchdown run here. He's a home run hitter. He's not really a singles hitter. So, yeah, if I could sign up for that, I'll give him a 149 on 27 carries and nothing longer than 15 or whatever. I'll sign up sight unseen. 100% agree with you. Because I'll take my chances with that over the explosives in the passing game. I don't know if the Eagles are even capable of the explosives in the passing game right now based on what we've seen.
Yeah, and so the thing you wonder is they haven't been able to do it against the Rams, whose defense is playing really well. Green Bay's pretty solid defensively, right? They sort of make you earn it going all the way down. Is Washington's defense good enough to be able to say, or to be able to, I don't know how to say this. Are they a high enough threshold where Philly's offense and basically the passing game can't get right? Are they licking their chops going, I can't wait to play against that secondary? Or is it, that's not who we are right now. We'll do some RPO. We'll do a couple quick things, but we'll get back to handing it to Barkley. I don't know the answer.
Ted Wynn of The Athletic. Let's dive into some of the X's and the O's and talk to him about why the Eagles' passing game's been so broken and their defense as well. We'll get to that next on Grant and Danny.
Previewing the defense for the Commanders against the Eagles Sunday in Philadelphia, defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. on Jonathan Allen this Sunday.
I thought the first game, his pad level was a little high, and I think he's been just playing better, as it's been coming along, and I think he's going to play his best ball here. And then also, just the other big guys, we have to play with great pad level, and because they're really good up front. They're really good.
Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Lamar Jackson, all finalists for MVP. Quarterback Jaden Daniels of the Commanders, finalist for Rookie of the Year, and head coach Dan Quinn, a finalist for Coach of the Year. The winners will be announced on February 6th. Notre Dame cornerback Benjamin Morrison has decided to enter the NFL draft. Cleveland Browns coach Kevin Stefanski is going to call plays again in the 2025 season. Rams head coach Sean McVay is hoping for clarity from quarterback Matthew Stafford about his future sooner than later. Capitals against Kraken tonight at 9:45 on the Fan. The Terps versus Illinois at 8:30 on Team 980. The NBA game in Paris, Indiana leads San Antonio 41-40 second quarter. Nationals spring training non-roster invitees include top prospects Harlan Susanna, Brady House, Caleb Lomavita, Caden Wallace, and Dalen Lyle. American Madison Keys took down number 2 seed Iga Swiatek in 3 sets to advance to the Australian Open final against Arina Sabalenka. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Yeah, I think the natural narrative, you know them and they know you, and I don't really think of it that way. You start right back at it. What are fresh eyes on the games? What are fresh eyes on the times from when we played it? The easy narrative would be, hey, they know us, we know them, but it's different than that to me. This is our first time playing them in the postseason. Game 1, what needs to be different? What could be the same? What do we need to start doing? What do we need to stop doing? Same thing in the second game. And so as you get into the third matchup with somebody, you want to make sure you have fresh eyes for the first 2. Hey, did I miss something? And was there something there that I didn't, think we had or did? And both teams will have things on their call sheets that never got called in that game. And you do have those up still that you've been practicing. And sometimes every play on your call sheet doesn't make it into the game, and you keep those alive as well.
Dan Quinn getting the Commanders ready for the NFC Championship game. You can listen to The Fan all afternoon long on Sunday for pregame coverage and then play-by-play of the game, plus full postgame as well. Our coverage starts at 9 a.m. on Sunday. Of course, tomorrow, the show's live in Bethesda at Caddy's on Cordell from 2 to 6:30.
Want to also remind you that as Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
All right, let's scout the Eagles ahead of Sunday's matchup. To help us break Philly down, we've got Ted Wynn, who's a NFL staff writer over at The Athletic, crunches all the numbers, studies all the film. So, Ted, we appreciate the time. I want to start with the Eagles' passing game and Jalen Hurts throwing the football. Why have they been so pedestrian recently? He hadn't thrown for $135 in these playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are open guys downfield. I just don't think Jalen Hurts is seeing the field well. He's holding on to the ball. He looks like he's frozen in a pocket sometimes. I don't know if he's just rusty coming back from his concussion. Monitoring his knees is going to be a huge deal this week, obviously, because if he can't provide a lot of value in the quarterback run game, he's just not providing any value as a passer right now. He's taken in that last game, he took 7 sacks. 2 of the sacks took them out of field goal range, and 1 was a safety. And these are very preventable sacks. Like, sometimes you have some protection mistakes, but you have to find ways to find your check down and get rid of the ball. Jaden Daniels is a rookie quarterback. He does that at a very high level. So curious to see how Jalen Hurts could possibly bounce back. But if he can't run, that's going to really, really hurt this Philadelphia Eagles offense.
Ted, how much of this could be Washington is just what the doctor ordered? You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing I'm worried about is you struggle against the Rams in the snow, whose defense found something, I think, over the last month or so. Struggled against Green Bay, who's, I think, pretty good. To me, I'm worried that Washington, like whatever, feel-good drugs are running through his veins as his knee will feel just good enough to torment my Washington team, mostly because of decades of anxiety. But is Washington's defense like almost like he's almost like, thank God I get to see them?
Well, the biggest thing is, can Washington slow down a run? Like Jahmyr Gibbs averaged 7.5 yards per carry last week. And that just can't happen again. You just cannot give them that easy of a runway on the ground. And this Eagles offensive line could be better than the Lions offensive line. So if the Eagles are able to just run the ball at will against this Washington defense, then obviously Jalen Hurts and his effect as a passer gets minimized, and they could do some play actions. They could roll them out. They could try to get them some easy opportunities. But I mean, we saw last week, and as we've seen all season, Barkley is, he's a guy that can run for challenge for 200 every game. So that's going to be the challenge. I don't know exactly how you plan on stopping Saquon Barkley, because if you load the box, that opens you up for the big 50-yard run because everybody's at the line of scrimmage. But if you're not putting 8 in the box, then you're just going to give up 7-10 yards a pop. So it's going to take a really great game plan. These guys up front have to play with their hair on fire. But like I said, the good thing is if Jalen Hurts can't run, then that lets you put all the focus on Saquon Barkley. But that's going to be the top challenge for this Washington defense.
Yeah, some of the numbers for their run defense: 26th in run D DVOA, 23rd in adjusted line yards, 31st in second level yards allowed, 26th in open field yards allowed, 11 plus from the line of scrimmage. And so it has been an obvious struggle. And you mentioned as recently as this weekend against Detroit, some of the foibles. So what do you foresee? I mean, how do they slow down Barkley, or do you think they're able to?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to have to sell out, and you're going to have to get upfield. You're going to have to use some run blitzes. You're going to have to use movement. The corners have to get involved. I mean, at the end of the day, I think your best bet is just challenging Jalen Hurts to beat you, just because he hasn't looked good. And you want to test out if you can move or not. So you really have to sell out, and schematically you're going to have to do some things to try to confuse the run blocking. You can't just line up front and think that you're going to beat these guys up front. You're going to have to use some stunts, some twists, change the front at the last second. You need to try to cause some confusion, because one-on-one, this Eagles offensive line is just a tough matchup for any defense.
Ted Wynn of The Athletic with us here on G&D. So Washington coverage-wise, it's been a mixed bag. I mean, we don't notice it, but Detroit ate them up last week. And Amon-Ra St. Brown, I think, went for $140, and they got whatever the heck they wanted in the passing. And that's a great offense. I know that Philadelphia, especially in the passing offense, is kind of what we're talking about right now, isn't great. But coverage-wise, can they hold up if they're selling out for the run, if they're selling out to maybe try to blitz and maybe put some more pressure on Hurts and company?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the number one challenge. Obviously, we know A.J. Brown is one of the top deep threats in the league, but, he was open a bunch of times. Jalen Hurts didn't see him. I think that's the bet you have to make. You have to bet that Jalen Hurts is not going to be able to find A.J. Brown downfield. He threw an inaccurate ball to him. A.J. Brown should have caught it. That touchdown pass was an end zone. He should have caught it. But he threw a back shoulder when A.J. Brown was wide open, and it didn't need to be a back shoulder. It made it unnecessarily difficult. So that's the bet you're going to have to take. I mean, I just think there's not a lot of guys in the league that can match up with A.J. Brown, and I don't know if Washington has a corner that can hold up against him in one-on-one, but you're betting that Hurts can't get the ball to him consistently.
How far back did the struggles go for Hurts in this offense? I was talking about this yesterday. This is just box score surfing. But basically, I mean, there's been one kind of prolific statistical passing game for Jalen Hurts since October. And I understand that when you're running for 2,000, you're not going to go 303 every week. But it's a lot of like 100 plus, and there's just nothing overly impressive I get that this is a run-first team and that you're going to pay the price for that statistically as a quarterback, but it feels like this goes way back further than just post-concussion.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it goes all the way back to last year. You just really haven't. There was that stretch where they won a bunch of games early in the season where we saw the Jalen Hurts that we saw during a Super Bowl run where, he looked unstoppable. And then at a certain point last year, it just felt like teams kind of figured out that passing attack. He would really struggle against the blitz. This year, he is much better against a blitz, but it's just about consistency. Like, there's no consistency. I feel like he doesn't throw the ball with anticipation. He's not throwing particularly accurately, and he's just not on the same page as his wide receivers. And they have dropped some passes too, but it just doesn't seem like he's anticipating windows open, and he has to hit. He's seeing things late, throwing the ball late, and it's just causing a lot of issues in this passing game.
Ted, let me go to Washington's offense here. No Sam Cosmi at right guard. I'm not sure how they're going to do the replacement. Maybe it's a rotating cast to try a couple different looks. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to go. But either way, if I'm Philadelphia, if I'm Vic Fangio, Jalen Carter's going to test whoever that right guard happens to be. And I'll move him around and figure it out. You can tell I'm a worry wart. I'm terrified of this matchup a million different ways. But that's a guy that to me can wreck the game. This defense is really good. How do you see this one playing out just really in the trenches and then big picture for Washington's offense?
Yeah, to me, I mean, the Cosby injury is huge. I mean, he was he was able to at least kind of contain Jalen Carter one-on-one. But now that he's injured, there's just no good matchup for Jalen Carter. And the Eagles, the Commanders, like most teams, double Carter a lot. They doubled Carter on 53 snaps in the 2 games that they played him. You got to imagine that number goes up even more now because they don't have anybody that could hold up against him one-on-one. So I think, you are going to match him up against whoever's playing right guard, whether that's Andrew Wiley or another replacement. But at the same time, they since he's getting doubled so much, I wouldn't be surprised if they put him on the left side and let the double go to him on the left and let Milton, who is also a very good interior pass rusher, go one-on-one with whoever the right guard's going to be.
Yeah, probably Wiley if we had to guess. Maybe they kick inside and have Lucas play on the outside. Could be Trent Scott, who they had at right guard in their last game. I mean, what does the film study say on doubling Carter? Is that normally enough to just take him out of the game?
No, I mean, he's so good that he can beat those doubles. He has ways of beating the doubles. I mean, I would not compare him anybody to Aaron Donald, but he's seeing double team rates at that sort of level, and he's finding ways to win despite it. I mean, he's a guy that is probably gonna be a defensive player of the year, top candidate next year.
So I'm going to make this case. I think that the Eagles defense is really good, but I think they are also a little bit overrated. I think they're a little bit leaky. I base this on a bunch of things, and I'll present this later in the show, including the game against Washington where they gave up 36 points and 5 passing touchdowns. But I'd ask you, I mean, just how good do you think this group is, and what are their strengths?
Yeah, I mean, I think their strength is they just don't have any holes as far as every position group. They have a plus player at every position group, and losing to Kobe Dean does hurt. I mean, he played really well against both in both games against Washington. So you're losing a really good pass coverage linebacker in the Kobe Dean, and Burks played all right against the Rams, but we'll see how he plays against Washington. That is going to demand a lot more from their linebackers. Obviously, the defensive line is very good, and ever since they put Cooper DeJean into the lineup, they've just been an extremely solid secondary. If you want to look at some weaknesses, they are very good. They're one of the top run defenses, but they've actually struggled against shotgun quarterback runs. They rank 18th in success rate against those type of runs. And obviously in week 11, Jaden was still recovering from that rib injury, and Cliff just wasn't calling a lot of runs at that time. And then in week 16, they're trailing for most of the game. So They didn't call a ton of runs, but when they did call some runs, they were successful. So I think that's going to be an area to test the Eagles' defense, whether they could hold up against those quarterback runs. And obviously that got cranked up in the playoffs. I think 16.5% of their plays right now in the playoffs have been designed quarterback runs. And also when the Commanders lined up in empty, they were able to find some success against the Eagles defense when they spread out. Three of Jaden Daniels' 5 touchdown passes came out of empty, and he had 42 yards on the ground from empty. So that's something that they could lean on. In this game, it'll be interesting to see what Fangio's adjustment is. But also, it's important to note that C.J. Gardner Jr. was ejected in the third quarter, and after he got ejected, there were several coverage busts where guys just weren't in the right place, and I wouldn't expect to see those type of coverage busts again in the playoffs when this defense is even more locked down. But I do think there are some things and edges that this Washington offense can lean on against this really good Eagles defense.
Ted, you mentioned that the Kobe Dean injury. To me, I think this has to be a huge Austin Eckler game. I think that's the one place where Washington has a distinct advantage. I know how good Terry McLaurin is, but those Eagles corners are really good, and they've been a pretty good pass defense all year. Only 5 for 60 in his last game in that win when they scored 36. To me, Eckler's the advantage that they're going to have. A, just your thoughts on that, and then B, who else might be having a nice game where you could see, hey, they could exploit this or that?
Yeah, I agree. I think Eckler has been really good in the past game, and if he's matched up against Burks, I mean that's a matchup that you can lean on. And Burks also, he has to be able to cover tight ends too. So I think Zach Ertz could be a potential weapon against him if you create that matchup. So yeah, I would say Ertz and Eckler are two guys that you want to try to use to expose Burks in coverage. And Burks I think he played pretty good against the run against the Rams, but I would really be curious to see how he plays if he's tested in passing game.
We're shortchanging the AFC Championship game in town this week for good reason, but we do have a classic between the Chiefs and the Bills as the second game on Sunday as well. Who do you like in that matchup?
I like the Chiefs most. I mean, it's one of those matchups where you go back and forth. The Chiefs are playing at home, and this is a totally different Chiefs offense than the one that played the Bills earlier in the season with Marquise Brown and Xavier Worthy getting healthy. They've done some offensive line shuffling. So this, and they just got through playing Houston, a very, very tough defense, and was able to find ways to score points against them. I don't think this Bills defense is very good. I think they played a pretty good game against the Ravens where they had some turnovers. One of them you could argue was a pretty lucky turnover with the high snap with Lamar Jackson. And they kind of surprised the Ravens with how much they loaded the box and blitz against Derrick Henry early, and then they made their adjustments, but I think it was a little bit too late. So I just don't think this Bills defense is very good. This Bills offense is amazing. The way that they're able to run the ball against two of the top run defense in the league against the Broncos and the Bills, it's just hard to stop. I mean, you want to load the box, but at the same time, you don't want to load the box against Josh Allen because he's able to create and buy time for his receivers to get downfield. But I think the big weakness is going to be the Bills defense. I think Patrick Mahomes is going to find some ways to move the ball, and this should be a little bit more high scoring than people think. But I think Kansas City being at home and just how good the Chiefs are in the playoffs historically, I would give them the edge.
Ted, thank you as always, buddy. Enjoy the games this weekend.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Ted Wynn, go read his work in The Athletic, joining us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Remember, at 4 o'clock and 40 minutes, we've got Caps tickets for you ahead of the Beltway Blitz. And at 5 o'clock today, we'll be joined by former Redskins legend, Charles Mann. What would we do to get to experience a Super Bowl parade in D.C.? That dream is getting closer and closer to being a possible reality. We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
This update brought to you by Reynolds, Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders and Eagles, we focus on the offense. For the NFC Championship, offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury, he's open to suggestions.
It's made sense to me. It's about the players, not the plays, and those guys usually make it work if they believe in it. This group has a lot of really smart football players. The one guy you got to watch is Zach Ertz, because any play he recommends, the ball's going directly to him. And he's very, very smart, so he knows when the ball should go to him and not. But no, it's from the quarterback on. Those guys, if they have a thought, an idea they believe in and like, we're willing to throw it out there.
Jaden Daniels, the finalist for AP Rookie of the Year. Dan Quinn, finalist for Head Coach of the Year. The winners announced February 6th. Madison Keys defeats number 2 seed Iga Swiatek to advance to the women's final at the Australian Open. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Tomorrow, we're going to be in Bethesda at Caddies on Cordell. 2 to 6:30 live show. Come on out and kick it with us. A little rally ahead of the NFC Championship game. From Bethesda! You can listen to the NFC Championship game this Sunday afternoon right here on The Fan. We'll have every single play for you. Westwood One's coverage. Ian Eagle, Kurt Warner, Ross Tucker on the broadcast. Looking forward to listening to that. We've also got pre- and post-game coverage, so you'll be locked into The Fan all day Sunday for the best coverage in town.
That's in advance of the NFC Championship game, which Washington is playing in. Let's never lose sight of that little fact, that little nugget, right? We're like, a big deal about the conference. Washington is playing for the conference championship in a year where they probably should have won 8 games as the beginning of a rebuild to establish some culture with a rookie quarterback. There's a reason. There's a huge reason that this doesn't happen. Most of the time when you draft a rookie quarterback, it's because you sucked. It's because you were terrible. Like Washington, 4 in a million, whatever the hell the record was, 3 in a billion. Usually your program is so bad, you can't turn people around like that. Ships start to turn around very slowly. If you ever watch Succession, the dad, the big lead character, is screaming about his company that's flailing and kind of flagging. He's like, I'm turning around an oil tanker. It takes a minute to do that. This is an oil tanker that was like, yeah, I got a little space. I'll just back up, whip it around, and be out of the cul-de-sac in a minute. That's what's happening. They're in the NFC title game.
I've never driven an oil tanker, but I have driven my dad's 22-foot Hurricane out on the Potomac River.
So you know what it's like.
Turning a boat around can take a little bit of time.
Takes a minute.
I understand the analogy. You don't just get to like hit a button and then go back in the other direction.
Yeah.
You got to kind of slow.
You got to need some space.
And you got to be worried about the waves and driving over your own wake, and you're giving yourself a big loop. I mean, I understand.
Yeah, you got to worry about the forest.
Sure. Let's bring in corporate Ryan Clary for a moment, because before the show, Clary's been pushing this bit for years that for some reason he wants us to do.
Mm-hmm.
I think mainly me, but I think both of us.
I think it's me too,
to some
now.
extent.
Yeah.
And I've always just shot him down, but I think I'm on board with this actually this time around. So Clary, every single time any of our teams are getting ready to play in a game, it doesn't matter if it's like game 42 for the Nats, or a Wizards game on a Wednesday night against the Kings, or the Capitals are just playing the Flyers again. You're like, hey, if our team wins, you guys can do a TikTok dance. And we're like, or not, or we would just not do that.
No.
But before the show, I'm once again trying to convince Danny that we need him to have some Commander's pride and do something wacky if the team wins the Super Bowl. And the antenna went up for you one more time.
Yeah. I think this is a perfect opportunity to put something on the line for our team. I mean, we're all rooting for the Commanders this weekend, but
it's an offering of sorts to the football.
Sure,
gods.
yeah. It's something that you would have to give up to the football god. So we were kind of brainstorming, like, what would I give up if the Commanders won this weekend? And of course, mid-conversation, I stopped everything. I was like, you have to do a TikTok dance. I don't know what it is.
You are obsessed with us doing TikTok.
I am, because that's just funny. like seeing you guys who are just so anti my generation and what we are. They're weird. I understand that. Danny way more anti it than Grant, but Grant is also a little.
Grant's a bridge between the two of us. Yeah,
Grant's
I would say so.
somewhere in the middle there. But I think it would be hilarious to see you guys do a funny TikTok dance.
I don't think that's funny at all.
But
That's
funny
the
though?
point, though. Like, it's for me, it is. And I think for all the listeners out there, if you guys were to learn a quick 10-second dance, they would love it. It's for the show.
First of all, nobody would love it. Let's start with that. There's just no way. Maybe someone in your generation would be like, Grant and Danny are doing a TikTok dance. No one my age would care at all that we're doing a TikTok dance.
Well, no, they would, because it would be funny just to see you guys try and like just do all like the weird dances.
So
like,
I told you,
like slap your chest or something. I don't know.
If they win the Super Bowl, I would happily do a TikTok dance for you. If that's what you want me to, if you want
like a private one or a one that actually goes on the.
He could put it online. I don't care. If they win the Super Bowl, sure, TikTok dance. Now here is my
big butt.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my caveat. I would want it choreographed by a professional. So, like, I'm talking Austin Eckler's wife, Melanie Wilking, who's a TikTok dancer, like by professional trade.
Okay.
She could come in and lead us in a TikTok dance and like teach us the dance. And I will gladly stand next to her or some adult professional and do a TikTok dance. Me and Danny standing side by side, half-assing a TikTok dance, I don't like as much. I'll do whatever I got to do. But I think if we got Eckler's wife in here who like does this all the time and she's like, here's how you do it, and she shows us, I'm on board with that.
I mean, also the Commanders have Katie Feeney, who's a megastar over on TikTok. I feel like she could maybe come in. Maybe we could pull some strings behind the scenes.
But does she do TikTok dances, or she's like,
Katie
get ready
Feeney
with me to
isn't
go
a-
to the game?
She's not a dancer. She's like, hey,
she's in that world though. She would know.
In that
She'd
she's
know
on
somebody,
TikTok.
Yeah.
By the way, didn't TikTok gone? Didn't it go away?
But it's kind of back, then it's not.
Is it back or
I
is
don't
it
know.
gone?
It's back.
I'm
It's back.
out of. I shouldn't have said anything. I don't know.
It's
I'm sorry.
It's
For
back.
how long? 90 days?
I don't
so
know.
this video is going to go away anyway, so we really don't have to worry
But,
about
but
it.
he's saying TikTok dance just as a name for it.
Yes.
You can put it wherever you want. You can put it online in some.
So it'd live on like
space.
Instagram Reels.
Yeah, exactly. And with what I'm doing now with on YouTube, which we're
This is
growing,
what it's all. It's content. That's what he wants.
content.
Is this really just corporate Clary getting a video to get some
No,
numbies?
it's also
you
it's
want
for-
numbies.
It's
I
three
want
things.
numbies.
It's three things. Number one is he wants a piece of kind of like semi-legal blackmail. Like he wants something to have over us that what he's like, I'll release it again. I'll publish it again.
Oh, we'd never see the video again, I'm sure. If we do this, it won't come up constantly.
Number two, like his sense of humor is I want someone to be so embarrassed and ashamed that he could point and cackle. So like his like, hey, if you lose the fantasy football matchup, you got to live in a dog cage and I'll throw food at you that's been half eaten by a cat. Ha 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 ha. Like that's what he thinks is
Right.
hilarious.
Right.
So that's number two. And then number three, it's about clicks. This is a corporate click
So,
scheme.
again, I am perfectly fine. We've got to offer something up to the gods, each of us. Danny has just shot everything down. That's a Danny staple. He's going to do that.
I have an offering. I'm willing to make it.
I'm sure you do.
I have one.
I'm sure it'll be quite a sacrifice.
It's huge.
According to who? This is normally Danny's
I have a joke there, but I'm not making it. Go ahead.
Danny's suggestions are generally something along the lines of, by the way, that's pretty good.
Thank you.
Danny's suggestions are like for the fantasy, he's like, I'll bring you guys lunch. We get each other lunch every Wednesday. Right? I think I've gotten lunch for people 9 times since last Tuesday. That's not a
It's going to be catered by Bourbon Steak was my plan, which is a little bit more than going to Shake
Okay.
Shack, respectfully. But whatever.
Twice as much. You know,
Yeah.
like it would have been fine. I love Bourbon Steak as much as the next guy, but we're looking for sacrifices. And I'm telling you, I am willing to do it. I want to get Eckler's wife or someone else who does TikTok dances. She was on the Netflix documentary
about TikToks,
all about TikTok dancing. That was her whole thing. Did you watch the documentary?
No, I missed it.
You definitely should have. I told you about it. It's
You did tell me
her
about it.
sisters in a cult and the whole deal.
There is some intrigue to that.
Yes, it's amazing.
But at its core, you start putting together a couple words and they turn into phrases. TikTok dancing, and then right, just this off this Cliff Kingsbury cliff of interest.
Juliana says she would like to see us dance, and she does realize that she's not the target demographic, though. I don't know what that means. You're a P1.
Yeah.
You
You're
are
the
the
show
target
historian.
demo.
Of course, you'd want to hear that.
Maybe
see that.
she's saying she's not like a 37-year-old dude with a beard.
Oh, maybe.
But I don't know, man. I think there's like 9 people who would find that funny.
I mean,
you keep saying it. It would be so funny. Like Darius, you, I would say, are the demo. You are a guy about my age, man, 25, 54, what have you. Would that move you in any way to emotion to hear that we're doing a TikTok dance and that you can watch it?
I would definitely laugh at it, but it would,
because you would laugh at it knowing how much I hated it.
Exactly.
Not because it's funny.
Exactly. Because I know you guys,
us.
because I know,
Right.
because I know
What
you
if
would hate
you've
everything
never
about
met
it.
us?
I mean, if I, as a fan of the show still,
Yes.
yeah, I'd still think it's funny because I still know that you guys would hate everything about doing it. Would it be hysterical? Would I watch it more than 1 or 2 times? Probably not.
That's ridiculous, Darius. Come on.
But I'm also not a TikTok guy, so I don't even know what a TikTok dance looks like. So who am I?
I'm happy to do this.
It
I will
looks
say.
it looks much better when you're like an attractive person with not that much clothing on, doing some weird lame dance.
Yeah.
That if anyone saw it in the wild, you'd go, "That's please have some shame. It's embarrassing."
Here's a Danny offering. In the event that the Commanders win the Super Bowl, I'll scroll through reels of women dancing on TikTok for an hour a day.
That I got to tell you, buddy, that's significant.
Thank you. And I'll just keep scrolling until an hour goes by of all the women dancing on TikTok, and I'll do
Will
that
you comment?
1 hour every single day for my big punishment.
And I'll have a punishment too.
Yeah.
No, here's what I will offer.
What's your offering to the football gods to get a Super Bowl?
For Super Bowl. Now, most of you aren't going to understand this, but there's a select few that will. Went to high school in D.C., and there are some rivals here. If the Washington 53 wins a Super Bowl this year, I will purchase and wear every day for a month gear from my rival high schools, whom I still hate to this day. The culmination will be I will wear a Landon jacket or sweatshirt, the Brown school that I can't stand. I will wear a Landon jacket or sweatshirt to a game at Northwest Stadium next year. I will purchase a ticket and I will go wearing a Landon Bears bit of outerwear.
Well, you just
to a
buried
football
the
game.
lead. You would go to Northwest Stadium.
Wearing Landon gear. That's what I would do.
The gear for the
You
high
don't
school
care about
is
that, and
irrelevant.
you don't get it's the most
Yeah.
relevant.
It's
You
not.
understand the sacrifice
You're a
that is?
45-year-old man. What you wearing gear
You
of
don't
a high
understand.
school? Oh, I still hate them.
You're damn right.
On what planet? I
This
mean,
one,
grow up.
right here.
It was your high school 25 years ago.
Damn right.
I mean, it couldn't be less relevant.
Forever.
We just want to see you hug Major Tutty.
Never.
Yeah.
Major Tutty,
Never.
at it. Go to a Commanders game.
If
and
he
hug
touches
Major
me, it's
Tutty.
harassment.
By the way, what a bit is that from Daniel? I still hate Landon. What are you talking about? You're 50. You hate Landon?
Yeah.
I'm sure you hate Landon. Like, I would never wear a Cortland Cougars shirt. Sure, I would. I don't care. It's a T-shirt.
Yeah, because you
It's
didn't have
a
the, you didn't have the
high school in
experience. Of
Fredericksburg.
course it is. Yeah. It's not,
So
not the
what?
same, man. It's not the same.
What's different about the DC private
From
school scene?
fourth grade all the way through high school, you grow up and they're nothing. It's nothing
Right,
but rivalry.
and then you become an adult.
Yeah.
And you move on with your life.
Of
And it
course
doesn't
I moved
matter
on.
who's from what
I'm
school.
not. I didn't go to the lacrosse game this past year. I didn't go like watch them wrestle. I've moved on plenty. I've got a family and everything.
You're
in
still
my
wearing your
blood,
Letterman jacket.
yeah, in my blood, wearing that stupid brown with the dumb white letters. Oh, it's hideous. It looks like something that you know exactly what it looks like. You've thought of it already, even if you haven't seen it. It's the worst, and there are rivals here. I would wear Landon Bear gear.
I'll do you one better.
Yeah.
You could wear St. Albans gear the whole time.
No.
Because nobody cares about what you're wearing.
Everybody cares.
Because not one person
Not everybody cares. I was going to
who's
say.
not in high school cares an iota
I already qualified it.
about the other
You
high
guys
schools.
won't get it. You can't get it. But the certain small group of people understand how significant that would be. That is a sacrifice. So for a month, I will wear Georgetown Prep gear. I will wear Sidwell Friends Quaker gear. I will wear Landon Bear gear. I need one other school that I despise.
You
I'll figure
will
it out.
not wear Georgetown Prep.
Yeah, Prep.
Georgetown Prep.
Yeah, Prep. That loathsome school up
You
Rockville
will
Pike.
not do that.
I would. I will. I'll wear Georgetown Preparatory gear for a week if they win the Super Bowl.
Again,
I'll go to the team book. I'll go to the school bookstore and buy prep gear.
what I'm not moved in any way by what
Because
you'll
you
be
don't.
wearing.
I guess you don't get it.
Yeah, you're right. I do not get it because as a grown up, there's no hatred for rival high
Mhm.
schools anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just I'm 37. I've got children. Having said that, Danny, you've got my attention on going to Northwest Stadium.
Wearing Landon gear.
Enough with the Jesus.
It's the emphasis.
I haven't wanted to curse.
It's the
so
emphasis.
long.
It's
I
the
almost
big
lost.
sacrifice. That's the number one sacrifice by far. For St. Albans man to wear Landon Bear gear. Are you kidding me?
Danny talking about going back to the stadium. Can we get you to go and tailgate? You have to make a day of it. Get there by 10 a.m. Leave after the game.
No, that's too far. That's a bridge too far. That's back-to-back Super Bowls to do that. That's back to back. That would take a lot. I'm already wearing landing gear the whole time.
If we win the Super Bowl, I'll wear Caroline County High School gear. Oh, that's just such a bad bit.
You're forgiven for not understanding. You never could.
Thank you.
There's no way.
You're right. You're right about.
You could never have had that experience.
Never possibly.
You don't know what
understand.
it's like to go to Sidwell's gym and have people just scream Sidwell. As like that's not cheering. That's just yelling Sidwell at me.
You're right.
You'll never know what it's like to walk into Landon's gymnasium and smell that smell, and have a whole student body
Probably
with the same
smells
haircut.
Probably smells like money.
But that's some of that Bethesda money, and have that whole gym with the same haircut, just screaming at you, hating your guts. You'll never know. You know what it's like.
Facts.
Yeah.
I will not know.
You'll never get it.
But I'll bet you 30 years after I was there and they yelled at me,
It's in these veins.
I'd forget about it.
It's right here.
I'd probably move on.
No, you can never forget.
We got to think about it, boys. We only have a couple more days, what we're going to offer up to the gods. Danny might be back at Northwest Stadium.
In landing gear.
In Commander's gear.
Landon Bear gear.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double plays next. This playoff run has made January just completely go away. Like it feels like, remember New Year's Day? Remember when that was like 2 days ago?
Like an hour ago.
I remember securing tickets for me and the boy to go to the end of the month Capital One Arena monster truck show, like late January. And I'm like, oh, this will be before the Super Bowl. I got a bunch of playoff football before this. And then same thing, Danny, with like, what is on the 31st? Oh, our 106.7 The Fan Live.
That's
event,
right.
Which is now coming up next week, next Friday, like 8 days away out in Leesburg at Tally Ho Theater. And it just felt like those things were months away.
Yeah, it was like, we got so much time. That's next Friday.
Not even any time. No time. But also, on top of all those things, the Nats today announced their spring training non-roster invitee list, and it dawned on me, spring training is going to take place like 2 weeks after the Super Bowl. Normally, there is a gigantic gap between when I shut down, I close my Commander's notebook.
Yeah, Washington season January 1st, 2nd, 3rd, somewhere in there.
I walk over my little folder and I put it away in the, the library, right where it belongs on the shelf. And then several weeks later, I go back up and I pick up my Nats notebook and I open it up and put it on my desk. There's no time. I'm just closing one and picking up the other.
The pitchers and catchers are in like 3 weeks. Less than that, maybe.
I could get used to this, though.
Yeah, I'll take it.
This must be what it's like for Chiefs fans. Every single year, football goes until February. It is time for our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Remember, tomorrow we are live in Bethesda at Caddies on Cordell, doing a show from 2 to 6:30. You can come out, hang out with us, watch us do the show. Got a little pep rally of sorts. Should be a lot of fun.
So I told you guys about this before the show started, okay? But I didn't tell you what the actual story was. So this happened last night, all right? I stopped off at CVS on my way home, not far from our house. I had to grab a couple of things. And I go in, park, go in CVS, and I walk out, right? Everything pretty normal, 5x5, no problem. Use my CVS card, just my phone number. I did a great job. I got like $2 off of my items, okay? Really excited about that. And as I'm walking out with my hands full of my items from CVS, all of a sudden, a car in the parking lot with the music is incredibly loud. So this is all happening very fast. Pulls up right in front of me. So it wasn't one of those like, I'm just in the parking lot looking for a parking spot or I'm leaving. It was like, it seems about me. Does that make any sense? You see the difference? Does that make any sense? Where I'm like, a million things are going through my mind. It's a mid-sized sedan. I can tell there are 4 people in it. And in my brain, I'm going, like, is this a robbery? Is this a...
So they're not parking in a spot.
No. They're
like angled across the parking lot right toward you.
Yeah, as I'm just outside of the entrance and I'm starting to walk. And
Are you on the sidewalk or in the parking lot?
In the parking lot.
Okay.
So it's a big parking lot. It's an L, right? So they passed by a million spots and they're clearly passing me. They were moving and they slowed down.
Like they're going to ask you for directions
or something. Like this is all in a microsecond. This happens. At first, I'm going, "Am I in danger?"
Bag over your head.
I don't know.
Thrown in the back of the car.
And I'm going, like, am I just going to get robbed, or am I going to ask me for directions? I have no idea what it is. It's all starting to come into the picture. Mid-sized sedan, it's like a Mazda or something like that. All wearing sunglasses. All 4 guys are wearing sunglasses, which is hard to understand because it was about 7 o'clock at night. It's already dark. The music is super loud, and they're all looking at me.
Okay.
And not in like a, hey, what's up, man? Or like a, hey, quick question for you. It's like they're staring at me. As the car kind of pulls up, my mind is racing. They're bobbing their head to the music. And it processes very slow, but it takes me an extra beat, but I figure out what's happening. The 4 of them must have seen me go in or somehow saw me in there and came out and decided to do this impromptu. They're playing the stupid Left Hand Up song at the loudest volume music has ever been played. And they're looking at me, bobbing their heads. And then when it gets to the part where the guy tells you to put your stupid left hand up, all 4 of them at the same time put their dumb left hand up in the air. And they're bobbing their head looking at me. Don't say anything. and drive off. You got me. All-time bit. I mean, all-time bit. I went from shaking, like a little bit worried for my existence in my life, and like what is happening, confusion, to then I'm sitting there staring aghast with no words that I can offer because I'm just so caught off guard. They played the dumb song, left-handed up to me, if that's a phrase, and drove off.
They LHU'd you.
Yeah, with no other interaction. It was an incredible bit.
That's
incredible.
Strong. Now that should be the normal thing when anyone sees you in public, is they should left-hand up you.
I mean, how do they all have sunglasses, number one? 7 o'clock at night. They're all like in unison, like bobbing their heads to the beat as much as you could.
I wondered, like, how long were they following you?
Who knows? I don't know if somebody was in there, saw that it was me, and they said, "Let's put this bit together." I don't know if they saw me go in. I have no idea. I don't know who it was. If you're out there, hit me up. But funny, like hilarious.
That's great.
Yeah.
And did you do the left hand up?
I most certainly did not. I was holding stuff, and it's dumb. No one should do it.
Well, that would be awful. That would be worse than wearing your high school's rivals.
Right.
T-shirt.
I guess I put my stupid hand up. No, that's out of context, Danny.
Like, imagine that. Like 45 years old and have to wear your rivals T-shirt. You have to hold your nose when you put on.
Dude,
your
I'm gonna wear a
T-shirt.
jacket or like a pullover or something.
Oh man,
Yeah.
that is crazy.
It's gross.
No, don't do that, bro. That is
If they win the Super Bowl, I'll do it.
Girls have cooties too, right, man?
I'll do it. If they win the Super Bowl, I will.
Kiss a girl?
No, that's never. That's ridiculous.
That would
no
way.
What?
The Beltway Blitz is next, and we're going to give you tickets to see the Capitals on Grant and Danny. Charles Mann today at 5 o'clock.
This update presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. Commanders offense preparing for the Eagles, a trip to Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans on the line. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury today when he knew Jaden Daniels was legit.
And then I'd probably say on the road at Cincinnati, when some of the stuff he did there, I was like, okay, this is like a real thing. And then it's just gotten better, and the work ethic, like I said, hasn't done anything but improved, and the competitive stamina outside of when he was banged up and we had, a couple rough weeks we were trying to figure things out, has just been, he's gotten better and better each week.
Daniels is a finalist for AP Rookie of the Year. Dan Quinn a finalist for Coach of the Year. The announcement will be made February 6th. National Spring Training non-roster invitees include top 10 prospects Harlan Susanna and Brady House. Capitals and Kraken tonight at 9:45 on the Fan. Terps versus Illinois, huge Big Ten matchup, 8:30 at Team 980. Wizards Clippers, 10:15, Bloomberg 99.1. American Madison Keys needs 3 sets to upset number 2 seed Iga Swiatek. Madison Keys versus Arina Sabalenka in the women's final at the Australian Open. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. I'm Byron Curl, the Fan.
As promised, caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're going to win a pair of tickets to see the Capitals February 1st. That is a week from Saturday against Winnipeg at home. For tickets and the complete Cap schedule, go to thefandc.com. The show's brought to you by the law firm Kandori and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament. They'll set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys and do that today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Tomorrow, the show is live in Bethesda at Caddies on Cordell. Come on by and watch the program. Celebrate with your buddies. Bring them out, TI style. But wear your burgundy and gold. We would advise you to get ready for the NFC Championship game with us at Caddies on Cordell. Speaking of which, Danny, we got the game live on Sunday on Westwood 1. Ian Eagle and Kurt Warner on the call. We've got play-by-play. We'll have pregame and postgame. Coverage starts at 9 a.m., goes all day on the Fan.
So cool. I mean, that's what you do. You go wall to wall when you're in the NFC Championship game. You know how it is.
I think it sounds like I have to get my marching orders on this still. But there's a developing situation for me where I'm going up Saturday night to take part in some festivities at Hard Times Cafe, I believe, in Philadelphia. Little rally developing.
Okay.
And then I'll be at the game on Sunday at Lincoln Financial Field, representing the Grant and Danny radio program. You're not going to guess what I'm going to wear. I'm going to wear a Landon shirt to the game.
Wouldn't mean anything to you.
On Sunday.
Wouldn't mean anything to you if you did that.
A Landon shirt, no less.
Could you actually not? I know you're joking with me, and that's fine. But could you just say that you're not going to do that?
I'm not going to do that.
Thank you.
It is time for our Beltway Blitz covering the National Football League. Let's get to it. PJ Glasser joins us, BetQL Network. PJ, let's start with the AFC title game. Bills and Chiefs. Is this the year Buffalo gets by Kansas City?
It certainly could be, guys. I'm not going to bet that it is, though. I'm rolling with the Chiefs. Both of these teams are pretty similar in the sense that neither really makes a mistake, and they force their opponents into doing so. Everybody keeps doubting the Chiefs. We've heard all year, how fraudulent this team is and how they're not as good as their record is. But they just keep finding ways to win games. And, being in this game 7 straight times with the spread, being pretty much a pick 'em. I think that's the key. If this was 3.5, that's a different story. Maybe you take Buffalo to cover. But the spread being what it is, I think the Chiefs win. I think they cover the game as well.
What's the most important thing for Buffalo in order to win it, to finally break this curse?
I think they got to force turnovers, Danny, because they've won the turnover battle, you guys, in their last 22 games. They've been unbelievable at limiting their turnovers and also forcing the opponent into turnovers. And, we saw it in the divisional round, right? Every team that won was outgained, but they won the turnover battle. And every team playing in conference championship week has not turned the ball over yet in the playoffs. So that's really been the story of the postseason. That's going to be the story of the two games on Sunday, especially in Buffalo, KC. So the Bills don't turn it over, and they force a couple on the Chiefs that they're going to win the game.
What is there left to be said about the Chiefs if they do beat Buffalo and they do get to the Super Bowl? Because I'll be honest, I mean, to get the bye, which they earned, but then to only have to beat the Texans to get to the AFC title game, this is the least impressive path to the championship game I can ever remember for anybody. It's like the opposite of the gauntlet, say, Washington has had to go on. And I understand you earn that as the 1 seed. That's fine. Beating the Bills is a whole different ordeal. And then you'd be back in the Super Bowl in a year in which it just felt like they were kind of down. And even though they kept winning over and over and over again and they were inevitable, it was never with style points. Like, what is left to be said if they get back there and do it again?
I mean, there's really not much. I would agree with you, Grant, that, the path up to this point is pretty easy. But I think it's incredible when you consider, again, the fact that they've won the Super Bowl the last 2 years, how they have more miles, more hits on their bodies than any other team in the NFL. And they're getting everybody's best shot every single week, right? And they're pretty much beating everybody along the way. So, look, if they win Sunday, they win the Super Bowl, they three-peat. There's really nothing more than you can say, and you can hate them, but at the end of the day, I think you have to appreciate the greatness.
What matchup kind of within that game will kind of help decide it in your mind, PJ? Just sort of game within the game there. Is it, spying on Allen? Is it, I don't know, I'm thinking of a receiver cornerback matchup, something in the trenches. Where do you think that game's going to end up being won or lost?
I think it's probably going to be how the Bills deal with Xavier Worthy, because if you look at that Chiefs-Texans game, guys, there was only one receiver that caught a pass in that game, and it was Worthy. It was Kelsey and Worthy. That was it. Those were the only guys that were doing anything downfield for Mahomes. So we know Kelsey's going to get his, right? Every team comes into a game hoping that they can limit him, and it never happens, especially in the playoffs. But Worthy's the guy. They got to try and take him away because of his speed and all the different ways that they try and get him the ball. So I think that's going to be a big factor, right? Kelsey is going to get his touches. You can hope to contain him, but really taking away Worthy and making sure his speed doesn't impact the game, I think is going to be a big factor on in the AFC title game.
PJ, I want to, before we get to the NFC title game, go around the league with you really quickly. Which hiring of Lions coordinators did you like more? The Jets going and getting Aaron Glennon, bringing him in, or the Bears finally luring Ben Johnson away from the Lions?
I actually like the Aaron Glenn hire, guys, more. I really did. I thought, the Jets haven't been to the playoffs in over a decade. Rex Ryan was the last coach to get him there. And Rex kind of reminds me of Aaron Glenn, just personality-wise, right? They're both kind of guys that, are unapologetically themselves. They're a little brash, right? They say what's on their mind. And the Jets are a team that we know they need a culture change. They need somebody in that locker room that it kind of flips the script, much like Harbaugh did with the Chargers, Dan Campbell with the Lions. The Jets need somebody like that, and I think Aaron Glenn is going to provide that for them. So obviously they got to figure out what they want to do at quarterback in the offense, but the Jets needed a head coach for the culture, and I think they got it in Aaron Glenn.
The Cowboys aren't really going to hire Brian Schottenheimer, are they?
I mean, it's incredible. They might at this point. Nothing really the Cowboys do surprised me. I didn't think they'd get this far with Schottenheimer, but all the reports, I kind of think it's going to happen, guys.
All right, let's go to this. You may have heard Washington is in the NFC title game, as they always are if this was the 80s. But here we are against Philadelphia, a hated rival. Just how do you see it going? What's the key?
It's awesome. I think the key to the game for me is, two things that I think are interesting heading into this game, right? Obviously, this is the third time this year that both teams are facing each other. Detroit didn't see Jaden during the regular season. Tampa saw him all the way back in week 1, but obviously that was a way different version. So kind of the chess game between both teams, I think will be fascinating. And then also, Hurts, what does he look like? To me, this spread, Philly -6, is kind of being priced like Hurts is healthy. And I think we all know that really isn't the case. So how does he look? Saquon, obviously, you know, he's an incredible player. The Eagles have a great O-line. I do think Hurts is going to have to make some plays, though, in this game. And I think he's going to have to make some throws. So how healthy is he? What does that look like? To me, that'll be the game. Saquon's going to get his yards. Washington, I think, is going to do a pretty decent job, though, on him. And I think the game's going to come down to Jalen Hurts and the plays that he makes in the pass game.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, PJ's got your betting advice over on BetQL. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
We appreciate you. Let's keep the blitz going. Our friend Kevin Sheehan, you know him from the aptly named Kevin Sheehan Show. Kev, I'm going to start where I started last time, and I apologize in advance. But I said this to you about a month ago, and you were a little bit, I would say, non-committal on it, but I want to see where you're at. You know they're never changing the name again now, right?
It's over, right?
I don't know that.
Do you think there's a chance they could still or would still change the name even if they win the Super Bowl as the Commanders?
If they win the Super Bowl, I definitely think that puts it into a different realm. But right now, I do think they would still change it. I do, and I think at the very least they will change a lot associated with the brand, things like uniforms, etc.
That I totally agree with.
Mm-hmm.
I thought at the beginning of the year it was a lock that they would not be named what they are in 5 years, and I now think that that's a pipe dream. I think it's over.
Well,
everywhere I look, everybody's rocking Commanders gear.
Yeah, you know, I was with you at the beginning of the year, and really since ownership changed, that it was a lock that it would change, not to Redskins. That ship sailed clearly, but to something else. You know, something that I found interesting, and I don't know if you guys saw this. Did you see that the local TV numbers for the team this year ranked 21st in the league?
Yeah,
that shocked me. Now, I have not seen the playoff numbers. I can't imagine that the Tampa and the Detroit games didn't generate massive audiences here locally, but I was surprised that the numbers weren't much higher.
So my take is, I don't know if you agree with this or not. I think the tent is way smaller, but the passion within the tent right now is unbelievable.
Yeah, they're still in.
And by the way, the tent is growing, and it's also going to be just a different, I mean, some people will be crossovers in the Venn diagram, but it's also going to be very different. Like, there's a lot of kids now wearing Jaden Daniels jerseys that don't care that they were the Redskins, and, you know, were wearing Mahomes jerseys a year or two ago. But I do think the fan base is just a lot smaller, but I think the passion now compared to the beginning of the season is obviously night and day and kind of unbelievable.
I agree with that completely. I mean, and I think I've referenced just, you know, because I kind of felt, and I don't know if you guys felt it at any point this year, I'm like, this is big. And then I kind of thought, well, it's possible that we're just in a much bigger bubble, but it's still a bubble. And that's essentially what you're saying, I think.
Yeah.
So, Kevin, the spread remains at 6.5. Last I've seen, depends on your book, but 6.5. It started at 4.5. This PJ Glasser we just had on said something interesting, and I think he's right. I want to ask you about this. It seems like it's staying here because everyone thinks Jalen Hurts is just going to be Jalen Hurts, and he'll be fine, and the knee's fine, and Washington's going to get carved up. That's why that number seems to be sticking right there to me. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. I mean, I think these standalone games, you know, at this point in the season, there's never real explanations except for, you know, the guys that really move the numbers, true sharp bettors and feared bettors. So jumping, to be honest with you, I never saw it at 4.5. I saw it at 5.5. But still a jump to 6, and there are a couple of 6.5s out there. That has got to be, you know, a super sharp, respected, you know, or group of them betting Philadelphia. That would be my guess. Why are they betting Philadelphia? I don't know. I mean, that seems like a decent, you know, assumption that they believe Hurts is going to be Hurts.
Who's breakout in this run, other than Daniels, obviously, which speaks for itself, but he's been great throughout the year. But whose breakout have you been most impressed by, or do you find most entertaining here?
I guess the easy answer for that would be De'Ami Brown, but I'm just thrilled that Eckler's back. Because I think, at one point earlier in the season, if we had polled all of our listeners and said, after Jaden, who's the second best player on the team, I think they would have said Eckler, at some point in October. And then he went away with the injury, and they missed him. Now, he didn't play in the last Philadelphia game, so they didn't miss him that much because they scored 36 points despite turning the ball over 5 times. But I didn't know what to expect from Eckler this year, but he's really valuable to this team and this offense.
What do they do at right guard?
I guess move Wiley and play Lucas at tackle. But I don't know. I was listening to the Kingsbury presser. He seemed impressed with Trent with Trent Scott, and I think he played pretty well against the Lions. They're not going to tell us. We'll know on Sunday at 3. But I bet you it's getting their best 5 on the field, and I think that includes Lucas. And to me, that means Wiley moves inside.
Kevin, you know that Barkley in the 2 games went for 146 and 150 with 2 touchdowns apiece. If I was to tell you he's going to split the difference this weekend and go for 148 with 2 touchdowns, is there a path to still winning that game, in your opinion?
Yeah, because of what you just said. I mean, he had $150 and they won the last game. I think they win the game Sunday with their offense. And we've already seen that they don't stop the run. They don't play great defense consistently. And they've overcome that for now 7 consecutive games or 6 consecutive games or whatever it is now in terms of the winning streak. 7, right? 5 at the end of the regular season. So, I mean, every week I sit here and say, got to stop the run. Really hard to win if you don't stop the run. And they don't stop the run and they win. And it's because their offense is that good. It masks, well, maybe not masks, but it's able to overcome every other flaw they have on the team. So I would never say that they can't win if Barkley goes for a big day.
Speaking of that offense, this is the best defense on their schedule. They put them a couple times. That second half outburst certainly happened, and that's a data point. But how confident are you this weekend that you get that same offense against this really good Philly D?
I'm confident, Danny. I mean, I know what it looked like in that Thursday night game, but I kind of tossed that because it's 4 days, turnaround, first kind of exposure to Fangio. I thought that was the only time this year that they looked confused and off offensively. And even in the first half, in Landover, it wasn't pretty. But what I saw Saturday night, completely different defense. What I saw against Tampa, I just think right now they're unstoppable on offense. And the way you stop them is that Philly needs to think about possessing the football and scoring on 6 of 9 drives and keeping Jaden Daniels in this offense off the field. I mean, I think you start looking at it from the other team's perspective. They can win if Jaden isn't on the field as much as he's been. Because if they're on the field for 8, 9, 10 possessions, they're scoring 28 plus, maybe more than that. I said plus.
Kevin, what show are you binging these days?
I'm not, although everybody in my family wants me to get into Severance. Have not watched any of it yet.
I tried it for an hour. I hated it so much.
Really?
No,
Yeah.
it's really good, Kevin. No, listen to him.
But I will say I'm the only person that has that opinion. And I turned it off after like 15 minutes because the guy just walked around the hallway the whole time. And I was like, this is stupid. I'm out. But I just couldn't do
walked around the hallway. I've heard, Danny, I think you and I probably are similar in the shows that we like. Everybody that likes the shows that I like, say they just tell me that I'll absolutely love Severance.
Yeah, it's a slower burn, and every kind of thing you peel back and every page you turn is more jaw-dropping than the last. A little more bubblegum for you, though, Kevin. Highly recommend. Guy Ritchie television show. So normally his movies, Lock, Stock, and Snatch and all those. The Gentleman. Really well done. It's a lot of fun.
I will check it out. Definitely. I actually want to see a movie that I haven't seen because everybody says the Dylan movie with Chalamet is great.
I heard it was awesome. I like Chalamet. He's a hell of an actor.
Seems like he can act well.
Yeah.
He's excellent. He really is, although he seems to be in everything these days. But we don't have time for this stuff. We've got a championship game.
No, that is true.
No, the reason I ask, though, is now we're down to football just on Sunday every now and then. So there's going to be a lot of weeknights to fill in the blanks here.
You're right. Yep, no doubt.
All
I'll
right,
be into
Kev.
something soon, but hopefully not until after New Orleans on February 9th.
Ain't that a fact? All right, brother. Be good.
See you, buddy.
All right, guys.
There's Kevin Sheehan of the Kevin Sheehan Show. That is our Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. I want to talk about this Eagles defense. They're obviously outstanding. They are ranked #1 in the NFL. But should Washington be worried about them? Are they as good defensively as the Commanders are good offensively? We'll get into that next. Charles Mann is on the show at 5 o'clock.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, as I have many times over, you get Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage with every new and pre-owned vehicle with less than 100,000 miles. Think about that. You get a vehicle that's been driven 77,000, 94,000, whatever, you get the same as the 0.0 folks. That's just one way they want to take care of you. What does Ted Britt for life mean? It means peace of mind for life, covering powertrain, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspections, and so much more. In fact, my car, my Mustang Mach-E, which you can get a great deal on. Actually, I'll tell you about that first. My Mustang Mach-E is awesome. You can get one for 0% APR for 72 months, plus $2,500 bonus cash. And my guys at Tempered Ford can hook you with a home charger complete with installation. That's pretty awesome. So anyway, it needed service. So instead of going over there, waiting around, and not really being sure what time it was, they picked up the car, dropped off a loaner. I drove it around, and then they consulted with me when was a good time for me to do a car exchange. They made it easy. Let them take care of you the way they've taken care of so many. Go see my pals at Tempered Ford and tell them Danny sent you.
Commanders offense against the Eagles for a trip to Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury, head coach Dan Quinn's leadership is vital.
From day one, he hasn't treated anybody differently. The expectation level has been what it is. You know, it's going to be championship week every week. So when you get to this week, which he preached, nothing's going to be different. Guys believed in it. They followed him. There's a lot of guys with a chip on their shoulder in that group, players that I think people thought they were being sent off here to die, and they've been able to show that they still got a place in this league.
In his first public comment since his critical drop in Sunday's loss to the Buffalo Bills, Ravens tight end Mark Andrews posted on Instagram that he's absolutely gutted by what happened, and he said later, "I promise that this adversity will only make me stronger and fuel us as we move forward." Jaden Daniels is a finalist for Rookie of the Year. Dan Quinn, a finalist for Coach of the Year. National Spring Training non-roster invitees include top prospects Harlan Susanna and Brady House. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Charles Mann, former Redskins legend, 5 o'clock right here on Grant and Danny. Bill Barnwell, ESPN.com, does a great job covering the NFL. At 6, we'll get his thoughts and picks for this weekend's championship game. How good is the Eagles' defense? That's the conversation I want to have, and we can open up the MGM National Harbor listener line on this right now at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. So I guess let me just start, Danny, by saying I understand that that's an exceptional unit. You cannot get through a full season ranking number 1 overall on a side of the ball and not be really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
And in yards per play, that's what Philadelphia was. So 32 teams in the league, every time they lined up, per play basis, the Eagles gave up the fewest yards at 4.7. They ranked number 9 against the run. They ranked number 1 against the pass. I don't find them to be a dominant, scary defense, though. To me, generally, when you're going up against like a number 1 defense, you go into that game and you go, I don't know how I'm going to move the ball on this team. You know what I mean? You know what that looks like over the years with like the Ravens in 2000 or
Legion of Boom defense.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't really see them that way. Now, why is that? Part of it, I think, is the game that I just watched them play against Washington when the Commanders scored 36 points and Jaden Daniels threw 5 touchdown passes against them just a handful of weeks ago. They have been leaky over the last couple of weeks. I thought they really got bailed out to an extent by the weather against the Rams. Like their numbers against LA look really, really good. But if you look at it, there were a ton of drops in that game. Rams receivers could not hold on to the ball. There were guys slipping out of breaks. The snow benefited them immensely. I think they can be had a little bit in that secondary, oddly enough, as a unit that was number 1 yards per play against the pass. And you've seen some teams have success running the ball against them. That's why they're back end top 10. They also don't really do a great job getting to the quarterback. They harass you. They move you around. They don't sack you very often. They're 15th in sacks per pass attempt, basically smack dab in the middle of the league. They don't pick off a lot of passes. They are not in the top 10 in that category. They're good at forcing punts and not allowing you to extend drives. They're number 1 in first downs per game. Again, they do things very well. They're 3rd on third down defense, partially because they win on early downs. But, they're 20th in goal to go when you get inside the 10. They are 23rd at stopping 4th downs when teams go for 4th downs. I wonder if there's any team
is there one that
for
does
a lot
that?
of 4th downs around these parts. Here is my argument. They are very good. I don't find them to be scary. I am not worried. I don't go into that game going, oh, damn, I got to play the Eagles defense this week. I just don't put them in that category. And I think it's hard for me to unsee what I just watched with my own eyes at Northwest Stadium in Landover, going back to week 16, where Washington did whatever they wanted. The Eagles did not have, after the first quarter, really, a single answer for the Commanders in that game. And Jaden Daniels, in that contest, oh, by the way, went for 88 yards on the ground and then threw for 5 touchdowns. Elite defenses don't really allow that to happen. They don't have games like that on the ledger.
I think that's a lot of that is fair because some of those are numerical data points. But let me throw this back at you. They allowed 20 points or less in 13 of their 19 games so far this year. If you expand that to 22 or less, it goes up to 16 out of 19. You don't just luck your way into that, regardless of opponent in this modern day and age. Half their games, they allowed less than 300 total yards. And that's in games that they're dominating, which they dominated a bunch of them, where teams are just throwing it every down and they're playing some prevent and soft stuff. You've got 3 outlier games over the course of this year. Their worst game of the season where they got blown up by Tampa Bay. That happened. I'm not taking that away. I'm not changing that. That happened. The opener not in North America against Green Bay, who moved the football at will and scored some points against them.
They were terrible in that game.
They were bad in that game. I have nothing to say about that. And then really the second half against Washington, where if you look at the first half, they watched all the things that I'm afraid of that you're not, which I think is reasonable, by the way. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about downs, fumble, punt. Washington's first half drive chart. I think that group is excellent. I think Fangio was the best defensive coordinator maybe in football, or he's close to it. If you look at his body of work over the last decade plus, he is probably not a great head coach, but he's an excellent DC. Figures out guys, what bothers you coverage-wise, and you're 100% right. They don't have the passer harassment that they did a couple seasons ago when they set the modern record for sacks. They were 15, 20 sacks clear of the second-place team. They're not that in terms of a pass rushing group, but you look at the body of work they've turned in, they have been dominant at times, and at worst, really good at others. The outlier samples I went through, it's really the last 18 minutes of that Washington game where it got away from them. That happened, and it was awesome, but for 3/4 of that game, they were kicking Washington's butt pretty good. I don't know.
So you're mostly, the best point I think you made, and it's the one that you're going to hear a lot about this defense, is you're mostly looking at how many points they've given up. Fair? Or not exclusively.
Well, you touched that. Yards per play, they're number one. Yards per pass, they're number one. All that stuff you touched on.
I'm just saying that, yes, they do not give up yards and they don't give up points. I think the biggest reason for that is they're not on the field that much. It's about their offense. The best thing about their defense is they're the best running team in the league, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
They're the best ball possession team, most games, in the league. I'm going to ask you this. Where do you think they rank out of 32 teams in number of plays on the field defensively this year?
Oh, I would know. I don't know. The second or third least.
Least,
yeah.
32. The Panthers were on the field this year for 1,154 plays. The Eagles were not even on the field for 1,000. They had 999 defensive plays. The only team in the league
sub 1,000.
And in fact, almost no other teams are sub 1025 or 1030. They're not on the field. Less is asked of them. So I think the reason why their defense plays well is they can't be exposed. That the other team's offense doesn't get enough looks and reps and opportunities. Well, what does Washington have? They have 2 games of tape, and they're getting now a third look at them. So, again, it as part of making an argument, I think you end up belittling or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying they are bad. This is a legitimate top of the league type defense, top 5, top 10 in any given year, whatever. Are they scary? No. They lack, to me, really scary players. There's a couple. Jalen Carter is a absolute menace to society, and I worry about him every single moment of every single game. But normally when you're talking about a number 1 defense, there's a guy like that at every level. And there's not really for me with this group. I'll take Terry McLaurin on Quinn Mitchell. You saw that in the second game. These 2 teams played, by the way, where Washington actually threw the ball to Terry, and he cooked them. The first game when the Eagles had Washington's number, no time to prepare. If you remember, Cliff actually going into the second game talked about how he overdid it and he gave them too much, and there was too much on Jaden's plate, basically, and he should have dumbed things down and just kind of, ran what they had prepared already. They didn't do that. So I think some of that was the lack of prep time. I think Daniels was compromised and not 100% probably. And it was a bad game, cold weather, gross, on the road, whatever, a lot of factors. You're going to have bad nights. I'll give them credit too. They did a really good job. And they have disguised and surprised Daniels this season. They forced him into more bad middle of the field throws than any other team. He probably should have I think he has 3 interceptions against them. He should probably have 5 or 6.
Mm-hmm.
They're the team that's made him look the most like a rookie. So again, kudos to them. They're good. But I think Washington's offense is better than Philly's defense is. Washington's offense is more good than the Eagles' defense is good.
So the plays argument or point is a good one, where you go, it's because of their offense. I'm going, it's because of their defense, because they get off the field, because they don't let you get many yards and they force you to punt. They don't turn you over a ton. You're 100% right. Even though that 5 turnover game happened and they have a 4 turnover game in there, pretty much half their season turnovers, by the way, were over a couple of games. So that's one place where you can go, dominant defenses take it away as much as, way more than this group would, is what I would say. But to me, that you look at the average time of drive, for example, of offenses, Philly's absolutely in the top 10 or top 5, as is Detroit, as is Washington, as was Tampa Bay, and their defenses aren't like this. You see what I'm saying? Like, you're right that they're set up well to play complementary football, where you can stay on the field, get first downs, score some points, but you still got to get those 3 and outs. You still got to get those. Washington doesn't, and this Philadelphia defense does by point of comparison.
Yeah. Commanders defense is not good.
Right. But I'm offering that, hey, they're right there comparable in terms of time of possession for on average for each drive.
But the Eagles are the number 1 time of possession team in the league. And it's because they run the ball at a rate that nobody else can or does.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the most friendly, awesome thing you can do for your defense.
That is totally true.
Generally speaking, the better you are at running the ball in time of possession, the better your defense is going to be. See the Ravens as an example, who are right there as well, who had the other 2,000-yard back.
Totally right.
This year.
And I guess part of my point is that group is also coming. I mean, they're playing at home, but that offense is available, and they're going to do that to a group that can't stop them in terms of Washington.
Absolutely. But which is a whole other conversation,
Right.
I guess, to just, in a vacuum, how good is the Eagles defense? If you put this Eagles defense on a mediocre offense, what does it look like? Now, it goes without saying it would get worse as you play more, but that's kind of my whole argument. I don't think they're obviously not the 2000 Ravens all time, some of those defenses, but the question, I guess, is, do they scare you? And really, other than Jalen Carter, my answer is no. I also think not having Nakobe Dean's a big, big deal, who they used to spy Jaden Daniels, who did a pretty good job at times keeping him in the pocket.
Very much so.
Who can move pretty well sideline to sideline. I think that's a huge, huge loss. Let's go to Kevin in D.C. on Grant and Danny. How do you feel about the Eagles' number 1 ranked defense?
I feel like how you feel. Outside of Jalen Carter, there's nothing scary.
Yeah, I mean, do you think
outside of Jalen Carter? And one thing the people have to remember too, we didn't have Jonathan Allen for neither one of those games as well.
Well, that's true. I mean, early in the year, he wasn't necessarily putting them over the top or the swinging pendulum anyway, but he did have a tremendous game against Detroit. I think he had 7 pressures. He ended up really making
He was really good.
A huge impact.
Need that again against that excellent offensive line.
Yeah. Different side of the ball, obviously, than what we're talking about right now, which is the Washington offense against the Philly defense. Question for you guys is, how confident are you that the Commanders will be able to move the football and score points on this defense? Like, to me, I feel great about that. I think they'll move the ball, they'll score points. I do worry about turnovers. I think Daniels is going to throw a pick in this game. I hope it's 1. Because we have seen it. We've seen Vic Fangio's the only guy that's figured out some way that Daniels doesn't quite see everything in the VR headset before the game.
Right.
I don't know what he's got on him, but he's got something. I need it to be 1 pick, not 2 picks.
And I also hope it's not. I hope it's like an arm punt. You know what I mean? Like something downfield. Like the one interception that was over the middle, because remember there were 2 in that game, that was kind of deeper over the middle. I think it was intended for McCaffrey. Wasn't a great arm punt, but it wasn't like sideways line of scrimmage that gets returned for a touchdown.
The home game? The second game.
Second game that they won.
Yes.
It was 25, 30 yards down the field. So that wouldn't be a great punt, but I'll take that.
It was around midfield.
Way different than somebody jumps something and you get a free touchdown.
The other one was when they got the ball back to try to go win the game in minus territory near your own red zone, basically.
Yeah.
And the defense bailed you out, and then they had to kick the field goal,
That's right.
I guess, and they still got to go down and have a chance to win. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. Hey guys, it's GP. You know I am back on the weight loss program with my friends over at Copare, C-O-P-A-R-E, Copare. It's the old EMP 180 new name, same grade program. Down 20 pounds now, feeling good about it. The good news is I'm adding muscle while I'm losing fat. I know this because of my consultations with my coach Kurt, and the weigh-ins that we're doing, and the ability to look at the metabolic numbers. Co-pair programs are catered to you based on your preference and how you want to do it. 58% of their new clients are doing it the way I did it years ago, the old-fashioned way. I'm mixing in the weight loss injections to tamp down some hunger and cravings, those shots, so it'll help you drop weight, but they're not going to keep the weight off, right? So you still need to learn the program and make better decisions, and that's why I'm with Co-Pair at this point. Many of you guys made New Year's resolutions that you were going to get healthier like I did, and I've gotten started. So get going with me here, and let's drop some LBs. This is the way to do it. Co-Pair is going to take good care of you. You got to tell them I sent you, and they will get you squared away. 855-888-0180, 855-888-0180, copairhealth.com. Charles Mann's on the show at 5. Bill Barnwell at 6. It's an NFC Championship game week on Grant and Danny. We're out and about tomorrow.
Cat is on Cordell in Bethesda. I am excited about this. My home of so many game watches. It's just this, it's one of those spots where it's like you associate it, man. It's like a hometown type bar. Fitting that's where we're headed tomorrow.
Speaking of game watches, if you're going to listen to the game on Sunday, listen to 106.7 The Fan. We got a pregame broadcast. We'll be on postgame. We'll have coverage from Lincoln Financial Field. I'll be on site. And we've got the live play-by-play from Westwood One's Iron Eagle, Kurt Warner and Ross Tucker all day long right here on 106.7 The Fan, including, for the first time this season, the actual game, which is very, very cool. That's what happens when you make the championship round. We get to take the games. How do you guys feel about the Eagles' defense is the question. Phillips in Silver Spring on The Fan. What's up, Phillip?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. I want to just kind of touch on Grant's point where the Eagles' offense kind of dictates the flow of the game and keeps their defense off the field. They do play great complementary football, but you also got to look at what the Eagles did to the Ravens' offense. When the Ravens were on the field most of that game, the Eagles' defense did step up and make key stops time after time after time. So I don't want to discredit their defense and say, that it's the product of their offense being on the field so long. They have playmakers. Jalen Carter's a huge playmaker. I think Zach Vaughn's a huge playmaker. Their weakness is their safeties. Blankenship and Gardner Johnson are not the best in coverage. So if you want to attack them, you got to attack their safeties.
Combined for 10 interceptions between them, but I actually tend to agree with that.
I was going to say, and they're number one against the pass.
Yeah, if there is a weak link in the secondary, it's those guys. But again, I think it's all relative. Like, I'll take that group over, top of my head, 25, 26, 27, 28 teams in terms of their ability to cover and disrupt passes.
I think their secondary in general is a bit of a weakness. I wouldn't just say safety. Like Darius Slay gets beat a bunch at this point. He'll make plays. He reminds me a little bit of like D'Angelo at the end of his career, where he's going to make plays and give up some plays. I think Slay can be had, and he might get you too, but you can definitely make some chunks against him. Quinn and Mitchell's supposed to play, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Banged up shoulder, but I bet you he goes in this one.
They're down. Like they had 2 corners leave last week in that game. They have 3 cornerbacks hurt that are on the injury report that are trying to play in this game while not at 100%. So I don't know that I completely agree. The safety position where they're actually healthier is a whole lot better than the corner position for them right now. Let's go to Paul in DC. What's up, Paul?
Hey, what's up? How you doing, fellas?
Good, buddy.
Hey, I agree with Danny. I think that you're mistaken, Grant, because at the end of the day, they get off the field. And if you think about it, they're about to go to the Super Bowl, or, I mean, hopefully they don't if we beat them. But if they did, they had the NFC Championship game, and Jalen Hurts hasn't even thrown over 200 yards yet. That's saying something. And granted, they got a running game that's killing, and maybe Saquon Barkley is dominating in a real fashion, but that goes to show you how good the defense is. They're giving their offense opportunities to hold on to the ball and more possessions. And, so the thing about
first of all, though, I would say, though, Paul, they played a snow game this past week where the other team was slipping and sliding all over the place like they were on, some water toy in your backyard.
I think the Rams could have beat them if they were on neutral, if they was on a regular field. But I'm just saying, I mean, in terms of the defense in general, they're like Greg Williams' defenses used to be. We never had statistical numbers, but Greg Williams, once you got inside the 20, you wasn't putting no points on the board, or you were putting up field goals.
I think that's actually a really good comp, and that was never a special defense. That's kind of my point. Like, they're the number 1 defense in the league. Credit to them. If I'm going up in a normal situation against the number 1 defense in the NFL in the championship game, I'm looking at the matchup going, how in the hell am I going to move the ball? This is going to be brutal. Every single inch is going to be earned. I don't really feel like that. I just watched this team go up and down the field, walking at the pace you would walk to your kitchen refrigerator with ease. It was just a track meet. Whatever they wanted, they got it. Missing tackles on Alameda Zacchaeus looked like Jerry Rice in that game. Let's go to Drew in Graysonville. What's up, Drew?
Hey, I agree with what you just said. I've been to every regular season game of 3 and both the playoff games. By the way, see you Saturday at the Hard Rock. And
nice, see you out there.
And I just spent all this week rewatching both games against the Eagles about 6 times. And the bottom line is they're a good defense, right? They're the top defense in the league this year. But we moved the ball on them. We moved the ball on them even when Jaden was hurt. And so we're going to move the ball. And as long as we don't make a critical, game-changing turnover, if we protect the ball, the ball is life, as DQ would say. If we treat it that way and play our game, we're going to come out with a win. And so not taking anything away from these guys, but they are not the Ravens of, the Ray Lewis era.
No,
I mean,
they're not one of the 3 or 4 best defenses in the history of the game.
But you know what he's saying.
I do. I just I don't know.
They're not dominant. That's my point. A number one defense is normally dominant. I don't view them as dominant.
Okay, fair enough. In a league or a year where there wasn't one of those, oh my God, how do you move the ball a square inch defenses?
Yeah,
they were still by far and away the best on a relative scale.
Here's another way.
So maybe that's a point then.
Another way I would say it is there's 10 defenses I'd probably rather play the Eagles than. Did that make sense? I don't know if I said that correctly.
Say that again.
I'd rather play the Eagles defense than 7 to 10 defenses in the league this week.
Really?
Oh yeah. Definitely. I'd rather play them than the Rams, the way the Rams have been playing defense and rushing the quarterback. Jared Verse is a problem in a way that nobody on that team other than Jalen Carter is. And they have Brandon Fisk, assuming he was healthy enough to go, who has been playing at a level, not quite at Jalen Carter's level, but pretty damn close at D tackle. There are more guys I have to worry about that are playing their butt off for the Rams than the Eagles, in my opinion. And I'm just thinking about the team that they played last week.
Sure, yeah.
But the caller a couple back was well, look, they haven't even thrown for 130 and they're winning. They're still running wild. And again, they played a snow game, which tamped down offense. And the game before that, respectfully, I thought Jordan Love was bad. And I love Jordan Love. I'm a big fan of his. I think he's a stud. I thought he stunk. Now, you might say that the Eagles were the reason he stunk. I thought he missed a lot of stuff. I just thought he misfired.
Yeah, I think both are true.
That game began with a fluky fumble right off the top. And before you knew it, Jahan Dotson, lo and behold, Jahan Dotson.
That one, yeah.
Caught a touchdown, and it was a 14-0 game, and it had been 6 seconds. Maybe that was the first one. Maybe it was 7-0. Let's go to Patrick in Fredericksburg. What's up, bro?
January football feels good, fellas. I'm excited for it.
We agree.
Not having Austin Eckler the second game, I don't know if it's been talked enough about, but he's such a key part of the offense that we didn't have and still moved the ball on them the second game, right? So the only thing about the Eagles defense, guys, is that they do force a lot of turnovers. And I mean, even with all those turnovers, their games in the playoffs have been really close in the fourth quarter. They haven't really pulled away. At least we pulled away from Detroit, where it wasn't really it was a 2-possession game, 10-point game most of the time. But I'm not so worried about them as long as we don't, the turnovers is what I'm worried about. If we continue to turn the ball over and give it to Saquon, they can run their, running game to the extent that they want to, and then it becomes a time of possession thing. That's really what I'm more worried about. But I think Austin Eckler and our offense, besides Cosme being healthy, is going to be huge in this one. So
that's well said.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, I think Eckler has to have a massive game in this one.
Speaking of scary defenders you have to game plan for, Charles Mann, Redskins great, joins us next on G&D.
Commanders against the Eagles on Sunday at 3 p.m. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. not making any assumptions in the third matchup against the Eagles.
First thing I told the defense was, let's not say, all right, we know these guys. Let's dig deeper, okay? All right, they've had success against us. Let's dig deeper. Even if the times that last time this happened, I was with the Packers and we went for the Bears in the NFC Championship game for the third time. Let's dig deeper, okay? All right, we got 3 picks that game, 1 for a touchdown. B.J. Raji picked 1 for a touchdown. So you just keep going. You just dig deep.
Baltimore Ravens tight end Mark Andrews posted on Instagram that he's absolutely gutted by what happened on Sunday, and he promised that this adversity will only make him stronger and fuel us as we move forward. Jaden Daniels is a finalist for AP Rookie of the Year. Dan Quinn, finalist for Coach of the Year. Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Lamar Jackson are the finalists for MVP. The announcement of the winners will be February 6th. The National Spring Training non-roster invitees include 5 top 10 prospects: Harlan Susanna at number 3, Brady House at number 4, Caleb Loma Vita, Caden Wallace, and Dalen Lyle. Capitals and Kraken tonight at 9:45 on the Fan. Terps against Illinois 8:30 on Team 980. Wizards and Clippers 10:15 on Bloomberg 99.1. Madison Keys defeats number 2 seed Ilya Shivantek to advance to the finals of the Australian Open. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Third and 10. 4-man rush. It's Goff throwing over the middle, and it's picked off Jeremy Chin. And Washington will be going to the NFC Championship for the first time in 33 years.
G&D on the Fan, brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kandori and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament. They'll set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Times are good in D.C. for football fans for the first time in a long time. You just heard Kevin Burkhardt talk about the 33-year drought without a conference championship game that has ended. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And it's always an honor when we get to talk to one of the best players in team history, and that's certainly what we're doing now. A 3-time Super Bowl champion, a multi-time All-Pro, and a 4-time Pro Bowler, one of the 80 greatest Redskins ever. Mr. Charles Mann is on. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Charles, welcome back on the show. How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure.
How you guys doing?
Great. This has been an unbelievable run. We cannot believe this team has done this. What do you make of this? This is just wildness.
I have been super negative over the years. I've been in the community, since I retired in 1995, and it hasn't been good. And this year I came out just like I always do, and people ask me when I'm at the gym or going around town, hey, what do you think? And I say, I don't think much. And then I went to the first game, and then I went to the Dallas game at home. And, there was some bright signs, but what's happened in the last 5 or 6 weeks is remarkable. First of all, Jaden Daniels is superhuman. And as a rookie, I remember when I was a rookie, I'd have been impeded on myself in all the moments that he's had, that he just looked calm, cool, and collected. And it's baffling, but I'm loving it.
Charles, does he remind you of any of your teammates in that way, where just there's no moment too big? Nothing?
No, there's nobody. I haven't seen. I mean, this kid is, it's like he doesn't have a pulse. I know he's alive. I've seen him smile one time. So I know he cares, but he just is a freak of nature. And we may be watching, the next, Michael Jordan or LeBron James or Tiger Woods or, Serena Williams. I mean, this is crazy. It is really fantastic to watch. And he's on our team. And we don't have to go through, what did we have, 36 quarterbacks over the last 30 years, something like that.
Yeah, we can finally send the helicopters home. The search is over. we found the QB. It looks like Charles Mann is with us. It's funny because, look, I think we're all impressed, whether you played or you didn't play, with his demeanor. But when we bring people on who were great players, that's kind of where they start, which is telling to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there is something about just his poise and calm. We had your former head coach, Joe Gibbs, on yesterday, and he talked about, he was just cracking up. He's like, I've never seen the kid emote. I don't know if he has emotions. It does seem like that is what everybody locks in on for good reason.
Yeah, and let me say this. There's been 9 interceptions. I don't think he threw all 9 of those, but there's been 9 interceptions and over 300, what is that, 390 something yards, 3,932 yards for the season. How do you throw that many passes? And that's 525 attempts, and only have 9 interceptions. I mean, that was, I think, Mark Rippon, even Doug didn't play the whole season, but Mark Rippon had 9. He was sacked 9 times our last Super Bowl year. But I'm trying to remember how many interceptions he had. I mean, this is his numbers. He is the best quarterback left out there. Out of the 4 teams playing this weekend, he's got the best stats.
Yeah, Mark Rippon, by the way, for reference, Charles, 11 interceptions in that 91 season. Just goes to show you how different everything was. Charles Mann with us here on G&D. What about this team as well, Charles? Because I mean, the Jaden Daniels story is transcendent. It's there. It's obvious. It jumps off the page. But this is a group that I don't know that if you had a league average quarterback would be a double-digit team winner or a double-digit winner. But here they are in the NFC title game. That's just the most remarkable part to me is that everybody's playing great somehow. We're all pulling the rope in the same direction. What do you make of that?
Yeah, now the next person that jumps off the map is Dan Quinn. I mean, he really does. I attribute, y'all had my coach on there yesterday. He was amazing. Joe Gibbs was, and he takes a lot of the credit for what we did, even though he didn't ever step out on the field and make one play or tackle or catch or throw. But Dan Quinn has got these guys believing in each other, and that takes a long time. It's built over training practice and in the locker room and week in and week out, night in and night out, game in and game out. I remember Norv Turner when he was here, one of the several coaches we had come through here, and Norv would be calling out players. I don't remember Dan Quinn calling out any player negatively. So he's fallen on the sword himself. He's not calling out his players. His speeches are not the same. I think of Ron Rivera. Ron Rivera was kind of like just whatever, hey, this happened and that. No, Dan Quinn is coming at this differently than these other coaches. His second chance at head coach has really turned out to be just eye-opening because he's approaching this the right way. He's got these guys believing they can do anything.
Redskins legend Charles Mann is with us on Grant and Danny. It's been probably, almost 5 years now since we had you on. This was around the time of the name change. Maybe it was like 4 years. Originally to the Washington football team. And I remember being taken aback that day, and you were so honest with us, but I had no idea that you'd felt that way, where you basically said, and I don't want to paraphrase, but something to the effect of you felt more appreciated by the 49ers at that time than this organization. And I know for a lot of us, that was heartbreaking to hear. I mean, because you just meant so much to this organization. But I'm curious, like, what your relationship has been like, if you have one with the new ownership group, and if they're as classy and decent to you guys as it seems like they've been to all of us.
Well, first of all, they have Magic Johnson, so we could almost stop right there. Magic is a winner. Magic is just everything that he's touched he's won at, he's done well with. So the fact that they picked Magic said that they're going to go a different path and they're going to do something different than Dan Snyder. And then secondarily, They are there's a process. The number one thing they had to do, this new ownership, is, and I'll answer your question, but the number one thing they had to do was get a better product on the field. That was number one. Number two, they had to fix the stadium. There was a mess at the stadium, railings falling, urine coming down out of the stands, and all kinds of other stuff happening. So they had to do those things. And then number three, and not necessarily in this order, is they had to win back the players that felt abandoned, kind of. Let me just say this about that. I don't expect, that's not their job to make us feel good. And look, I got my 3 Super Bowl rings, and anybody taking those away from me, doggone it. And so if I just want to remember, I just pull one out. Or if I want to go to YouTube and look at a highlight and say, okay, yeah, we were pretty doggone good, by the way. But no, these guys have, even though they're doing all these things, there has been an inclusive nature about them. They have invited me a bunch of times to games, and not just me, but my friends. We were at Darryl Green's jersey retirement. We were all there, a bunch of us. A lot of guys I hadn't seen in a long, long time had felt comfortable with coming back out. And so it's a process. It's going to take them a minute, but I tell you what, I feel a lot better about this team and about coming around. I live, 6 minutes away from the facility. And one day, out of nowhere, out of the blue, this was about 3 months ago, Doug Williams called and said, hey, Dan Quinn wants to meet the badasses. I said, huh? And he said, Dan Quinn said he wants to meet the bad. I said, who are they? He said, you and Dexter. I said, oh, okay.
Wow.
So the next day I was over at Redskin Park and, and taking a tour. Like, I hadn't been in there. That was the place I worked. But we took a tour at some of the new stuff in there, and the cafeteria with a chef. That was a racquetball court. Now it's a cafeteria with a chef. We met the chef. We ate lunch, and then Dan Quinn and Adam Peters and Josh Harris and everybody came over there to us, and it really felt good. I felt wanted, and they were respectful, and I just, I didn't need any of that. They didn't owe me any of that, but it was nice.
I think that's the key, Charles. I'd love you to speak to it, because I got the sense over the years, obviously I'm not in your position, I'm not an alum, didn't play for the team or anything, but they would try to trot out the legends whenever they needed some good PR or they needed something from you guys. And I imagine that probably wore thin. This is just, trying to put some deposits in the friendship bank, I think.
Yeah. No, it doesn't feel like modern day slavery. No. And that's what it kind of felt like under Dan Snyder. These guys aren't trying to make a buck off of us. They just want us to feel welcomed. And you feel that. But it's going to take some time. I haven't seen John Riggins out there. There's other players, Ernest Biner, I haven't seen out there. There's Mark May, I haven't seen. So there's some guys, and I don't come around that often because what happens is we get in patterns in our life, and I'm in a pattern right now. I'm an entrepreneur. I own my own business, and I'm doing what I do. And now that the Commanders are asking me to come around, I've got to do a new groove now. I got to cut a new path because I've just taken the Commanders out of that path, and now I've got to make room again, which it's easy to do, and I love doing it. But I tell you this, I don't have Super Bowl tickets. People have been asking me. But certainly if they win on Sunday, I'm going to the Super Bowl. If I got to just stand outside the stadium or something, I'm going to that doggone Super Bowl.
Oh, wow. That's cool to hear. Charles Mann
Love it.
is with us on Grant and Danny. I want to go back, if you don't mind, to January 12th, 92, and the last NFC Championship game you guys played. You had a sack in that game of Eric Kramer. You guys dominated the Lions 41-10. Just any memories you have before kickoff or during the game, obviously.
Oh, my God, yes. Well, number one, every time my wife was pregnant with a child, we won a Super Bowl, and I have 3 children, so that point first. So in 1991, my son was born, and that season spilled over into 1992 as we played in the playoffs. Well, I was going against, so the night before the game, and first of all, I couldn't believe it, but all week long I was watching the Detroit Lions roster. And their roster had a guy named Conover, and he was a rookie. And he was starting at right tackle, which I would have been going up against. And I was just waiting for them to put a new guy in there, a veteran in there. And so I walked out on the field the day of the game, and I stood there and watched as they warmed up on the other side of the field. And I saw Conover in the starting lineup. And I said, oh, my God. So I dreamed that night about what I was going to do to that young kid. I was a 10-year vet, and I was going up against a rookie. And I said, there's no way a rookie is going to hang with me. I'm sorry. I don't care if he's the Heisman Trophy winner or whatever. He's a rookie. And so I had dreamed up overnight that I was going to blast off into this guy no matter what, the first play of the game, whether it was a run, pass, draw, whatever it was. I didn't care I wasn't going to read any keys. I was just going to blast into his chest as hard as I could and let what happened happen. And so we're the first ones on the field. It was defense got to start first, which I loved. And I lined up, and Conover was right there, and I didn't care what the signal or whatever we were doing on defense. I blasted in this guy's chest, knocked him. He kind of just gave and turned, and I grabbed the quarterback's arm, and he fumbled the ball, and Fred Stokes picked it up, and boom. Within seconds, we had a touchdown. Mark Rippon had to go about 10 or 11 yards, and we were off to the races.
That was that first play.
That's what I remember. It was the first play of the game, and I had already dreamed that play.
Wow,
so
that's amazing.
Charles, like having now heard from you about it, I wish you had like 9 or 10 kids. That would have been really cool. Would have had a lot more trophies.
Yeah, I was going to say, why
we could talk to my wife. The mailman would have to be the guy because
amazing.
I'm done.
Well, you sleep on this, but I threw a tantrum in the supermarket to make my mom buy us a whole week's worth of Swanson Hungry Man dinners because Charles Mann told me to. That is a fact.
50% more meat, extra portions that taste extra good. I remember my lines.
Oh, so good. But that 91 team, just real quick, Charles, this is just for me. When did you guys know? Because those other Super Bowl years, I think I don't want to say there was doubt, but it's like it was competitive, right? That 91 team was so unbelievably dominant and excellent. When did you know
Thank you
that it was
for
different?
saying that. We don't get enough. Can I say something about that? I'll talk. I'll answer that real quick, and I know we're running out of time. I talk long. Sorry. First of all, we shut out 3 teams that year.
Mm-hmm.
3 teams. Our defense shut out. That means goose egg, 0, nothing, not a field goal, nothing. 3 teams that year. That hasn't been done since. They haven't gotten 1 shutout since. How do you do that? And nobody on our defense except Darryl Green is a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
How does that happen?
That's crazy.
Preaching to the choir. I'm telling, including the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah,
by the way, 23-0.
So first of all, the turnover ratio. That's how we won this weekend. That's how all the teams won this weekend. One had 5 turnovers, and of course that was our game, and we were going to win with 5 turnovers. You win the turnover battle. We were +5. The next game, the next day, they were +3. You're going to win. We won the turnover battle in every single game we played. We turned the ball over to our offense, gave them a short field and an easy touchdown to make, and that's the difference. I think our turnover ratio after the 91 season was +45.
Wow.
+45.
It was absurd.
That's how you win. You win with great defense. And but right now these guys are doing it a different way. The defense is making enough plays to be dangerous. Saquon Barkley ain't going to run for 255 yards. He may get 155 yards, but he ain't going to run for 2. And how we're going to stop them? How can I make that comment? We're going to have the ball longer. If we win the time of possession, we're going to win the game. And how are we going to win the time of possession? We're going to methodically go down the field every time we get the ball. We're not going to punt the ball. We're going to go for it on fourth down. They are too. But we're going to stuff them. Somehow that tush push ain't going to work. Or we're not going to get them in a fourth and inches. It's going to be 4th and 5 or 6, and they won't be able to do the tush push. But that's what I'm believing. I'm a believer now, man. This is serious.
Yeah, it's getting real.
And last comment.
Mm-hmm.
What if we play the Buffalo Bills? That will be a remake of the last Redskins Super Bowl.
Symmetry.
That's what a lot of us are pulling for that reason.
That's why I want to be there. That's why I want to be there.
Relive some of those memories. By the way, you guys didn't even play a close playoff game. That 91.
No, they aren't supposed to be close. We got fans to worry about. We don't want you guys having a conniption.
I'm so
relaxed. Beat them handily so y'all can relax.
I mean, 24-7, 41-10, and then 37-24.
How's a 14-2 turnover margin in the playoffs suit you? Is that good?
But that's why the data,
yeah.
and I don't know, Charles, from your generation, obviously analytics is now so different and part of the game in a way that I don't know how much you follow or care about it. But there's all these sites.
I do.
So there's all these sites that have the data on every team that tries to bridge gaps. And the 91 Redskins team gets spit out more often than any other as maybe the greatest team ever.
But why don't we have more players getting accolades because of that? Why is that?
I've always honestly thought it was the name, which was unfair and ridiculous. I didn't know. I mean, growing up as a kid,
I can never answer that question, Charles.
We met when I was a young kid. My earliest memories of the team are after the Super Bowl itself. But I always thought it was ridiculous that the Hogs are not represented. Guys like Jacoby.
No.
I mean, defenders like
yep.
Yourself. And I mean, it takes forever for Dexter, Art Monk, or Darrell Green, or any of these guys to get their accolades.
Yeah. That's what I don't understand. If we're one of the greatest teams ever, statistically, and realistically, how do we not get any due? And we're just not. And that's frustrating. And the older I get, I'm 63. So the older I get, the more I think about it. My wife said, just relax. If it's supposed to happen, it'll happen. If something's going to go down, it'll go down. But it's just frustrating that, my peers, I went to the Pro Bowl with Reggie White and Chris Dolman and Richard Dent and I didn't go with Michael Strahan because he was right after me. But I mean, those guys, my stats are right there with theirs. What happened?
Yeah.
What's the deal? Why did I get overlooked? And Dexter could say the same thing. But and then every time I have a surgery, I've had 26 surgeries. So every time I have a surgery, my wife has reminded me, that football was brutal to you. I know it was brutal. And to be honest, if I could do it all over again, I might not have played. I
Wow. Why do you say that?
I'm just being honest. I got 2 new knees. I got a new hip. I just had my wrist fused. I get body work done like I'm going to the dentist and getting my teeth cleaned. But I feel fantastic now, so I'm almost ready to golf again.
When you're back on the golf course,
that's when you know.
You'll be, that's how you know you're feeling
That's
good.
when I know. It's been 5 years, so I'm trying to get back on the golf course.
Who do you think, just before we let you go, we're taking too much of your time, but we apologize.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Charles Mann, Redskins legend. So this past year, they retired Darrell Green's jersey, and they're now starting to actually do that, which for a long time they didn't. Just as an awkward thing where no one wore the number. And then guys like Joe Theismann are getting phone calls from people to wear their jerseys, right? So that's no fun for anyone. Who do you think should be next?
Art Monk.
81?
Mm-hmm. Yep. He quietly did it, didn't speak for himself. You had to speak for him, but he just quietly got it done. He made those clutch catches over the middle with Ronnie Lott and safeties that could attack the head. And Art just held onto those balls. He made all those catches.
It's a different time with those headhunters, by the way. Now everybody's would get kicked out and flagged and can't do it. But that's when 81 was going over the middle, Charles.
During our era, you could do that, and so you had to have a big guy. And Art was Art's 6'3", 195, 210, somewhere in that area. And you just, he was the one that endured those. Gary Clark and Ricky Sanders, the fun bunch, they got to run down the field catching those long bombs, and Art had to go over the middle and do the grunt work. And he did it quietly, didn't make any complaints, caught all the catches he needed to catch when he needed them, when they needed to be caught. So I would say Art Monk. He played 16 years in the NFL, and so he's a Hall of Famer. To me, that makes sense. But I don't know. I don't call those shots. So
retired the all-time leader in catches when he was done. Well, I hope we see you in New Orleans. How about that?
It'd be fun.
Amen. Y'all make sure you come up to me. I'll go down Media Row and make sure I got to talk to you guys.
All right, for sure. Done. We will track you down. Rest assured.
Okay.
Thanks, Charles.
Thank you, Charles.
All right. Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
There's Charles Mann on Grant and Danny, Redskins legend.
Sorry.
He's the best.
Sorry about that, everybody.
I love him. He is so good. I first met him when I was 10. He was working at Channel 9. He was on their sports
That's
department.
right.
And got him to sign some stuff for my mom for Mother's Day when I was 10 years
old. Just the coolest. Obviously, couldn't be a nicer guy. You sleep when it was hunting time. When the quarterback would drop back to pass that old school style where they actually backpedaled, not like the shuffle back now, and Charles Mann's coming around the edge, good heavens.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey, what's up? It's Grant. There is nothing the NFL playoffs can't make better. That's right. One big game after another, nothing like it. You know what? Big games deserve bigger payouts. That's why FanDuel is giving all customers a same game parlay profit boost. They're doing it every single game day during the NFL playoffs. It does not matter if you are new to FanDuel or if you already have an account like I do. You're going to score a bigger payout if you're same gamer. That's a SGP, a same game parlay, if it hits. Do not just watch from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/GP and get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/GP. FanDuel.com, promo code is GP. Got to be 18. President DC. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus is issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders and Eagles on Sunday for a trip to Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. Baltimore Ravens tight end Mark Andrews posted on Instagram that he's absolutely gutted by what happened. I promise that this adversity will only make me stronger and fuel us as we move forward. Quarterback Jaden Daniels is a finalist for AP Rookie of the Year. Dan Quinn a finalist for Coach of the Year. San Antonio Spurs cruise by the Indiana Pacers 140-110 in Paris. Victor Wembanyama 30 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists, and 5 blocks. Wizards and Clippers tonight 10:15 on Bloomberg 99.1. Capitals against the Kraken tonight 9:45 on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
If you missed any part of Charles Mann, he was tremendous. Podcast it when we're done, thefandc.com. He's so right, by the way, about the disrespect of the Redskins' glory years in terms of Hall of Fame representation.
Never understand it.
Joe Jacoby not being in as we sit here today is criminal. But how about guys like, and I'm not just saying this because he's our colleague. I mean, Brian Mitchell,
for God's sake,
is the most accomplished return man in history. So there's only so many jobs on a football team. You could be a receiver, you could be a lineman, you could be a linebacker, you could be a return man, right? He's the best that ever did it. And he's not in the Hall of Fame. We could go round and around on this. It took forever to get Art Monk in, who retired with more catches than anybody ever had. It seems like the guys that do get in, wearing burgundy and gold, seem to go through more hurdles and trials and tribulations along the way than anybody else. And then a lot of guys just don't get in. Like, I don't know about Dexter Manley. I'd have to look into probably the longevity and other things. But I know this. There are a lot of guys I've seen that have gotten in recently that didn't have the prime of his career. When he had an 18.5, 15, 14 sack seasons in a 3-year span. When he had 11 or more 4 straight years. Now, he was like a brightly shining star that burned out in a sense because there are a lot of 8 and 9 sack years in there. But that's also in an era, Danny, where there wasn't as much passing. So like 18.5 sacks in the mid-'80s
is 25 today.
Right, that's 25. A 9.5 sack season back then is probably 12 or 13. And when you bake that in, this guy had over 103 career sacks. How's Dexter Manley, a game-breaking, wrecking ball, just an alien from another planet that you have to think about every single day of the week leading up to the game? How's that guy not in the Hall of Fame?
Totally. You can go down the list several times over. I don't know if there's one explanation that totally defines this. I do know that however you want to slice it, there is a bias against Washington players and giving them their just due. So the glamour franchises, like San Francisco, they were the team of the 80s. They outshone Washington with one extra Super Bowl and a better record overall. But
only because like the Washington bridged 80 into 90. So like their period goes end of 80s into the 90s. If it happened like 82 to 87, now it's probably a different conversation. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, but San Francisco, because of the high flying offense and how revolutionary Bill Walsh was and everything, for whatever reason, Gibbs never gets the same, sort of level of around here we know, but league wide, it's always like, what about Joe Gibbs after you name Belichick and Walsh and I don't know, Tom Landry in his hat because they did the shotgun one time or something, ever revolutionary. But nobody ever gives the right amount of credit. For whatever reason, it's always this rock fight to gain a millimeter where the example I used during the commercial break, the idea that the guy that retired with more catches than anybody else to ever play the game, it took an act of God to convince Peter King to change his vote just so Art Monk could get in. Like, if that's a struggle, it tells you the whole story.
Well,
right?
The
There's no
point
respect.
is great to me.
Yeah.
I think you're right. He just never comes up. Like outside of DC people or people with ties to the nation's capital. When we talk about the greatest coaches ever, this guy won 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks. Think about that. Different cores, different iterations basically of his team. And he won 3 different Super Bowls. Had the numbers and production that he had. He also is one of the few guys ever to take a break that spanned 15 years almost, and then come back when the quote unquote the game has passed you by and in a completely different league. Like, just think about that. 15 years ago from right now was 2010. So at that time, like Mike Shanahan hasn't coached since he left Denver. And he comes back today as a head coach and he gets a team to the playoffs a couple times in 3 years. That's what Joe Gibbs did. That's what Joe Gibbs 2.0 was here. By the way, at a time where you're pushing the biggest boulder up a rock. You're right. The fact that his name never comes up when we're talking about some of the best coaches ever nationally.
Yeah, it's always like this. It's always after everybody's had a discussion for 10 minutes and one other person's like, and what about Joe Gibbs instead of leading with it? I mean, again, around here we know.
Yeah.
But there, however you want to describe this as to and how we got here, I don't know the answer.
I think
there
it
is
was
a
the
bias.
name.
Could be.
Because it became controversial. I don't know when. I'm not old enough to know how this works. But it became controversial enough that it was just kind of like, the less we have to deal with that as a league, the better. That's my own opinion. I have no idea.
To me, it wasn't that it was the high flying. I don't know how I keep saying this. It's almost like a basketball team, but it wasn't the high flying offensive stars.
But 91 kind of was.
Well, you and I know that offense was about the offensive line, and it's harder to celebrate that than it is Jerry Rice. Harder to celebrate that than it is. Here's the marquee quarterback with the square chin. It was Mark Rippon, a journeyman from Washington State, who was fine, who barely beat out Jeff Rutledge. But you and I could stand back there and sling it to 3 Hall of Fame caliber receivers in their prime, or hand it off to whoever the hell you wanted to. And then if you got down to the goal line, trot Gerald Riggs on, all 260 pounds to thump your skull for a tutty. Like, that team was perfect, but it wasn't Tom Brady. It wasn't Joe Montana. It wasn't like the guy that you're used to seeing because it was the rotating cast. I think that hurts this group's legacy in the eyes of these stupid voters.
I will also say that it has been a treat this week to talk to Joe Theismann, Joe Gibbs, and Charles Mann, and to reminisce about some of the stories that my parents have told me and that my mom, grew up on and got obsessed with this organization over, has just been a real privilege. And I thank all 3 of them for their time and the stories and what they gave us. But hopefully this run continues, Danny, and in 30 years, someone's having Austin Eckler on or talking to, Quan Martin about his 3 straight weeks with a pick 6 that helped win a Super Bowl. These memories
coming up on the show, Tyler Biotish to reminisce about 25.
I mean, this is all we got. This is what we have 30 years later. But let's make some of these new memories. But it has been so cool to talk to these guys, and man, so gracious with his time. He was a 10 out of 10, just like Gibbs was yesterday, just like Theismann was at the beginning of the week. So make sure you grab those interviews at thefandc.com. Let's give you a Commanders stock report next on G&D.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for our pals at Window Nation. Those heating costs, they're getting out of control. And experts say it's going to get even worse before the springtime. And if you want to save some money, do what Grant and I did. Replace those cold, old, drafty windows with energy-efficient ones from Window Nation. Just go to windownation.com and save big with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest with no payments for 2 years.
Window Nation's products are built to protect your home with top-quality insulation and seals. They outperform the expensive guys. You are going to save money on utility bills, like Danny told you, year-round. Their windows come with a lifetime warranty. They installed in a day or less. They've done it at my house twice. They've done it at Danny's house twice. Hurry, this sale ends coming up in about a week on January 31st. So do not miss out on your chance to save 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years.
You got to schedule your free in-home consultation right now at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com.
Tomorrow's show going to be live on site at Caddy's in Bethesda. We'll be there from 2 to 6:30. Come on out and party with us ahead of the NFC Championship game, which you can listen to right here on The Fan on Sunday. Listen to the station all day long, Commanders and Eagles coverage. We've got every play of the game, Westwood One broadcast, plus full pregame and postgame. Our coverage begins at 9 a.m. Without further ado, let's get you a Commanders stock report as we look ahead to Sunday's matchup. Commanders fans, boost your financial play with the Now Plus credit card from Northwest Federal Credit Union. They make this stock report possible. Join now. Visit nwfcu.org today. Northwest Federal Credit Union, official credit union of the Washington Commanders.
Spotlight. Whoever plays right guard. Maybe it's Andrew Wiley kicked inside. Maybe it's Trent Scott. I don't know. But we're going to have a little spotlight on that right guard spot. If I'm Vic Fangio and the old Philadelphia Eagles defense, I'm going to see if Jalen Carter can line up over that person a couple times, just to explore, just to poke a couple times to see if there may be a hole there.
Stock up for Quan Martin coming off a pick six against the Detroit Lions on the road, starting to get the shine that eluded him much of the season. The data's been good on him in terms of catches and yards allowed, his area of the field. He is just very quietly, I think, coming to his own as a really good player. 16 games this season, 3 passes defended, 3 forced fumbles, not a lot of plays made, 87 tackles, physical, willing, coming down into the box. But how about a pick six on a national stage in the biggest game of the year? Spotlight and bright on Quan Martin.
Brian Robinson. Did we find something? Is it a thing? I will tell you this, Brian Robinson, physically, I'm not talking about the results. Obviously, they were good. Detroit can't stop the run. They couldn't stop I don't know. They couldn't stop anything. But this is the best Brian Robinson has looked since that dominant win, 42-19 over Tennessee, where he ran for a buck and a touchdown with long of 40. He looked quick. He looked explosive. He looked decisive. He looked like he was powerful, churning forward. Maybe, just maybe, we got a little rejuvenated Brian Robinson.
I'll stay in the backfield if you want to do running back.
You won't.
Austin Eckler. There was a time where we didn't think he'd play again this season just based on the tone and some of the conversations we were having with him on the show after his pretty serious injury against the Dallas Cowboys. He did not play again in the regular season, but he came back and toted the mail, had a huge 8-yard carry as they put the game away against the Bucks. In that game, had 4 catches for 38 yards. And then last week, impossible to tackle. 4 for 41 as a receiver, 6 for 47 on the ground, 89 all-purpose. Eckler was huge on carpet in Detroit indoors. It's going to have to be significant again outside in the cold against Philly on Sunday.
About Mikey Sanders still. Now, I know he had a couple interceptions, and I was there. I wasn't there, but you know what I mean. I watched it too, but that's not the entire story here. Get tested this week, young man. You got a couple excellent receivers. Doesn't matter where Lattimore lines up or you line up. You're going up against someone that's really, really good. Had a couple passes defended last week as well. There's always been a willing tackler ready to rock and roll. This is going to be a huge game, or has to be a huge game for him. Not only those receivers, but if Barkley breaks through the initial line of defense, maybe you drag him down from behind, something. You got to slow some of these guys down, make them make a bunch of plays against you.
I don't hear anybody talking about Dorrance Armstrong. Armstrong had a half sack, was more impactful than that against the Bucks. And then he had a 2-sack game against Jared Goff and the Lions. Now, it helps to know where Jared Goff's going to be all the time, because he's about as mobile as I am on a Sunday afternoon while I'm watching football in my recliner. But 2 games, 2.5 sacks. He's had 7 tackles. He's got a couple of more TFLs in the running game and 3 hits on the quarterback in the playoffs. Dorrance Armstrong, the addition in free agency, led Adam Peters-Cook, has been excellent in the postseason. He'll look to make it 3 straight strong games at defensive end.
De'Ami Brown, dude. You know, the same guy that I think had 12 catches in the entire 2023 season. You know, the same guy that had 5 receptions in 2022. That guy equaled those totals and surpassed them each over the last couple of games, has emerged as a threat. I have no idea if it continues this week, but nothing makes sense, so it probably does. De'Ami Brown playing his best football.
There's a theme here, by the way.
A lot of up. It's going up.
Stock's going up around here. They
stonks.
must be winning some games. Stock up, Bobby Wagner. Back-to-back 8-tackle performances. Did not have a takeaway against the Lions like he did against the Bucks. But he did make a tackle for loss. He was impactful for Washington as a leader, again, getting everybody in the right position. Defensively, they had 5 takeaways. I love the video of him coming over to the sideline when he took great offense to the fact that the Lions wanted the football to start the game. And he just kind of comes over and he's like, they want the ball. I don't like that. He's telling everyone's like, they want the ball against us. Bobby Wagner, let's do this thing.
But John Allen, stock up for John Allen. A tough year. He was the guy that I would say I felt the worst for as this run is happening, as all these great things are going on for this football team. He was a passenger. He couldn't do anything. He tore his pec. I felt terrible for the guy. Worked as you know what to come back off and had probably one of his best games in recent memory this past week, and a huge one at Detroit has got to be big again.
Just give you the quick injury report. These are the guys that did not practice today. Sam Cosme, who's obviously out for the year with a knee, but has yet to be placed on injured reserve. Jeff Driscoll with an illness. I swear I did not go near Jeff Driscoll.
What did you do?
I did not go near Jeff Driscoll. Daron Payne, knee and finger, did not practice. He will play in the game, obviously. Bobby Wagner with a high ankle. By the way, he's playing through a high ankle. Think about that. Just casually playing through a high ankle. And then John Bates, who was fully a practice participant yesterday, scaled back to limited today with the shoulder. Yesterday was more of a walkthrough in the bubble. Today was a real practice outside. So I'd say that explains that. But those are the players dealing with ailments on the practice field. Next, let's talk to Bill Barnwell, a very smart football gentleman. We will ask him for his thoughts on Commanders Eagles. We'll also get his pick for the Bills and the Chiefs as soon as we return on The Fan.
We start with baseball. Atlanta Braves have signed outfielder Jurickson Profar to a 3-year deal worth $42 million. The Nationals' spring training non-roster invitees include top prospects Harlan Susanna, Brady House, Caleb Lomavita, Caden Wallace, and Dalen Lyle. Commanders versus Eagles on Sunday for a trip to Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. on Jonathan Allen playing Sunday.
I thought the first game his pad level was a little high, and I think he's been just playing better, as it's been coming along, and I think he's going to play his best ball here. And then also, just the other big guys, we have to play with great pad level, and because they're really good up front. They're really good.
Baltimore Ravens tight end Mark Andrews has posted on Instagram that he's absolutely gutted by what happened Sunday. He said, "I promise that this adversity will only make me stronger and fuel us as we move forward." Quarterback Jaden Daniels, a finalist for AP Rookie of the Year, and Dan Quinn finalist for Coach of the Year. The MVP is down to Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Lamar Jackson. Capitals and Kraken tonight, 9:45 on The Fan. Terps and Illinois, 8:30 on Team 980. Wizards and Clippers, 10:15 on Bloomberg 99.1. San Antonio Spurs defeat the Indiana Pacers, 140-110 in Paris. Victor Wembanyama, 30 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists, 5 blocks. Madison Keys defeats Iga Swiatek to advance to the Australian Open Finals. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
As the Commanders built a foundation for success on the field, they were thinking about their future. You should do the same with yours. The law firm Condori and Murat will help. They're going to get you to update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We're taking you up to 6:30, getting you ready for what should be an entertaining night of sport. And right now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We're getting you ready for championship weekend football with Bill Barnwell of ESPN.com. Bill, you might imagine here in the nation's capital, we want to start with the NFC title game and a team that I'm sure you picked to be here, the Washington Commanders and the Philadelphia Eagles. What do you make of this wild ride?
Guys, before the year, I had the Commanders as one of the most likely teams in the league to improve. And to me, that meant like 7 wins. So slightly past what I expected. But you have to give all the credit in the world to the big three here. Adam Peters, so many useful free agent signings, really rebuilt this roster so quickly. Dan Quinn has just evolved so much as a coach. From what we saw in Atlanta, he has been so good this year. And then, of course, there's the man himself, Jaden Daniels, who looks like a 15-year pro every time he steps on the field. So, been really fun to watch this team all season. And, I don't think anybody anticipated them getting here, but doesn't mean that they're not going to keep going any further.
Yeah, I think those 7 wins you're referring to, Bill, were just since December 1st, as they've done in a row, just like we all thought. So Grant and I debated this a little bit, actually. Would love to get your opinion. I think if you replace Jaden Daniels, for the sake of argument, with your league average quarterback, whatever you want to call him, the 17th best guy in a given week, I think this is a 6.5, 7-win roster, which is kind of where their over-under was. Doesn't mean they're incompetent, can't get out of their own way, but it means that if you play 17 weeks, you're losing a lot more than you're winning. How would you grade the roster non-Jaden Daniels division?
Yeah, I mean, certainly a little more optimistic. I think probably, about 5 to 8 wins. Would that be crazy to say about this team? I mean, not like anybody had this group heading into the season as a transcendent bunch. But what I would say is this. I think it's not outside of Terry McLaurin, who I think is excellent, and Sam Cosmi, who was great for most of the year before he unfortunately suffered that ACL tear. But in terms of the playmakers, it's not that they're necessarily superstars, but I do think Cliff Kingsbury does get the most out of his individual players here. I think back to that screen for a touchdown against the Lions where you have Olamide Zaccheaus and Diami Brown blocking. 2 guys who are not superstar players. Most teams would not have them as starting wide receivers, but they are good blockers.
They are smart. They are effective. They can make a big play if they get open, if they're schemed open. And they were the exact thing you needed on that play for Terry McLaurin, the true star in that playmaking group, to go open for a long play. So bringing it back to Daniels, I mean, just everything he does is so smooth and so decisive. And I think, it's not like this is an incredibly complex and brilliant scheme. I think it's a good scheme. It's not like the players are superstars, so they're good players. But I do think he gets the max out of everything here because he's so just so excellent in terms of where he's placing the football, his decision making, and I think he opens up some things in the playbook that wouldn't be there for other quarterbacks because of his ability as a runner and as a scrambler.
Yeah, I want to get back to Daniels with you, Bill, because I thought your story today on him potentially having the best rookie season ever was really good. But aside from Daniels for a moment, who do you think is like the star number 2 here in terms of who had the best year at what they did? Because Quinn is a head coach of the year candidate, built a great staff. Adam Peters as an executive hit home run after home run in free agency and the draft. But then I would throw Kingsbury into the conversation, who I think gets slept on for what he's done for Daniels in the offense quite a bit. Like, who would you say is kind of behind Daniels in the what a year that guy had ratings?
Oh, gosh. I mean, we could go, like I said, Sam Cosby could be in that mix. I think we could have Frankie Louvu in the mix, who to me has been such a valuable player for them, not just as a linebacker, but as a pass rusher. Even guys down on the roster, I'm not saying him, but like a Noah Igbinoghene. Like, that was a guy who was bouncing around the league and has been a solid slot corner for them all season. But I do think I would say Cliff, because what you've seen this year has been an offense that really takes a lot of the stuff that was successful for them in Arizona and then has added some concepts to it that really make this offense valuable. And I think, with Arizona, there was that thing, right? There was the cliff, the offense fell off at the second half of the year. And there was a bit of a struggle when Jaden Daniels was hurt or was playing through an injury. But we saw last few games, they've been just as good an offense as they were early in the season. This has not been a one-trick pony. I think they've been so good about, creating little spacing opportunities, creating lanes for their running backs. Schematically, I think the concepts they play build off of one another in a good way. I think they are willing to go back to stuff, which is a hard thing. Sometimes, offensive coordinators just want to run all the stuff they have in the playbook. And I think for Cliff, he's been very good about, okay, if we have a concept that works, we're going to, spam it until someone stops us, or we're going to have something built off of it while you're trying to stop it. So I think Cliff has really done an excellent job this year. So I'd be happy putting Cliff number 2 in that list.
Bill Barnwell with us here on Grant and Danny. So I was one of the people that was screaming loud and kind of pointing. You know that Jordan meme where he's looking at who was it, J.R. Smith or whatever? I was doing that. Well, hey, look what happened in Arizona. And what sort of happened there is kind of happening here in the middle of that stretch that you're talking about. The best example I could come up with is Terry McLaurin just goes on the left and he got one target in a kind of brutal loss against Philadelphia. Right? I'm going, I don't necessarily need to prove a point here. I want this to change. And I feel like the change happened, which is why idiots like me are shouting, but now I'm getting dunked on where they're going, see, the Cliff wasn't real. And I'm going, no, it was real, but he did something about it this time. Not a great question, Bill, but just kind of give me your thoughts there.
Yeah, I mean, certainly I think there are two things can be true, right? Like, yes, there are some things about that offense in Arizona or in the past that might have been stale, that might have been too simplistic. I think you look back in Arizona, well, there was 1 year Kyler was injured in the second half, 1 year where Johnny Hopkins was awesome in the first half. He played 2 games in the second half. I think the injuries are some of it, but I do think this is not the most complex scheme in the league. It's very RPO heavy. Its quarterback run game is intensive, and he wasn't running as much, and I think that was part of it as well and impacted things. But I do think there has been a growth over the course of the season. I think there has been an element of taking the concepts Cliff wants to run, going back to the air raid days, going back to his college days, and having more ways to get to them, or using more modern concepts, like you said, moving the McLaurin around a bit, using motion more often, using stacks in ways that maybe they were not as aggressive in Arizona. And I think if you combine those two things, a lot of the stuff Cliff runs is stuff that everyone in the league runs and runs really well because they're great concepts. So you add Jaden Daniels to that, and I think, again, his decisiveness, his ability to, make the right decision when he's juggling multiple concepts in a play. I was pretty optimistic about the offense continuing to be good. I didn't have them scoring 45 in Detroit good, but certainly it feels like they've gotten to a place where they feel like this is going to be the offense moving forward as opposed to kind of just being a first half fluke.
All right, let's get to Daniels then in the piece you wrote today. Was this, as you looked into it, the best rookie season ever?
Whew, not yet. He's not going to be in the MVP discussion. I think you make a case he should be, in the 3, 4, 5 range. But clearly it's going to be Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen, and I think that's fair to say. I think they were better than Jaden Daniels this year. But, Jim Brown won MVP. Earl Campbell was almost won MVP. He was second by a narrow margin. I think you had to put those guys ahead of him. I think you would probably say Dan Marino when he was second in the MVP balloting that first season in Miami. I know he didn't play the full year, but he was just so transcendent as a player, according to reports at the time. So I put him ahead of Jaden Daniels, but not many other guys. Maybe Lawrence Taylor. Maybe they're throwing Javon Curse, who was so good for Tennessee that first season. But I think he's in the 5, 6, 7 range. And that's, by the way, if he becomes the first quarterback as a rookie in NFL history to lead his teams to a Super Bowl, that conversation changes. To me, this is right now, even if they lose this week, he's in the 5 to 7 range. And if they win, he's going up even higher.
Yeah, and we're talking about, when you mentioned those names, those are iconic, greatest of all time at their position, Hall of Famer type names. What's impressed you most about Daniels?
His poise. I don't think it's a secret here for me to say, that his poise, his calmness. But with rookies, what you see happen so often is as they adjust to the speed of the game, they're indecisive. You'll see a guy come open and you'll say, "Oh, I'm going to throw the football," and then you'll see the window close and you don't throw the football. You kind of get stuck between deciding whether you want to throw it or not. You have to wait for something to be wide open before you throw it. You don't necessarily throw with anticipation. You take too many sacks. You end up getting hit more often. And even that happens to great quarterbacks. It takes time to develop. Even someone like Bryce Young is a good example. Like, I think he got much better after the benching because he got used to the speed of the game, and I think some of the bad habits he had kind of got ironed out by taking some time away. But that's not happened with Jaden Daniels. He is so decisive with the football. You go back to that. To me, the best pass of the year, even better than the Hail Mary, was the touchdown pass to McLaurin against the Bengals, against the big blitz. Where that's a free rusher. That's a situation where most rookies are going to panic. They're going to make an awkward throw. They're going to try and throw something safe to get rid of the football. Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin went for the home run and hit it in a big situation, helped them win that game. That poise, to me, and that ability to make decisive throws and read stuff quickly and make smart decisions quickly. More than one thing, but to me, I think that combination is what makes Jaden Daniels so special.
Bill, what about the matchup this weekend? Philly's defense is good. It depends on who you ask. If they're great, really good. I just know this: they're in the way, and that's a formidable opponent there. I know what happened, just over a month ago, but it's Jaden Daniels or bust pretty much at this time. How do you see this one going? And how can Philadelphia disrupt them? And where are kind of the weak points? What do you think?
Yeah, so on the offensive side of the ball for the Commanders, obviously it's about that defensive front. If you can slow down Jalen Carter, if you can slow down that front four, you have a shot. To me, I think the way you do that is tempo. To me, this is a no-huddle game for the Commanders. Same way the Patriots used no-huddle against the Eagles and their great front in the Super Bowl a few years ago. I know they lost, but Tom Brady threw for over 500 yards in that game. So the offense was not the problem in that game. I think you want to tire out that team. You want to keep them on the field. Don't let them sub, and force Vic Fangio to have some sort of general calls that he's going to make, some simple calls, and then try to take advantage of those, prevent him from getting those kind of exotic looks out there that he loves to show. So play that way on offense. Then on defense, it's got to be turnovers. I don't think they can stop Saquon Barkley one-on-one. He's been so good even when teams are selling out to stop him. There's a couple ways you can do it. You can load up the box and slow him down, get a couple 0, 1, 2 yard gains, but if he breaks through that first line of defense, he's going for 70 yards and a touchdown. So I wonder if it's just about slowing him down, trying to limit him to 5 yards of carry, but not give up any of the bigger plays, and then hoping you get a couple turnovers. We've seen Saquon Barkley fumble this year. Jalen Hurts certainly has given up the ball a bit this year. You can't count on 5 turnovers the way he did against the Lions, but that's the formula. Lions moved the ball, the Commanders got with a few big plays, and that kind of swung the game. So I think if you could force a couple of turnovers from the Eagles, he got a real shot.
Speaking of counting on things, can the Eagles count on Jalen Hurts to move the ball through the air? They've been so bad throwing the football in these playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this.
Do you think he's healthy enough to be good enough to win them the game if he needs to?
Okay, so go back to the first half of last week's game. I think he was. He ran in a 40-plus yard touchdown. He looked good there. They were comfortable getting him involved in the quarterback run game. And he hit A.J. Brown for what should have been either a touchdown or a long completion. A.J. Brown dropped it. So if you put those plays in there, I think Jalen Hurts was healthy. But now he suffered the knee injury later in that game.
Exactly.
He was not 100%. Clearly, he was not comfortable running the football. They only used the tush push for that 1 4th down play that got canceled out by a false start. They wanted to avoid it very clearly, and he was not consistent throwing the football, could not move very well. Now, he's practicing in full this week, so they hope for Eagles fans is that he's going to be 100%. But even if he goes into the game at relatively healthy, we've seen him leave games with injuries this year. We've seen him get banged up this year and banged up in years past this point of the season. So to me, the question is not only how is he entering into the game, but does he get hurt as the game goes along? I think a healthy Jalen Hurts can move the football, but we don't know how healthy Jalen Hurts really is.
Is this a sell out on the run and make Jalen Hurts prove it type defense for you, for Washington this week?
I think it has to be, right? I mean, you don't want to play one-on-one man coverage against A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. That's a nightmare for a lot of teams, but I think you have to prove it to you, right? Like you can't go in there and say, okay, we're going to make Saquon Barkley beat us. Saquon Barkley is beating people when they are committing to stopping Saquon Barkley. I think the price of admission is, can we hold Saquon Barkley to 120 yards in this game? If you can, I think you have a real shot, but I would ask Jalen Hurts, okay, prove it to me. Hit A.J. Brown for a 60-yard touchdown. Hit Devontae Smith for a 40-yard completion. Hit steady gains in the passing game, and don't take sacks. Don't take penalties. Don't turn the ball over. That's a tough order for Jalen Hurts in this offense right now. So I would definitely, this would be about stopping Saquon and making someone else beat me.
It's funny, and Bill Barnwell of ESPN is with us. Almost every guest we've had on, I'm pretty sure, has picked the Chiefs to beat the Bills this week. You wouldn't think it's a pick'em game. It's a 1.5 point spread for Kansas City at home, which actually means on a neutral site, odds makers would favor the Bills, but everyone's just rolling with Kansas City, and it feels like it's just, how can you bet against them in the playoffs? Where do you come down on it?
I mean, I think people will want to look stupid. And I'll tell you what, 5 years ago, or however long ago it was, I picked the Niners to beat the Chiefs, and I felt really smart for 3 quarters. I thought the pass rush was going to beat up Patrick Mahomes. And then in the 4th quarter, I felt like an idiot because Patrick Mahomes proved me wrong. And I spent that entire quarter rooting for Patrick Mahomes not to be Patrick Mahomes. And that was the last time I was going to make that mistake. So I have picked the Chiefs every year since, and I think it's just the default. I mean, unless you see the Bills do it, unless you see the Ravens do it in the postseason, we've seen the Bengals do it. And I think people are more comfortable picking the Bengals to beat the Chiefs in a postseason game. But until we see the Bills do it, I think you have to pick the Chiefs. So I am also going with the Chiefs.
Bill, this is great, man. It's a treat. Really, really fun to have you on. Appreciate the time, man. Thank you.
Yeah, enjoy the game this weekend, guys.
You got it. Bill Barnwell of ESPN with us on Grant and Danny. While we were talking to him, this is a pretty wild developing story in Jacksonville. So the Jags, as many of you know, had their general manager, Trent Baalke, do a press conference with owner Shad Khan at the beginning of the offseason where they decided to fire Doug Peterson and keep GM Baalke. So he was running their coaching search. Well, presumably, that was a sticking point for Ben Johnson and some of the other coaches they've talked to, like Liam Cohen, who did not want to go there to work with Trent Baalke. Last night, after we found out that Liam Cohen was going back to Tampa Bay, he agreed to a new contract where he'd be the highest paid offensive coordinator in football to stay in Tampa. Second coach to take a job the Jags had wanted that didn't want the job from them, they decided to fire Trent Baalke. So Baalke was out.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Schefter just reported about 30 minutes ago that Liam Cohen's back in Jacksonville today.
Can you believe it?
Interviewing with the Jaguars. Now, that's not the craziest part of this story. That in and of itself is nuts because he turned them down. He went back to Tampa, flew back, said he was going to take the deal, has a new deal with the Bucs that he hasn't signed yet. Here's the craziest part of the story. Schefter just said that Liam Cohen has not talked to the Bucs all day and that they have reached out to him for hours without hearing back from him.
Oh, man.
So he agreed to go back to Tampa, according to the reporting. They got a contract done. They went over the terms. They agreed on money. He is back. He's the offensive coordinator. Then the Jaguars fired the general manager, called him back and said, okay, Baalke's not here anymore. He gets back on a plane and goes back to Jacksonville today, where he's been interviewing and negotiating with them in a second interview now for hours, and the Bucs can't get a hold of the guy.
Wild.
What a story. Rick Stroud, who covers the Bucs in Tampa, says Liam Cohen had not spoken to the Bucs since yesterday afternoon. They tried to reach him and have been unable to. Instead of signing his contract, which was a formality, he's secretly.
It's not a formality after, I suppose.
He secretly traveled to Jacksonville to meet with Jags owner Shad Khan. I mean, football is just a great TV show. You just can't do programming better than the National Football.
Isn't it incredible?
What an episode this is.
So there's two things afoot here. One, the secrecy. We think we got Liam Cohen, but we don't got him. It's like that recruiting commit who put the hat on and then like 2 days later announces he's decommitted to recommit somewhere else because somebody else offered something. Who knows?
They found out from Shefty that he's talking with Shad Khan in Jacksonville again when they're like, why won't this guy pick up? He's supposed to be here to sign his deal any minute.
He's sitting down for his steak right now with Shad Khan and company. You guys are SOL. Like, that's what's happening. The biggest part, though, is it removed any shred of a doubt. You could maybe, hey, this is up to interpretation, or you guys are putting 2 and 2 together, and this isn't necessarily it. It removed every possible interpretation other than the correct one, which is nobody likes Balky. None. That is the least popular guy in the NFL right now, or close to it, in terms of front offices. He was a fence, a wall, preventing hot offensive minds from even coming down there and considering them. And so they said, all right, we're going to get rid of this guy. And they're like, hey, we removed the guy that you hate. Will you consider it now? And he's like, yes. Talking about Cohen.
I mean, this is Josh McDaniels taking the Colts job and then untaking the Colts job. Levels of screwing a team over, though. Like even Ben Johnson, who told the owners of the Commanders he didn't want their job while they were flying out to interview him, which was completely inappropriate and botched in every way, and made him to some extent a villain.
Yeah.
Just look at the last week and everyone taking victory laps over the basketball guys getting their win over Ben Johnson or whatever. This is worse than that, because this is your actual employer. These are guys I'm sure you're texting with yesterday going, I'm coming back. You and Baker Mayfield are toasting over coming back. I got your new contract. And you're like, actually, wait, Balky's out? All right, I'll come back and talk to you again. But then you just don't answer your phone.
Wild.
They're sitting there waiting with the picture on the screen behind him to put out on social media. He's back, and they're ready to have him sit down and sign today.
And be the richest OC in the game.
Yep. So crazy. The NFL is the best.
It's so good. That is so good.
Why didn't we have Hard Knocks of that? That would have been fun.
The end of season Hard Knocks is what we call it, I guess.
Yeah. We need another version.
Whatever you call it.
Wild Coaching Carousel Hard Knocks. It is time for your Caps Power Play. Caps have won 5 straight. They've got points in 11 in a row. They're coming off of a win over the Edmonton Oilers to kick off a 5-game road trip tonight. They are in the Pacific Northwest, out in Seattle to take on the Kraken. A 10 o'clock start time tonight, local time. This is very late night Capitals. 2nd of 5 on the road, looking for a 6th consecutive win. It hadn't really been goaltending. If you look at it recently, 3 goals in their win against the Ducks, just 1 against the Senators, 3 against the Oilers. They did explode for 4 against the Penguins. They've done a very good job defensively and in net, mostly with Logan Thompson.
Yeah, what's special about this group is it's not they're winning one way. They had their offensive explosion earlier this season. That has slowed down significantly, but they're able to win these tight games now as well. It's just a remark of a really good program that however you'd like to get beat tonight, you're going to. The Caps team faces a Seattle roster that's just fine, to be honest with you. I think they got 45 points, dozens shy of where Washington is at this stage. So this is a nice ability, even on the road, to pick up a couple of points, hopefully.
We're going to keep it live and local on the Fan tonight with Overtime. Our buddy Toby Altizer stops by next. So Tobertime set to come your way. Tomorrow, we are out and about for a Friday field trip. Maryland, we're coming your way. Don't make us look like geese for spending such a big show in the state of Maryland. We trust you.
Come through.
We got faith in you to throw a hell of a party. We are going to be there in Bethesda.
From Bethesda!
That's right.
That's right.
Bethesda, Maryland, like downtown, legitimate. About as Bethesda gets.
It's like the heart of Bethesda.
If I'm being honest. From Bethesda! Caddies on Cordell. Grant, Danny, you, your buddies, rock your burgundy and gold for the celebration. That's 2 to 6:30. Tomorrow, we got Trey Wingo at 3:30 on the program. We're giving away Caps tickets at 4.
That'll be a hoot and a holler. I love it, buddy.
Until we meet again, enjoy your evenings. Listen to Topver Time next. Thank you to Darius, Ryan, and Ben behind the scenes, as always.
From Bethesda! Thank you for coming.
The injury report for Sunday is out. Washington Commanders not practicing today.